This is Earl Nightingale with the first issue of Direct Line. The purpose of this new program is to explore ideas, the best ideas from the past and present as they pertain to you and me and the mystery of our lives. Ideas about people, why they do the things they do, and why they don't do some of the things they could do. Why they live the way they do, believe the way they do, work and play the way they do. Our most distinguished and eloquent researchers in the field of psychology and psychiatry tell us that our affluent society has not brought us happiness and joy. On the contrary, people in the highly developed, wealthy nations of the world seem to be suffering from a malaise made up of boredom, apathy, and general depression. We know that people are at their best, that is, they seem to be happiest and most energetic, when they're striving toward the fulfillment of what seems to them to be good and worthy ideas. Isn't that true? People move mountains and dance and sing far into the night when they're swept up by a great idea. There's something about the human creature that makes him godlike when he's moved by a great idea, and apathetic, bored, and depressed when he's not. Wherever you find boredom, you'll find the absence of a good idea. In a child or an adult, people are depressed and bored when they know deep down in the very fibers of their being that the life they're living is not what it could be, not what it ought to be. We suffer from an all-pervading feeling of guilt when we're living below our true capacities in our work and in our play. And it's beginning to dawn upon the people everywhere that we've been chasing a mistaken concept of what success is all about. We've confused means with ends. We'll find success, each of us in his own way, when we find ourselves, and when we do, all things that we want and need will be added to our lives. The journey of self-discovery, the journey into meaning, is the most exciting on earth and the most rewarding. When we're gripped by a good idea, a succession of good ideas really, because one leads to another, we're at our best, our happiest. We may not know that we're happy, but we are, and our lives are characterized by a feeling of worth, of purpose. Ideas bring the fresh, clean air of renewal into our lives, into our home lives, into our business lives. The real fun of life is in continually bridging the gap which lies between where we are and where we want to be, and from what we are to what we wish to become. There are three main departments of living with which we should concern ourselves and in which we should succeed. They are, number one, our family lives. Number two, the way we spend our days, on the job and off. And number three, our income. The purpose of this program is to help us find more meaning, more real success in each of these vital departments. First, just a word about listening. You know, when we listen, and especially to information that involves us personally, our minds only pay attention to what we're hearing until something we hear triggers an idea in our minds. Now, at that instant, our minds tune out and concentrate on the new thought. It's like lifting the tone arm on a record player. We no longer hear anything, but the record keeps turning. Now, when you hear something in direct line that sparks an idea, you tune me out for whatever time you devote to the idea. You'll do this repeatedly. The next time you listen, you'll tune out at different times. Because of the way we listen and because our attention will dart from what we're hearing to what we're thinking about, it's necessary to hear a spoken message several times just to hear it for the first time. And even weeks, months, or years later, it will spark new ideas. So if it's convenient, stop the player whenever you want to think about something you hear. Perhaps you want to make a note of what you've heard or think about it for some time. Then, when you're ready to resume, start the player again, and so on. If you're driving your car or if the whole family's listening, that might not be practicable. But even with stops and starts, repeated listening is necessary to make what you hear a part of your way of thinking and doing things. Unfortunately, we don't learn much from something we read only once. If it were printed, it would take time away from other things. In audio form, it can be listened to while we're doing other things, such as commuting to and from work, while traveling on business calls, while dressing, having breakfast, while relaxing after a long day, and so on. Moreover, in this form, it can be heard by all members of the family. If it were only in printed form, it's unlikely that it would be read by more than one, two at most. Another important reason for the cassette tape is that listening is our most effective and effortless way of obtaining information, the most natural way to learn anything. We learned by listening for many years as children before we learned to read. You see, we pluck ideas from speech as we might catch fish from a flowing river. We're not even conscious of the words being used. We listen for ideas. And that's what this program is all about. We learn to read by listening. And for most, reading remains something of a mechanical process from which ideas must be constructed. And finally, the spoken word carries so much more interest and flavor, so much more meaning, and an emotional impact impossible with the printed word. Well, let's begin with this great thought. It has appeared in many forms in man's literature, but I believe it was Emerson who put it best. Nature magically suits the man to his fortunes by making these the fruit of his character. We might experience some difficulty in finding out what we're really like by trying to look inward, but we have only to look about us at our fortunes, for they are the fruit of our character. The late Dr. Maslow, former president of the American Psychological Association, said you judge a person the same way you judge an apple tree, by his fruit, by what he produces. Do you go along with that? It's hard not to, isn't it? Well, what is character? My Random House on a Bridge says character is the aggregate of features and traits that form the apparent individual nature of some person or thing. My Oxford English Dictionary gives as its first definition a distinctive mark, impressed, engraved, or otherwise formed, a brand, a stamp. Any person who has had the chance to live as an adult for any appreciable length of time begins to collect about him what we can call his fortunes. They represent a merciless mirror of him as a person. They reflect his nature and constitute, in total, a distinctive mark, a brand, a stamp. Just as you can tell the name of a fruit tree by examining its fruit, you can tell a great deal about a person in the same way. And we can tell a great deal about ourselves. We surround ourselves in an environment, in circumstances, as Professor Jose Ortega y Gasset used the word, which reflect us, and which include our true beliefs. No matter how loudly we talk about what we believe in, our circumstances reflect our true beliefs. They show to others what is important to us. They reflect our degree of maturity at any given stage of our lives. You see, our fortunes are simply the sum total of what we want and believe we are qualified to receive at any given stage of our lives. For our fortunes should change. They should not just accumulate as we get older, they should change in quality. Change to reflect the changing person. If they do not change, it is an indication that we are not changing. If they do not grow in quality, it's an indication that we are not growing and maturing as persons. Our fortunes are the fruit of our character, and our character changes. Someone once said to Dr. Robert Hutchins when he was Chancellor of the University of Chicago with regard to adult education that you can't teach old dogs new tricks. To which Dr. Hutchins replied, human beings are not dogs, and education is not a bag of tricks. We can grow through knowledge with good ideas, and as we grow, our worlds will change to reflect our growth. We outgrow our old selves and shake them off like stiff cocoons, no longer big enough to contain us, and that's as it should be. That's the way a person, a family, an organization of any kind should grow. We might say that a person, or an organization, will grow in proportion to two main conditions. The first concerns his degree of receptivity. Are his windows open to the fresh breeze of renewal in the form of new ideas and creative thinking? Many persons, in organizations are closed systems. They've got their windows closed and locked, apparently in the belief that they're already the repository of all useful information. We can all name such persons and such organizations, some quite large, but shrinking. The one thing that always typifies a closed system is that it ultimately begins to shrink, and it will eventually die if it stays closed long enough. Any person or persons making up the management of any sort of organization who feel no need for new ideas, or who do not challenge their own beliefs from time to time, are on the road down toward stagnation and decay. And the second condition governing a person's or organization's growth will be determined by the source or sources of ideas. Now, if our ideas come to us only from those by whom we're habitually surrounded, those who live much as we do, we'll tend to do little more than reiterate and fortify the ideas we already live by. That's also true in an organizational sense. A person can be said to be an organization, indeed a highly complex organization. Like any other sort of organization, the overall success will be determined by the quality of management. Just as the success of any business or other organization depends for its success or failure upon its management, so does the success or failure of a person depend upon the way he manages himself. We're all units of production. We produce things and words and attitudes which reflect our management. And the quality of our product, our total product, will be determined by the quality of our own self-management. Now, we can determine the quality of our overall product by simply assessing what we're being paid for it. It's true for a person, or for a business firm, or any sort of organization. And we might say the quality of our management will be determined by the quality of our ideas. The main ideas of our lives are the main roads on which we travel. So where do we get most of our ideas? When you ask about the extent of a person's education, you must ask, who were his teachers? We need to ask ourselves the same question. We can change, we can grow, and as we change and grow, our fortunes will reflect that change and growth. That our character is the architect of our fortunes is an interesting idea, isn't it? It's so interesting that it could bring about a significant change in our way of living. It could modify or completely change our goals in life. It gives us a way of assessing the quality and the importance of the product we're producing in each of our important divisions. Let's say a company has 3 divisions. 2 are doing well, 1 is losing money. Now, the one that's losing money, provided it's been losing money for some time, would seem to indicate that it has poor management, or else it produces a product or service without sufficient demand on the part of those it would serve. Now, the same can be said to be true of the different departments of our lives. Quite often a person will be great in one department and poor in another. Great on the job and making a living perhaps, but poor at home. Or great at home and poor on the job. Now, I think we can safely say that every relatively normal person wants to succeed in each of the 3 main departments of living. In his family life, in the way he spends his days, that is, the work he's chosen and the way he chooses to spend his free time. It's surprising, how many people tend to forget that they chose their work of their own free will, just as they chose their spouses of their own free will, and the main direction of their lives of their own free will. And we all want to succeed in the income department. That is, we want an income sufficient to fulfill our wants, not just our needs, but our wants as well. Now, we control our rewards in each of these departments. If we've been adults for any real length of time, and if we've achieved any real maturity, we must admit to ourselves that our rewards in each department are commensurate with our management, with our success in interacting with those upon whom our success depends. Now, that's an idea we will accept or reject, depending upon whether our windows are open or closed. I mentioned earlier that we often confuse means with ends. For example, an automobile is a means to an end. It's a means of getting from point A to point B. Money is a means to an end. It's the means to the kind of life we want to live. It represents financial security now and in our later years. It represents good health, education, travel, a good home, and so forth. Now, in our society, these means to ends and others have often been confused with ends. The automobile, or money, in itself has become an object of veneration, not for what it will do for us to make life more convenient and more pleasurable, but rather for what it is in itself. We tend to worship objects in our society. And finally, we find ourselves in possession of all the objects we ever wanted, and we stand in the middle of them and look at them and come to the realization that they're not enough, not nearly enough. A human being needs more, much more than a pile of objects, important as some of them are. And that's one of the reasons we find so much depression, so much boredom and apathy about us. People have what they wanted. Why aren't they happy? Could it be that they've not moved on to other, larger and more worthwhile goals? I think so. George Bernard Shaw said that it is the first duty of every man not to be poor. And I agree with that. Poverty has never brought happiness. We see it staring from the hunger-ravaged faces of the world's underprivileged. We see it in our ghettos. But there are 2 kinds of income, psychic and tangible. Now, psychic income is the income of the mind and feelings, the kind we get when we look at our loved ones or when we've done a good job. Psychic income is the income the firemen get roaring through town with the sirens screaming. It's the income a police officer knows when he straps on his revolver and assumes the authority of his uniform. There's psychic income that comes with a promotion, with the executive suite. It's excitement and satisfaction, and it's perhaps the most important income we receive from our life's work. We can make a living, we can get rich doing many things, but psychic riches come from being in the kind of work we like, doing the things we want to do. Conrad Lorenz, in his excellent book On Aggression, tells us that the drive to fulfill oneself, to realize, if possible, the potential of one's unique endowment is coded in our genetic instructions. And it's going contrary to our genetic instructions that causes us anxiety, guilt. We seem to know that there's a way to live that's better than the one we're settling for. Now, families, schools, society all work to fit us into established pigeonholes, and for some it's fine. For others, the shoe doesn't fit. It hurts. It rubs and chafes and can become agonizingly painful. No psychic income there. So those must seek it off the job in hobbies and avocations, or change the job. But we need to get it somewhere. Psychic income is an important part of our income picture. As to financial income, it should meet our requirements. What those requirements are is a matter of individual taste. Our income should be sufficient for us to live in the style we most enjoy, have the things we think are important, do the things we want to do, see the places we want to see, and perhaps help others who didn't manage or couldn't manage to work it out for themselves. In a society such as ours, it can be said that not every person can find the kind of gainful employment that forms a perfect fit with his aptitudes, likes, and dislikes. Many factors work to hold a person in a particular place and at a particular job other than the amiability of the job itself. But I do believe that almost every thinking, growing, maturing person can find the work he enjoys. And for the rest, the deep sources of satisfaction and interest can come from experiences not connected with their work. For some, their work is the very mainstay of their lives. For others, it's simply the means to an end. Many people are quite content to not work at all. Most retired people enjoy their retirement and wouldn't change things for the world. But for some, active, mind-engaging work is as necessary as food and drink. For many women, running a home, raising their children, caring for their husbands, and 1,001 things necessary to that life are more than enough for all the satisfaction they need. They're quite content with their lives, as they should be. For other women, such a life is unthinkable, the way to madness. They need other interests, other lives. To expect that 50% of the human race should be content with keeping house and raising a family is ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as it would be to expect all men to be lawyers or bricklayers. A woman can want the love and companionship of a man and perhaps a family, without at the same time having an aptitude or even an interest in keeping house. She might prefer to be a brain surgeon, a teacher, a business executive, or any one of the 200,000 possible occupations in our society. We've been taught to live within our means, and it's good advice for a company, a country, or a person. But what are our means? Have we explored our means? Do we know what our real means are? People say a person shouldn't reach beyond his capacity. It'll only end in frustration and disappointment. What is a person's capacity? How's he to find out what it is unless he reaches? The man and wife in a so-called average home on an average street in an average town haven't the faintest notion, as a rule, that they can sit down at the kitchen table, make a list of everything they want, number the items on the list in the order of their importance to them, and then get everything on that list in 5 years, certainly in 10. An American labor leader once commented that the American people can have anything they want. The trouble is that they don't know what they want, and this most certainly applies to income. A British survey team discovered that the average American family believes that happiness can be guaranteed with a 20% increase in income. It's obvious that most people haven't the foggiest notion as to what constitutes happiness. How does a person increase his income to the point where it more comfortably meets his needs, his present needs, and his savings and investment needs for the future? A good first step is to realize that everything we want, other people have, and will give us if we earn it. $1 from just 10% of the families in the United States would come to $7 million. Our income is in the hands of others. If our income is not what we want it to be, we must examine our product and our management. We have failed to qualify for it, or have lacked the courage and ideas to go after it. Thoreau said, "We have only to move confidently in the direction of our dreams to meet with a success unexpected in common hours." Interesting idea, isn't it? There's an exciting, renewing idea. We have only to move confidently in the direction of our dreams to meet with a success unexpected in common hours. The direction of our dreams is often nothing more than our genetic instructions, than our subconscious, our natural propensities, whatever we want to call it, trying to point us in the right direction. The minute we begin to move in the direction that's right for us, things start going our way. We begin to get lucky, as they say. So we need to ask ourselves, am I moving in the direction of my dreams? Or am I playing lockstep with millions of other people because of some stereotyped idea I picked up from people who don't know any more than I do, maybe less? People who perhaps have not proved in their own lives that they're experts when it comes to living successfully. Eric Hoffer put it pretty well when he said we're taught not to waste time and raised to waste our lives. Something to think about. So a person, standing back and assessing the three main departments of his life, and understanding that his fortunes are the fruit of his character, gets a pretty good look at himself as manager of himself and whatever else he manages. I think, too, that it's a good idea to reassess our priorities from time to time. What is really important and what isn't? The mature person has this question pretty well straight in his mind. His goals, his needs are his own. They do not necessarily mirror those of the majority of other people. I think we'd be safe to say that with the mature person, his goals and what he considers to be important in his life will not be those held by the majority. The fact that he has goals sets him apart. Recent research into the modern plague of cardiovascular disease, with millions dying of heart disease years before they should, has turned up convincing evidence that we're bringing heart disease upon ourselves because of our lifestyle, our penchant for speed simply for speed's sake, by our impatience at delay, by our headlong rush toward what? Where? Where are we going? What's the hurry? The maturing person agrees with the great Swiss psychologist and psychiatrist Carl Jung, who said, "The supreme goal of man is to fulfill himself as a creative, unique individual according to his own innate potentialities and within the limits of reality." And we can do that without a headlong, frenetic charge. You know, when we study golf under a good instructor, we're amazed to learn that an easy, slow, rhythmical swing gets the best results in direction and distance. As my good friend Julius Boros says, swing easy, but hit hard. It's the same in tennis, any sport. It's balance, it's rhythm. My good friend Herb True dropped in the office the other day and said, you know, we Catholics are on the birth control bandwagon too. It's just that we're in the rhythm section. It's good to remember, where our businesses are concerned, where our lives are concerned, it's quality and balance. It's living in balance that counts, that gets the best results, always. We'll live longer and in better health, do better, and enjoy it more. Unless we're doing piecework, it isn't the time we put in, it's the ideas we get and put to work. Everything we see about us that's man-made was once an idea in the mind of one person. Our ideas can be just as good. It takes maturity to realize that, as a rule, happiness and contentment do not come when we reach our goals. We're amazed to find that we were happier, more contented when we were striving toward them. I remember reading a comment by a New York University professor that went something to the effect that while dissatisfaction may be uncomfortable, the real disasters in life occur when we get what we want. He was referring to some of the larger goals of society, but the same thing often applies to us as persons. When we stop striving toward something new, something we find worthwhile and interesting, we begin to die. It's believed that's why teachers, scientists, writers, philosophers, farmers, and others who constantly have something new to look forward to tend to live such long, healthy lives. The teacher has a new class every year. The scientist is always working on a new, tough problem. The writer has a new book or article to do. The philosopher is forever uncovering new, interesting information, fresh ideas. And the farmer has the renewal of new crops and animals about him, a new season to work toward. Many others fit into the same category. Those who do not tend to live shorter lives. With no new place to go, they simply stop sooner. A generalization, of course, but it tends to work out. Incidentally, heart attacks, contrary to popular opinion, are not common among leaders in business and industry, in government and education. The leaders usually enjoy excellent health and have learned to live in balance. It's the people in the levels below the top who permit themselves to be skimmed off years before their time. It's been said that a heart attack is nature's way of telling us to slow down or change our habits, or both. It's a rude lesson, often fatal, but that's nature's way. How did Huxley put it? He compared living to playing a game of chess with an invisible opponent who's always strictly fair and just, but who never overlooks a mistake. If we play ill, he said, we are checkmated, without haste, but without remorse. And to those who play well, they're rewarded with the overflowing generosity with which the strong delight in strength. Living in balance, in anything, is the way to play the game well. How did James Allen put it? A calm, strong life is like a shade-giving tree in a thirsty land, a sheltering rock in a storm. You know, it's only when we're calm and at peace with ourselves that the good ideas tend to come. I think that's why we so often get our best ideas early in the morning or while doing something that's totally routine, such as shaving, showering, driving the car, or walking alone. Most people do not do much creative thinking, you know. In fact, they've been put down so many times as youngsters they learn to distrust their own ideas, doubt their own ability to get worthwhile ideas. Our mind, and no one knows what the mind is, incidentally, or even where it is. The ancient Greeks thought for a while it was located in the liver. Our mind comes as standard equipment at birth. But since the demands put upon it are relatively small and it's not required to come up with new ideas, it soon falls into disuse. As with anything else, what we don't use, we tend to lose. And so it's easy to forget or never learn that we own free and clear the most amazing agency ever to appear on Earth, the human mind. All of it, whatever it is, subconscious and conscious, seeming to draw as it does on the mysterious stuff of the universe, past and present. You know, there's a system for creative thinking. Perhaps you're familiar with it. First, you define the problem. Put it on paper. Quite often, just defining it leads to a solution. The next step is to begin gathering data with regard to the idea. We need to find out all we can about the possible ways in which such an idea might be solved. We need to read about it, talk to people who've had similar problems, find out all we can about it. Next, we need to write down possible solutions. Think about possible solutions. Turn the problem every way but loose. Worry it like a puppy with a slipper. If it has to do with a product, can it be made larger, smaller, a different shape or color, simpler? You know, it's generally believed that in order to produce a product of excellent quality, it must cost more. The old dichotomy still hangs on the idea that if something is inexpensive, it must not be of the highest quality. Well, that's ridiculous. It can be inexpensive and still be of excellent quality. Think in terms of simplification. Can the superfluous be taken away? Sometimes a superior product must cost more because of the quality of its components and manufacture, but not necessarily. Since World War II, we've seen some excellent products turned out at very reasonable cost. After you've thought about it until you begin to dream about it and talk to yourself about it, then forget it. Let it slip down into the great cooker of your subconscious mind, where the archetypes of your racial memory and your genetic wizardry and 10 million ancestors can all work on it and hold it up against 1,000 solutions. The mind is like a supercomputer. It'll work on a problem while we're doing other things. Let it cook as long as it needs to, and then, one bright morning, if you're like I am, it'll usually wake you up at about 4 in the morning. The answer will pop into your mind as clear and simple and perfect as anything you ever saw in your life. You then yell Eureka, leap out of bed, and write the answer down on a piece of paper as fast as you can. If you don't, the idea can slip away as quietly and mysteriously as it came, and you can spend the next 20 years trying to recall it. The next step is to put the solution to work and stay with it to completion. Don't try to play it too safe. Nobody ever got to second base trying to keep one foot on first. Either you have confidence in your ideas or you don't. Getting good ideas is only about 10% of the job. The 90% is the follow-through. The person who will follow a good idea through to completion is one of the most valuable people in our society. Every problem is an opportunity. Our opportunities are an exact ratio to our problems. We have great national problems, therefore we have correspondingly great national opportunities. The bigger the problem, the better the opportunity. Problem, pollution. Great industries employing many hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people will be built upon the problems of air, land, noise, and water pollution. Problem, population. Population means people, and whether you're serving their growing needs or helping them to hold their numbers in check, you've got opportunities. Millions are already being earned in these problem areas. There seem to be two main classifications of people in the world, the big group, which is made up of those who are part of the problem, and the small group made up of those who are part of the answer. Which group we choose to be in is up to us. A professor at MIT has said, the changes taking place in the world today are not merely changes from one form of society, one form of technology to another. They're so wide-sweeping that they're taking us from one major epoch of human history into another. We are in an order of change which is completely different from anything our ancestors knew, unless we go back 10,000 years when they invented property, ownership, work and mechanics based on the wheel. Change. Unprecedented, amazing change, and you and I are right in the middle of it. For some, change represents a threat to the status quo. For others, it represents unprecedented opportunity. For me, and I hope for you, change always represents new opportunities for growth, development, for the setting of new goals, for the moving on to new vistas, for the fresh breath of renewal. We don't know much about anything really, but most of the top people in the disciplines touching on human conduct seem to be certain of two major points. One, the average healthy person functions at a fraction of his true capacity, and two, that the most exciting lifelong adventure is bringing more of our real powers to bear in our lives. Just learning that better than 90% of the people in the country do not achieve real financial competence and security during their lives gives each of us, as head of his family, or at least co-head, the responsibility to make certain that we are in that small percentage of people who do. As George Bernard Shaw said one time, it is the duty of every man, the first duty of every man, is not to be poor. As it is written in the nature of man, freedom must be gained specifically against the obstacles and the conditions to which we're constantly exposed. And two, achieving financial security is an excellent exercise in creative imagination. Considering the effects of unrelenting inflation and assuming that they will continue in the future as they have in the past, estimate how much money you think you and your spouse will need as income to live as you want to live at the time you pick for retirement. Now, if you want to go along with age 65, that's fine, but maybe you'd like to be financially set before that time. At any rate, pick the year and the income you want to be receiving by that time. You know what Social Security benefits are now, and they'll probably increase, but only along with inflation in the future. And you want the income coming in whether you're in a condition to work or not, ideally. You want a form of income that does not depend upon your personal services. Now, you know how much you want coming in, and you know the year in which you want it to be there. Your problem is defined, and it's said that a problem defined is half solved. Let's say, too, that you yearn for the simple, uncluttered life, maybe a small, attractive place in Florida or Southern California or Hawaii or maybe Costa Rica or the coast of Spain with a sailboat and the rest of your life to spend wearing an old pair of Levi's and a sports shirt and sneakers. Sound good? Well, it's quite within the realm of possibility. It's a game any number can play. Most people just don't imagine that it's possible, so they remove themselves from competition. Now, here's one excellent formula to use in helping your imagination come up with the idea that best fits your particular likes and talents. First, the problem or opportunity. Problems are unsolved opportunities. Then assess your education, your background, your qualifications. What do you do best? You may want to go right on doing it, but at the same time invest your money in something calculated to give you excellent prospects for growth. As our friend suggests in his book, Squeeze the Eagle Until It Grins, you might want to invest in good real estate, perhaps Florida real estate. Then when you're ready to retire, you can live off your income and just watch your investments. You see, with $10,000, you can leverage, $50,000, maybe $100,000 in real estate. When it grows to $100,000, you can leverage maybe $1 million or $500,000. With $1 million, you can leverage $10 million. If you're not interested in real estate, remember that each year most people spend 90% or more of their income on products and services. The country's business firms do the same thing. What can you do to earn enough out of all of those many billions of dollars spent every month to live the way you and your spouse want to live? Set aside an hour a day to invest in solving your future financial needs. I recently visited a friend who lives in a beautiful home in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He brought out a dozen fine, enlarged, beautiful color photographs of his home and grounds, shots from every angle. There were aerial views showing his home situated on the waterway. We commented on how great they were, and he told us that they'd been taken by a man in a small helicopter who had taken them without my friend's knowledge or permission. He had paid about $200 for the set, and they were well worth the money. If he used them only in case he wanted to sell his house, they'd be worth many times what he paid for them. But in the meantime, they were great framed in his family room and in his office. A person could make an excellent income doing no more than photographing homes, and if he happened to like living in Florida and flying around in a helicopter, he'd have an agreeable business indeed. It was an imaginative and successful enterprise for a person who likes and is good at photography. Actually, the photographer could be hired while the entrepreneur simply called on the owners of the homes and sold the sets of pictures. But there are thousands of ideas just as good and not nearly so imaginative. Opportunities go with problems. Violent crimes have increased more than 90% in the last 5 years. Violent juvenile crimes have increased 167% in the last 10 years, according to an article from the Los Angeles Times Service written by David Shaw and Bill Hazlett. We all are sickened by what we read every day in the papers and see on television. What can we do about it? Well, there isn't much the average family can do to change the national situation, other than lead honest and exemplary lives themselves. But the average family can make certain that its home is as safe as money and good judgment can make it. Now, I'd guess that 90% of American homes are ill-protected against criminal marauders. Any thief or psychopath can enter the average home with ridiculous ease in minutes, and they do every day. And that's because practically all builders put cheap junk where there should be excellent first-class hardware on doors and windows. Now, good hardware is available. You can find it on the really fine, expensive, custom-built homes, but most people don't know about it. Practically all families can afford and would gladly pay for such hardware if someone would bring it to their homes and show it to them, displayed perhaps in an attractive case, along with a sales book showing the rate of increase of crime in the country, with newspaper clippings of robberies, rapes, and murders going on every day. The man of the house could install the hardware himself, or he could pay extra for your installer to do it for him. And not just for the doors, but for every window in the house. You know, there's window hardware that locks with a key, and which prevents a window from being opened more than is needed for ventilation. As soon as the would-be intruder finds it difficult to enter, as soon as he realizes he's up against first-class preventive hardware instead of the dime-store junk he's used to, he'll move on to easier pickings. Such hardware could be sold in any sizable community. In order to get it for my own home, I had to go to a great deal of trouble, do extensive research, make a couple of trips, and make dozens of phone calls. Whatever it is you have a knack for, or like very much to do, there's a way to turn it to substantial profit and financial independence. But it takes something that not one person in 1,000 will seriously tackle. It takes thought, time set aside for serious thought. Judge Learned Hand once wrote that we never see save through a glass darkly, and that at long last we shall succeed only so far as we continue to undertake the intolerable labor of thought, that most distasteful of all our activities. But hard as it is, distasteful as it may be, we need only do it until we've solved our own particular problem. And we solve our own particular problem by being of service to others. They have everything we want, and will gladly share it with us, as we've said before, if we'll help them solve their problems. As we mature in our adult lives, our income should meet our thoughtful requirements. By establishing quality and simplicity as the guidelines of our lives, the income necessary to live a very good, full life can be surprisingly small. It should meet our qualifications, whatever they are, and that's our business. And any person can see to it that he has the income he wants all the years of his life and lives where he would like most to live. The number of business executives and managers who wind up behind a financial 8-ball should be something of a source of amazement to us all. Here are professional problem solvers who find they can't solve one of life's most important problems. They're usually good organizers, good leaders, good thinkers, and decision-makers. At least they're supposed to be. And when they find themselves living marginal lives on incomes representing only the barest fraction of what they're used to, they should be able to come up with the appropriate answers to their problems. If necessary, they can organize an entirely new business firm, providing some sort of needed product or service. With their experience and training, with all that time on their hands, such an endeavor should have every chance of success. However, should it fail, they'll probably be no worse off than before, and they can try again. It will also give them something exciting to fill their time, keep them in the swim of things. You know, Henry Ford was pushing 50 when he got started in the automobile business. A friend of mine started a brand new company when he was 65 and watched it grow during his lifetime to a $300 million a year institution. In fact, following retirement, it's quite possible for a person to do much better than he did during his regular working career. Today, millions live in cramped, crowded, crime-ridden, polluted cities only because of habit and the failure to use their imaginations. You'll hear people say, but what if everybody suddenly pulled up stakes and took off to some sunny, agreeable place to live? That's a ridiculous comment. The fact is that not everybody will. Everybody can, but everybody won't. If more people would, we'd see a more rapid decentralization of industry and a resulting better distribution of what's now a fairly stable population. The big, ugly cities grew on old trade routes at a time when transportation was limited to water and surface, mostly wagon and then rail transportation. Today, with air and truck transportation what it is, only a few major heavy industries need remain near deepwater ports and near supplies of cheap fuel for power. The best estimates today indicate that all known reserves of fossil fuels will be depleted in 150 years. With the fusion process now only a matter of time, and with the deuterium supplies and seawater good for at least 1 billion years at a fraction of the present cost of coal and oil, and with practically no dangerous waste products, we're on the brink of a world revolution of ample power for all of the world's peoples. Moreover, with decentralization of our population away from the crowded cities, we live on 2% of the land, most of us, the industries and businesses which remain can transform those cities into clean, beautiful places in which to live. If you're interested in what can be done to make ugly cities beautiful, send for a marvelous lecture by Victor Gruen entitled Downfall and Rebirth of City Cores on Both Sides of the Atlantic. Gruen has a plan for redeveloping cities that won him the prize for architecture of the city of Vienna. He says on both sides of the Atlantic, and in fact in all nations of the world, we're presently hell-bent on destroying the environmental qualities of our cities, on spreading them out endlessly into thinly populated suburban regions, and in doing so, destroying every chance for vital, dynamic, multifunctional, meaningful centers. We have succeeded in making the urban environment unlivable and unworkable. We've converted suburban regions into ghettos of sterility and boredom, and in the process, we've destroyed millions of acres of prime agricultural land and natural landscape. He quotes an article which appeared in the New York Times in May of '71, in which a Mr. Eugene Raskin suggested that any effort to improve the functioning of city cores, such as Manhattan, is comparable to the act of beating a dead horse. He said, they are physically obsolete, financially unworkable, crime-ridden, garbage-strewn, polluted, torn by racial conflicts, wallowing in welfare, unemployment, despair, and official corruption. As they exist at present, they are unsalvageable, destined to join the dinosaur in deserved extinction. Urban planners and others who come up with temporary patchwork schemes and gimmicks to keep the cities going another year or 2 or 3 are as pathetic as the officers of the Titanic charting tomorrow's course while the water rises above their ears. Those who live in big city areas, or in good financial situations, make tremendous sacrifices. They have to tolerate unbreathable air, undrinkable water, involuntary waste of time, public insecurity, filthy streets, and a complete severance of any contact with the expressions of nature, and fear for their lives and property. Yet in 10 years' time, it is now forecast that 73% of the total population will live in large cities or their environs. The number of cities with over 1 million inhabitants grows every year and now amounts to a total of 131. The number of those which have populations of between 5 and 10 million is impressive. On the basis of quantitative criteria, the city has never been so successful in the entire history of mankind. On the basis of qualitative criteria, however, the cities of our time are a disastrous failure. No wonder, then, Victor Gruen writes, that everybody wants to escape the densely built-up core areas. The mass use of the automobile, growing incomes, shortened working hours, and extended leisure time encourage the mass flight and make it possible. But just because it is a mass flight, it is also a futile one. Those who want to settle in the lovely countryside must find out, much to their bewilderment, that once the hundreds of thousands of others who are also filled with the same desire have settled, there is no lovely countryside left. And Victor Gruen goes on to point out how city cores can be redeveloped, and the countryside can remain beautiful. You can get his entire lecture by just sending $1 to the Victor Gruen Foundation for Environmental Planning, 315 North Beverly Glen Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90024. But our remaining in such environments will not help them. As Lewis Mumford suggested, each one of us, as long as life stirs in him, may play a part in extricating himself from the power system by asserting his primacy as a person in quiet acts of mental or physical withdrawal. We can beat the problem through that most distasteful of all our activities, the intolerable labor of thought. Thinking with a definite purpose is or should be different from random casual thinking. When you're trying to solve a specific problem, the mind and its largely mysterious powers must be disciplined, directed. During the hour you set aside for thinking, have your major goal before you, written at the top of the page of a sheet of paper. Now the mind has to cease its idle playing in the fields and get into harness and go to work. It must come up with possible solutions to the problem before it. It is the transfer agent that must deliver us from where we are to where we've decided we want to be. That may not involve a physical move from one point to another, or it well may. Researchers at UCLA found that for all practical purposes, it appears that the reach of the mind is infinite. And when they say the mind, they're talking about yours and mine. As you sit there with your goal before you and begin to try to come up with possible ways of reaching it, you'll notice a very sluggish reaction on the part of your thinking equipment at first. Creative people are familiar with this phenomenon. Like a child resting or at play, the mind resents being called to task and responds sluggishly like oil in sub-zero weather. Usually when it acts that way, most people simply let it go back to sleep. It has learned through many years of inactivity that hard work is not a part of life at all. Here it's important that you stay with it. Like doing push-ups for the first time, not much happens, and the results are disappointing, if not embarrassing. But daily effort soon finds us doing with ease what was at first difficult and awkward. Write down any thoughts the mind passes along. Do not be discouraged, no matter how trivial your first efforts may be, if you haven't done this before. You're prospecting an exceedingly rich soil, and it may come up with a strike the first time out. It isn't likely, but stay alert and examine with great care the ideas produced by your first sessions. Sometimes an idea which appears worthless at first can be turned around or inside out or combined with another idea to form a winner. Just as important as the ideas produced by these first sessions is the extremely important function you're performing. Each day as you look at your goal and begin your disciplined thinking, you're placing the idea of your goal in your subconscious mind. Like the incredibly rich soil it is, it accepts the idea as a seed. Planting the seed once in a single session will probably not plant the seed deep enough or guarantee its germination. The seed must be planted again and again before germination takes place and it begins to grow in the subconscious mind. And while you're trying to pull ideas out of the top of your mind, a far greater wisdom is going to work below the surface. These think sessions accomplish two important jobs. One, they force the mind into disciplined control and form the habit of disciplined thought, and produce ideas, some of which may be very good. And two, they plant the seed of your goal deep into your subconscious mind and cause it to germinate and take root. It's the second function that will virtually guarantee you're reaching your goal. You may later rue the day, but reach your goal you will. As someone has said, be choosy what it is you set your heart upon, for if you want it strongly enough, you'll get it. Here it all hinges on the wisdom and maturity of our decisions. Then, forcing the mind to think and come up with answers for a definite period of time every day sets the great subterranean forces to work. And they'll go on working all day while you're doing other things and all night long while you're sleeping. That's how you get the real hidden power of your mind and imagination to work. You've given it a specific job to do in the setting of your goal, and it can marshal massive, computer-like memory banks and countless extrapolations and permutations, trying 1,000,000 possible pieces to the puzzle you've given it. And at the same time, another very subtle action is taking place. You're changing. Subtle shifts in your personality and attitudes, your manner, your whole being are underway as you're being readied for the accomplishment of your goal. And as you think about the goal you're working toward, it moves farther and farther into the realm of possibility. Gradually, instead of being what might at first have seemed like a little wild daydream, it begins to make more and more sense. It begins to take on legitimate, concrete form. And finally, one day when you least expect it, when the mind is at leisure, the idea will appear. It will slip into the edge of your consciousness so unobtrusively that like a sly party crasher, you will be only vaguely conscious of it. But then incredibly at first, then with mounting exhilaration, you'll see it for what it is, the idea you've been looking for. And if your goal is to live the simple, uncluttered life in some idyllic spot, you can achieve it. You can have your cake and you can eat it too. You can, through the use of your imagination, do what you want to do, where you want to do it. You are under no constraint other than habit and self-doubt to suffer in one part of your life for success in another part. You can succeed in all parts. For those who are not ready to begin uncomplicating their lives, there are 1,000,000 things calling for attention, opportunities everywhere. Every listing in the yellow pages of the telephone directory represents a business opportunity because not one of the businesses listed is being operated as well as it can be, as it may one day be operated. At the same time, let's remember those worthwhile guidelines, quality and simplicity. It's really quite surprising what we can do without and still live a richly satisfying life. We've been engaged for some time now in a national debauch of senseless consumerism in this country. Just as we eat twice what we need for good health, we often purchase twice what we need in the way of things which end by owning us, tying us down, worrying us as we try to maintain or keep from losing them in one way or another. I think what we're seeking is freedom. Freedom from things, as well as the opinions of others. It's amazing how people love to complicate their lives. Several years ago, a friend of mine played a trick on his wife that changed her life and his too. Over the years, his wife had formed the habit, and it's an easy one to form for a man or a woman, of shouting at the children in the morning as she tried to herd them off to school. She screamed at them to get up and get dressed, to come to breakfast, to get ready for school, to catch the bus. It was a scene no doubt duplicated in thousands, perhaps millions of homes every morning. But it left my friend John, his wife, and the children pretty badly shaken every morning, with nerves jangling and a great desire to get as far from that house as possible in the shortest possible time. Each morning, John found himself heaving a sigh of relief as he left the wild confusion and noise of his home for the relative quiet of the drive to the office. And on one such drive, he got an idea that he felt might help subdue somewhat the nerve-shattering cacophony of his mornings. So the next morning, without his wife's knowledge, John hid a tape recorder and microphone in the kitchen with the volume turned up. All through the frenetic tableau of shouting and imprecations, the silent machine recorded every word, every sound. Then, when the children had gone off and his wife was sitting limply in her chair with a cup of coffee, getting her breath back from her morning drill master duties, John played it back to her. For a few moments, his wife looked at him in curious amazement. Then she suddenly realized that the strident, shouting, barking, unhappy voice was her own. For the first time, she heard herself as she sounded each morning to her husband and children, her face framed with wounded embarrassment as the awful sound of her own voice again filled the kitchen. And long before it was over, she had put her head in her arms and was crying her heart out. John turned off the tape recorder and put his arm around her, and when she raised her tear-streaked face to look at him, it was filled with resolve, and she said quietly, "John, I'll never make another sound like that as long as I live." The next morning, the neighbors must have thought this family had left town. The children were dumbfounded but delighted. Their mother was smiling happily. She spoke to them in normal, well-modulated tones. Everything went off like clockwork. And when the children, still dazed by the smiling stranger who looked like their mother, had left for school, John and his wife sat smiling over their coffee. He later said she told him that she'd never be able to thank him enough for bringing home that tape recorder. The great majority of people haven't the faintest idea of the image they project for the world to see and hear. That's why football coaches show their players the films of the preceding week's game. If you want to improve your golf, get someone to videotape your swing. See yourself as you really look, and you can see where you can improve, where you can perhaps slow down and become steadier, more rhythmical. But if you want to have some fun, surreptitiously record the voices of your family at mealtime. That includes your own. You'll all find it a very interesting experience, and it can be hilariously funny. Sometime back, Thomas J. Fleming wrote a piece for Life magazine that had to do with an interview he had with Dr. Frederick J. Godet, director of the Laboratory of Psychological Studies at Stevens Institute of Technology. Dr. Godet is an expert on labor problems and absenteeism. Through his studies, it seems that Dr. Godet has become intimately familiar with germs, their oddities and strange habits. He discovered, for example, that germs can feel and act. He said studies show germs can tell one day of the week from another. They're aware of payroll accounting procedures and can even tell if an employee is happy or not, or if a boss is a kind or mean person. The doctor learned all of this while working on the problem of absenteeism, which costs the nation something in the neighborhood of $7 billion a year. It was discovered, for example, that while humans work a 5-day week with the weekend off, germs work just the reverse. Thursdays and Fridays are virtually germ-free days in industry, but the germs really go to work over the weekend and lay low hundreds of thousands of employees who don't show up on Monday. Yet in certain companies, the germs lay low on Thursdays, but go after the employees on Fridays. It was found that these companies paid on Thursday instead of Friday. Another curious fact was noted. Companies with liberal payment policies for absences due to illness had a 50% higher illness rate than companies with restricted sick leave policies. It was also discovered that germs head for the hills when management begins doing some serious research into the cause of illness, and that new employees on a 6-month probationary period were virtually left alone by germs. But as soon as they were permanently hired, with their jobs secure and their psyches well adjusted to company routine, the germs suddenly attacked at the same rate that they attacked old-timers in the company. And it was found that germs are passionately attracted to departments and companies with tough bosses constantly breathing down the necks of employees. One large company found that the absences due to illness varied from 2% to 17%, depending upon the type of boss. Dr. Godet also discovered that there's a certain type of person to whom germs are particularly attracted. They're people who are defensive, suspicious, and somewhat hostile. They're usually not well liked by their supervisors, and they reciprocate this dislike. They don't make friends easily and are regarded as loners. It's amazing how often they get sick. On the other hand, germs seem to avoid the sort who make friends easily, are outward-going and capable of numerous emotional attachments. These are the people you can depend upon to show up on Monday mornings. They seem to have a built-in germ repellent. And the doctor recommends that we have all-star games, Christmas, New Year's, the World Series, and national elections only on weekends. We know germs are active on weekends, so we have nothing to lose. And it seems that if a company will do a little research into the activities of its germs and the sort of people it has in management positions, it might increase its productivity considerably. Here's a wonderful way to avoid an argument. Simply ask questions. Instead of jumping in and disagreeing before you know any more about the subject under discussion than the other party, ask the other person to state his case specifically and to define his terms. People who like to argue and will at the drop of a word on any subject are people who enjoy ruffling the feelings of others. Willis Sloane once wrote an article entitled "Arguments Don't Win Friends," in which he points out that arguments are useless and largely ridiculous. They're more a matter of temper than temperate conversation and discussion. Subjects such as politics and religion can almost always provoke an argument. Racial prejudices can bring forth the most ridiculous statements in the form of arguments for or against certain practices. But if you'll apply this rule, to make your opponent be specific about some point you know backward and forward, you may avoid a foolish and endless, where nobody wins kind of argument. I've found that an argument like a potential highway accident can generally be spotted from some distance away, and it can be avoided the same way. Slow down and approach with caution. In conversation, as in your car, the worst danger is speed. It's pretty hard to get seriously hurt going 10 miles an hour, and you can avoid a serious argument that could lead to a lot of heartache by just being extremely careful when you come upon a situation that's likely to erupt into a serious argument. If someone makes a statement that you feel is wrong or ridiculous, you should not remain silent. As you feel the adrenaline pumping into your system, instead of jumping on the other person with both feet, just ask, "Why do you say that?" If you get another absurd generalization, ask, "Would you mind being specific about that?" Ask questions such as why, how do you know? Instead of trying to prove your opponent wrong, make him prove himself right or discredit himself, which he will promptly do if he's skating on thin ice. Put the burden of proof squarely where it belongs, on the shoulders of the person who started it. Then you can sit back calmly and enjoy yourself while he gets in over his head, flounders in the swamp for a while, and finally tries to change the subject. No argument, and he won't be so quick to start another one the next time. Robert McNamara, one of the nation's top executives, asks why whenever something is proposed, even if he is immediately against the proposal. He wants all the facts. Perhaps he's been wrong about it, and if he's right, he forces the person making the proposal to prove its merits. Now, no one can even guess at the number of families living between arguments in a state of unnecessary and uneasy truce. Since it takes two to argue, let's make sure we're not one of them. All we need say is, "Why do you say that?" Or, "Exactly what do you mean by what you just said? Where is your proof?" Keep the ball and the pressure on the person who is driving recklessly. It works like a charm, and you come out of it looking professional, wise, and level-headed. Thank you. Imagination is everything. I can't remember who wrote those three words in that order, but it seems he summed up it all. Imagination is everything. Our lives will reflect the way we use our imagination. The child imagines himself walking like the adults he sees above him. As soon as he can walk, he wants to run. As we reach successive plateaus in life, we begin to imagine ourselves reaching the next one. And thus our imaginations lead us on from one idea to another through every day and every year of our lives. But if we're not careful, our imaginations can lead us into mazes of confused complications from which we may find it difficult to extricate ourselves. So it's a good idea, as we use our imagination, to always strive for simplicity, to avoid the complicated. Remember the three main departments of living: family, how we spend our days, work and leisure, and income. If we're wise, we'll work toward keeping each as uncomplicated as possible, as interesting and as rewarding as possible, but at the same time, simple and straightforward. Are we living the lives we want to live, or are we living stereotyped lives based on phony values? Usually they're a combination of both, a kind of compromise which says surely other people must have some idea of what constitutes the good life. After all, there are so many of them. But when we look closer, we see that they're living shadow lives, as Mumford calls them. In competition, ice skating, you've seen a couple match each other's movements almost perfectly. It's called shadow skating, I believe. They try to match each other's movements so perfectly that each might be the other's shadow. In any sort of neighborhood, you will tend to find people living much the same way. Their homes, landscaping, furnishings, and lives are typified, if by anything at all, by an almost total lack of imagination. Imagination, like anything else, needs fuel for production. You can't have something from nothing. Thomas Edison said, "I'm a sponge. I want to know the answer to everything." With his great lifetime inventory of information, he could assemble an incredible array of new combinations and permutations. Electric light is a combination of elements, and so is any good idea, or any bad idea for that matter. Most of us make the mistake of not asking why. Why do I live here, in this house, rather than in some other house? Why this life instead of another life? Why this work instead of other work? Why these rewards instead of others? Now, this doesn't mean we'll change anything necessarily, but at least we'll be living lives that have been examined and found to be to our personal liking. We'll know that we're not living the lives we're living simply because they reflect and are pretty much composite copies of the lives we see about us. There should be, to my way of thinking, deep main currents in our lives. Our family lives, our work and our leisure, and our rewards in the form of income. Our family lives should be good and richly satisfying. What is our input here? How are we using our imaginations to bring meaning, charm, and love to our family relationships? It's an ongoing process that should become richer and more meaningful with the passing of time. As we grow older, we should come to love each other more, instead of it being the other way around. Imagination can bring this about, making allowances for unmanageable neuroses or even psychoses that may crop up. I've often thought of producing appointment calendars with weekly reminders that we should think of something interesting to do for those we love, to let them know we don't take them for granted. A dinner out, a weekend trip, flowers, a card, a phone call, a gift. Maybe nothing more than a big hug and the words, "I love you very much." The 5 most important words in the language when arranged in that order. Or planning a really interesting vacation 6 or 8 months in advance, instead of waiting until the last minute and finding yourself with nothing very interesting to do. How about your home? Is it what you want? H.L. Mencken once commented that the average home is a house of horrors and doesn't reflect poor taste so much as it reflects no taste at all. People tend to order their steaks medium, and their homes and lives the same way. Medium rhymes with tedium. The family is the most important part of the life of most of us. What good is accomplishment if there's no one with whom to share it? What good is anything if there's no one with whom to share it? And since the family is first in importance, it represents a fertile field for the imagination, not just for the woman in the family, but for the man, and hopefully the kids as well. Family creative thinking sessions are a lot of fun, and a never-ending source of good ideas. Check every idea for basic simplicity. Avoid complication whenever possible. Next, imagination as it applies to the way we spend our days, our work, and our leisure. Let's take them in order. No matter what it is we want, if it's within the realm of reality, we can get it through imagination applied to our work. Nothing now being done by man is being done the way it can and will be. Everything will be done much better. Not can be, will be. Whether it's the result of our applied imagination or not. People who resist change in their work are impediments to progress, yet the first words the new person on the job usually hears are, "Now this is the way it's done around here." A business leader made the comment that if we're doing anything this year the way it was done last year, we're obsolete. Now that's an extreme generalization, but deserves careful attention. In most things, it's true. Now, while getting new ideas in business is usually the best way to guarantee unpopularity, it's still the only way to renewal and growth. People resist new ideas from the top to the bottom of an organization, especially if it's an older organization. Championing a new idea is a lonely business. But if you believe it's a good idea, if your research causes you to believe it will be of significant benefit, and the costs and disruption necessary to test the idea are not completely out of line with its ultimate benefits, then fight it through. Do it as diplomatically as you can, make as few enemies as possible, but fight it through if you believe in it. The object of management is not to be loved by the people in the organization. It's to make things happen most profitably for all concerned, particularly the customer. People historically have stood in the way of virtually every good idea, and especially if it isn't theirs. Your good ideas can lead to your dismissal from an organization. But ideas are more important than a job. With good ideas, you have independence. There's always a way to succeed. A friend of mine found he couldn't get his ideas through the board of directors. He resigned, and beginning at about the age of 60, he built a $300 million a year business on his rejected ideas. Walt Disney used to ask 10 people what they thought of a new idea. If they were unanimous in their rejection of it, he would begin working on it immediately. Our world today consists of thousands of things people once thought were impossible. How many good ideas have you followed through to completion in your work during the past year? A business whose very beginning and success were based on innovative imagination will become a model of stodgy convention with a few years of good profits. You know, Arnold Palmer's success as a truly great golfer was based on his ability to never try to play it too safely, too cozy. He was never foolhardy, but he would try the more testing shot when others would have played it safe. He lost some tournaments as a result, but he won a great many and achieved world fame and respect, too. There's much to be said for the conservation of assets, but it should be remembered that they tend to slow you down and put more emphasis on saving what you've got than on building for the future. Of course, there's a happy balance between conservation and innovation that should never be lost sight of. Ask yourself, what business am I in? What is its purpose? How does it contribute to the well-being of mankind? And how can I make it better? Not how can we produce more necessarily. We have almost overproduced ourselves into a world junk pile. In trying to produce more and more, many businesses have lost sight of real quality. Quantity became the god, with a small increment of profit on mountain ranges of units, gadgets, shiny junk that fell apart when the purchaser got it home, knobs that broke or fell off, buttons that came off, toys that couldn't stand the strain of being unwrapped. Towering mountain ranges of shiny, worthless junk, none of it worth our time, let alone our money. There's a rapidly growing avant-garde that will one day represent the majority of the population that is determined to buy quality, and they'll go to any country to get it. We can satisfy this growing, discriminating market now and in the years ahead. Many of our fastest-growing companies are proving it, but it means going back to the old verity. Quality first, quantity second. Both can be achieved through human imagination, the most incredible agency ever to appear on Earth. It all comes back to what we want, and more importantly, what we want to be as persons. A good profit and a steady growth is all that we need in business. We don't have to shoot off the top of the page. But the chances of truly spectacular growth are better via quality through imagination than through quantity for quantity's sake. It makes no difference whether it's a yo-yo or an automobile. Over the long haul, quality will win out. If the size must be reduced to maintain price and improve quality, we should make it smaller. There's always a way through imagination. You know, each of us has a gold mine between his ears. If he fails to mine the gold, well, that's his business. But it's there, all that we could want, and much more. Now, as to input, we should never stop building our store of information. We can never get an idea without raw material, which is information and application. If there's real talent there too, so much the better, but talent has a way of developing with hard application, daily application, perspiration, long hours of study and deep thought. Become a sponge for information that applies to what you do. Read everything you can find on the subject. Build a fine library of books that are filled with the ideas of others on your specialty, whatever it may be. You know, my wife is a great cook. She must have 30 cookbooks. People who say they're great cooks without ever reading the ideas of others are kidding themselves. I know a writer who refuses to read the works of other writers. He's never amounted to much. Great painters have always learned more from other painters than they did from nature, and they still do. Somerset Maugham laboriously copied the style of writers he admired. I mean, he would sit and copy page after page of the actual words they wrote, so that he could learn how they wrote. He then wrote the stories he wanted to write, with a marvelously finished skill. If we're in management, we can learn from the masters in management. Rohr, Hibler, and Replogel's book on management, and the new Dow Jones-Irwin book, The Enjoyment of Management by John Price, are a couple of good ones to study. You know, when I first started in radio, I listened carefully to the country's best and highest-paid radio personalities. They had learned their skills through many years of hard work. I learned a great deal from them. All I had to do was turn on my radio and listen. Frank Sinatra learned his amazing breath control from Tommy Dorsey, and every great performer who ever lived has had a model or models he or she studied and admired and wanted to emulate. How about you? The person who thinks he doesn't have to study his craft, art, or profession is a pompous fool, and his chances of ever amounting to much are very slim indeed. A never-ending taking in of the best thoughts of the best people in the field of our choice is the best assurance that we will never stagnate, never stop producing. Paracelsus wrote, "Thoughts are free and are subject to no rule. On them rests the freedom of man, and they tower above the light of nature. For thoughts give birth to a creative force that is neither elemental or sidereal. Thoughts create a new heaven, a new firmament, a new source of energy from which new arts flow. When man undertakes to create something, he establishes a new heaven, as it were, and from it the work that he desires to create flows into him. For such is the immensity of man that he is greater than heaven and earth." He went on to write, "The child is still an uncertain being, and he receives his form according to the potentialities that you awaken in him. If you awaken his ability to make shoes, he'll be a shoemaker. If you awaken the stone cutter in him, he'll be a stone cutter. And if you summon forth the scholar in him, he will be a scholar. And this can be so because all the potentialities are inherent in him. What you awaken in him comes forth from him. The rest remains unawakened, absorbed in sleep. We are born to be awake, not to be asleep." And then he wrote, "Therefore, man, learn and learn, question and question, and do not be ashamed of it. For only thus can you earn a name that will resound in all countries and never be forgotten." Hope is one of the loftiest emotions we can experience, for whenever we lack hope, our fruits will also be lacking. He who knows nothing loves nothing. He who can do nothing understands nothing. He who understands nothing is worthless. But he who understands also loves, notices, sees. The more knowledge is inherent in a thing, the greater the love. Everything lies in knowledge. From it comes every fruit. Knowledge bestows faith, for he who knows God believes in him. He who does not know him does not believe in him. Everyone believes in what he knows. Everyone believes in what he knows. And there's your answer to the question, why is there so little belief in anything today? It's because we believe in what we know, and most people don't try to really know anything. Do you know where I got those great quotations of Paracelsus? From the book The Nature of Man, which I recommended in Direct Line 1. People who say they don't have time for reading, research, and study had better find time or throw in the towel. There's no other way to make it over the long haul. You can't make wine without grapes. There must be input if there's to be output. A time spent each day in study will produce a never-ending stream of interesting, imaginative ideas we can apply to our work. It will also confer upon us a very precious thing, freedom, complete independence. We can live where we please, earn the income we desire, and have a wonderful life through the systematic development of our imaginations. Imagination is everything. What applies to our work also applies to our leisure, our hobbies, avocations. If we play golf or tennis, it's much more enjoyable if we play well. Again, a systematic, never-ending study of the game or sport will keep our ability and enthusiasm growing over the years. We don't have to become obsessed with it or be a professional, but it's great to develop confidence in a real facility for the fun we enjoy: boating, fishing, skiing, flying, tennis, golf, bridge, whatever it is. It's more fun if we're fairly good at it. Working at our hobbies gives us the rest we need from the problems at work and at home. It helps us live in balance with a minimum of friction. You know, scientists are in agreement that the old biblical admonition is correct when it says, "He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that keepeth his spirit is greater than he that taketh a city." If we can catch the vision that life is lived from within out, that it's not so much what happens around us or to us as what happens in us that counts, we can set our own pace, live our own lives, meet situations and people objectively without fear or resistances, and we can become healthier and as prosperous and happy as we want to be. Anyone who knows anything about mechanics knows that friction is the enemy. Steel wheels on rails reduce friction almost to the vanishing point, and an enormous, almost unbelievable load can be moved great distances with surprisingly little power. I had dinner in a restaurant in San Antonio the other night at the top of that great tower that was built for the Hemisphere, and the owner of the restaurant told me that that entire thing turns with a 1.5 horsepower motor. Steel, frictionless balls working on steel rails. We can do the same by reducing friction from our lives. The more friction, the slower we must move with greater effort. Some men in medical research go so far as to say that man has within him a health-maintaining force sufficient to keep him alive and healthy almost indefinitely, if it were not for the destructive effect of uncontrolled emotions. As James Allen wrote, "The calm man, having learned how to govern himself, knows how to adapt himself to others, and they in turn reverence his strength and feel they can learn from him and rely upon him." In all the departments of living, developing calmness, serenity, is worth any effort. It typifies the great person, the true professional. It takes daily practice, especially if we're not a naturally calm or phlegmatic kind of person. The calm person moves ahead. People just naturally look to him for leadership, especially when things aren't going as they should. But not enough has been said about the contributions calmness makes to good health. Good health in man, as it is in all living things, is the natural state. The body has fail-safe mechanisms that automatically go to work whenever good health is threatened. Ill health comes more often from emotional stress than anyone even dares to guess. Friction is the culprit. Developing serenity, a calm, peaceful attitude toward others, our work, and our goals will work wonders in the response we'll get. So we should calm down, slow down, and with a little discrimination as to what we allow to get through to us, we can do much more and enjoy ourselves much more with much less friction and effort. When we wake in the morning, there are 1,000 distractions poised to get at us as we go through the day. They clamor at us in sound and sight. They're frantic, frenetic. They implore, they importune, they threaten, they cajole. If we let them, they'd keep us spinning like confused tops. We need to put a sentry at the door to our consciousness and look at the credentials of that which would enter. We can suffer from inner pollution, too. We should be choosy what we let enter our consciousness, as choosy as we are about the furnishings in our homes. A great educator once said something to the effect that the most interesting people are the people with the most interesting pictures in their minds. If you will think of the things that clamor for your attention as paintings waiting to hang on your walls, you can become very selective. A salesman was talking to a farmer who was very much interested in what he was selling. They were standing in the shade of a tree near the house when the sound of the telephone's ringing reached them. The farmer made no attempt to leave. Finally, the salesman mentioned that the phone was ringing, and the farmer commented that he'd had that thing installed for his convenience, not for anyone else's, and went on with the conversation. There is a way to restore charm and interest to our lives, and it seems to be to cut down on the number of things we let engage our attention and make certain that what does get through is good. I had the good fortune to be raised near a harbor. As a kid, I used to spend hours down on the docks watching the ships loading and unloading. They'd bring in cargoes from the distant and romantic ports all over the world, and I used to stand there with a faraway look in my eyes, envying those sailors who were so fortunate. They traveled over the distant horizon to places I could only imagine or read about in my geography books. I hung around so much that some of the mates and skippers finally recognized me and actually invited me on board. I guess you can imagine the heaven that was for me. They'd take me from the engine room to the forecastle and find the place I liked best, the navigation bridge. The bridge had the best view, but more than that, It was there that the ship was controlled and steered into all those distant places I dreamed of. Once I was even invited to lunch. I didn't get over that for months. It's strange how something like that can have such an overwhelming fascination for a youngster and exert such an influence over his life. As soon as I was old enough, I was on a ship, and I sailed to quite a few of those distant deep-water ports. No matter how long the trip, I never got tired of sailing and watching the sea in all its different moods. Entering a distant port, even if I'd been there before, was always a brand-new thrill. Over the years, I've tried to figure out why I like ships so much, and I believe I've come up with the answer. Ships operate during their entire lives the way we should, but so few do. Maybe you've never thought much about it, but at any given moment a ship is 100% successful. That is, it's either sailing to a predetermined port of call, or it's in port getting ready to sail to another one. A ship owner is smart. He knows a ship can only reach one port of call at a time. You never see any doubt or confusion, or trying to do more than one thing at a time. You can climb up to the navigation bridge of a big far-sailing ship and ask the captain where he's going, and he'll tell you instantly and in one sentence. How many people do you know who can do the same thing? It seems that most people want so many different things, most of which they're not really sure of, that they're like the guy who jumped on their horse and rode off in all directions at once. What they ought to do is recognize the truth and success of a ship. Pick one port that's important. Sail to it. Then rest and refit for a little while, then sail to another important port. In this way, in not too many years, a man can set and reach his goals one by one until finally he's got a tremendous pile of accomplishments in which he can take pride. He's got all the things he wants, just because he had sense enough to realize he could only do well one thing at a time. There's one other point that fits in here, and maybe it's the most important of all. If a ship tied up to a dock, for some reason had no place to go, it would stay there until it fell apart from rust and disuse. Ships don't start their engines until they have some place to go, and here again it's the same with men. This is why it's so important that each of us have a port of call we want to reach, a goal, a place to get to that we feel will be better than the place in which we now find ourselves. If we don't, well, we might never cast off. We might never know the thrill of sailing a pre-charted course to a place we can't see for fully 99% of the journey. But we know it's there, and we know that if we keep sailing toward it, we'll reach it. You see, ships have a way of reaching their ports. If someone came up to you today and asked you what your next port of call is, that is, where you're going, could you answer him in one sentence like the captain could on the bridge of his ship? If not, maybe you'd better give it some thought. As soon as I was able and had the time to devote to it, I got a boat of my own. I find it to be a wonderfully restful hobby. With a good boat, you can own a home anywhere on Earth. Since 76% of the Earth's surface is covered by water, there are few places you can't go if you happen to love boats as I do. With our little ship, we have a home in Florida, the Bahamas, the Virgin Islands, the Grenadines, South America, Central America, or Mexico. It can take us wherever we want to go, with no packing and unpacking, with our meals when we want them, and good fishing and swimming along the way. And as Dana wrote back in 1830 in the American Classic 2 years before the mast, a ship is like a lady's watch, always out of repair. So you're never at a loss for something to do. There are always a dozen things waiting to be done. It makes for an interesting, busy hobby, with lots of fresh air and sunshine. It's especially good in the winter when you can't play golf up north. The great William James, in his Principles of Psychology, defined genius as little more than the faculty of perceiving in an unhabitual way. In his essay on habit, he referred to habit as the flywheel of society. It's what keeps us doing what we've been doing in the past. It makes us fear change regardless of the present condition of our lives. And the genius, as defined by Dr. James, seems to be that rare bird who knows that change is not only good, but inevitable. He anticipates the inevitable. He's perhaps what makes change inevitable. He habitually looks at everything about him in an unhabitual way. He takes nothing for granted. He knows that whatever he sees that is made by man or served by man is imperfect, is always in a state of evolving. Let me give you a good example. A friend of mine was looking for a site for a large luxury motel. He was in no hurry and spent months in a certain West Coast city looking for the site that would probably best guarantee a good return on the considerable amount of money he was going to invest and borrow. He found the perfect site. It was near a large university and at the confluence of 5 main roads, one of which was a heavily traveled highway. It was also within the city limits, which would mean a large local trade for the restaurant. There was only one hitch. On the site was an old brick building, an old manufacturing concern, still in business. Well, Well, he called on the owners of the business and told them what he wanted to do. Since the city had, over the years, grown around the old building, he pointed out that it would be to their benefit to sell him the property at a price many times the land's original value and build themselves a new, more modern plant in a less congested area. Well, they saw the sense of his plan and a way to pick up nearly $500,000 for their property and closed the deal. He razed the old building and built his beautiful new motel. Later, he discovered that many people in the motel business had looked upon that site as ideal for their purposes, but had written it off because it was already occupied. He saw it not with the old brick manufactory on it, but instead with his beautiful new motel sitting there. He had looked at that corner in an unhabitual way. Everybody benefited, including the community, by his genius. I think each of us can greatly increase the value of his life by taking to heart Dr. James' definition of genius, by looking at things about us, in our home, and particularly in our work, with new eyes, with the eyes of creation. We can form the habit of seeing things not as they are, but as they perhaps will be, as they could be, as our changing world will insist they be in the future. Our lives are full of old brick buildings that have stood there for too long. We just don't see them anymore, or if we do, we just assume they'll always be there, and maybe they always will, if we don't do something about them. In case the idea impressed you as much as it did me, here's Dr. William James' definition of genius again. You might want to remember it. Genius is little more than the faculty of perceiving in an unhabitual way. Speaking of Dr. William James, he also had something to say about the interesting phenomenon known as second wind. In his essay on vital reserves, he points out that everyone knows what it is to start a piece of work, mental or physical, feeling stale, and we know what it is to warm up to a job. But before too long, we feel the first signs of fatigue. As Dr. James put it, we have then walked, played, or worked enough, so we desist. We simply quit. This sort of fatigue forms a kind of barrier behind which the great majority of people live and work. But if an unusual necessity forces us to press onward, as James put it, a surprising thing happens. The fatigue gets worse up to a certain critical point, then gradually or suddenly it passes away, and we're fresher than before. We have evidently tapped a level of new energy, a second wind, masked until then by the fatigue obstacle we usually obey. In fact, we may find that we have third and fourth winds. The phenomenon occurs in cases of mental activity as well as physical, and in exceptional cases we may find, beyond the very extremity of fatigue, distress, stores of ease and power we never dreamed ourselves to own. It's evident that we have stockpiled reserves of energy that are ordinarily not called upon, but that may be called upon, deeper and deeper strata of power, ready for use by anyone who probes so deeply. I remember one Sunday when I had to write 20 radio programs to be recorded on Monday. I got started at 9 in the morning, and by 5 in the afternoon I was bushed, but I had 10 more shows to write, so I kept at it. Suddenly, I felt better and had more energy than at any previous time. And by 1:30 the next morning, when I finally completed program number 20, I felt great. I felt I could keep going forever. 16 and a half hours of steady mental work and typing, and I was fresher than when I started. Great things are done by so-called high-energy people, but I'm sure most of us don't know about or forget about the great reserves of energy which lie dormant in us. Each of us has a tremendous second wind, mentally and physically. Passing through the fatigue barrier to reach these deep reservoirs can make the difference between ordinary or unusual success, between existing and really living. It's good to know we have it. Imagination is everything in the income department, too. But as often as not, your best ideas will come from other people. Other people can make you rich if you listen to them. Other people not only have everything we want as far as income is concerned and will gladly give it to us if we'll earn it, they also have the ideas we need if we'll listen to them. Time and again during my business life, the ideas of others have proved to be of enormous value. One idea given to me many years ago by an acquaintance earned my company several $1 million. Another idea, a suggestion at lunch by another acquaintance, resulted in my daily radio program. Another idea worth millions. Others often see things we can do better than we can. We're often too close to ourselves and tend to take ourselves for granted. I don't mean that we should follow every suggestion made to us, not by any means. But every once in a while, someone can drop a handful of diamonds in our lap. We must still follow through with the idea, put it together, cover it with the necessary investment of time, thought, talent, and money. But without the suggestion, we might never have thought of it ourselves. Personal renewal demands that we maintain an open, free-flowing idea system, and we should be as free with our good ideas for others as we are in examining those passed along to us by friends and acquaintances. One idea can make us rich, so that we can then turn to the things we most want to do, if what we most enjoy is not connected with our work. To accomplish anything, as W. McNeill Dixon writes in his interesting book, The Human Situation, you need an interest, a motive, a center for your thoughts. You need a star to steer by, a course, a creed, an idea, a passionate attachment. Men have followed many guiding lights. They've been inspired by love of fame and love of country. They've pursued power, wealth, holiness. They've followed Christ, Muhammad, Napoleon. Something must beckon you or nothing is accomplished. Something about which you ask no questions. Thought needs a fulcrum for its lever. Effort demands an incentive or an aim. We need to know our motive. I know mine, I think. Do you know yours? What makes following our ideas so interesting are the unexpected paths and byways and windfalls that occur along the way, the serendipitous events that unfailingly come to the person in pursuit of a goal. Serendipity means the faculty of making happy and unexpected discoveries by accident. The word was coined by the British author Horace Walpole, who based it on the title of an old fairy tale, The Three Princes of Serendip. The princes in the story were always making interesting discoveries while on a quest for something else. The secret of making serendipitous discoveries is to make certain we're following a star, a cause, a creed, or an idea. It's the secret of what the uninitiated call good luck. Just as ideas and imagination are the fountain of youth, being on a personal quest absolutely guarantees that unexpected good fortune will come our way from time to time. Whenever you hear of someone being lucky, a little investigation will show that the person is a busy, positive kind, looking for new and interesting ways of doing things. I remember reading that good luck is what happens when preparedness meets opportunity. People who pull in their heads and try to play it safe seldom learn about serendipity. Perhaps they wouldn't recognize it if it sat on their doorstep. The next time you hear someone say, "Don't stick your neck out," observe him closely. Chances are he's a rather dull and uninteresting person with little to recommend him. Sticking your neck out is the way to woo serendipity. A friend of mine, Skipper Hill of Miami, named his big trawler yacht Serendipity. A lot of boredom and frustration that's connected with work comes from not knowing more about it. Lurking somewhere within every line of work, there is tremendous opportunity, and if we'd only find a star to steer by, a goal worth working toward, we'll see more of it. One of the greatest explorers who ever lived, Captain James Cook, began as an ordinary seaman. In just 4 years, he had learned enough to become a master of his own ship and to later make the discoveries that made him famous. A happy, successful, serendipitous life began as a common seaman. The people who find a meaning, a deeper purpose in their work, find themselves deluged by good fortune. I suppose that's why just 5% of the people earn 40% of all the money in the country. What is the star by which I steer my life? A good question to ask from time to time. It may change as we mature and sort out the important from the unimportant, but a person without a goal is like a ship without a rudder. I talked to a class of kids in distributive education in Milwaukee not long ago, and afterwards a couple of fine, serious young men came backstage and asked, "But what if we don't have a goal?" And I suggested that they make the finding of a worthy goal their goal. It seemed to help. Another common seaman, Joseph Conrad, studied and worked his way to become a ship's captain. He later spent the long weeks at sea writing his great classic stories. Serendipity. We can put it to work in our lives whenever we wish. All we need is a quest, an odyssey, which is the name of my boat, incidentally. If you'd like to know more about the interesting subject of motivation, what motivates people today and what doesn't, by all means read the book I mentioned earlier, The Enjoyment of Management by John Price. He points out that motivating people has been with us for centuries. The 5 classic forms of motivation were practiced by such legendary greats as Cleopatra, Genghis Khan, Julius Caesar, and Moses. And for many centuries, these 5 motivators, pay, direction, discipline, underutilization, and diversion, worked magnificently. Moses crossed the wilderness, Caesar conquered Gaul, and Cleopatra had her wily way, so naturally these heretofore highly efficient motivators continued into the Industrial Revolution and are still with us today. But do they still motivate? Well, let's see. Pay is income to the person for use as he determines, but he's influenced by a couple of things. Does he have full freedom to use pay in any manner he wants, or must he use all or part of it to fill obligatory demands such as the rent, car payments, the phone bill, and taxes? There isn't as much discretionary income there as some think. Pay in most people's minds is their due for the work they perform. It does not tend to change a person's behavior from median to maximum performance. Pay, then, is not a motivator. It motivates membership, and that's all. Money is what the employer uses to attract and hold people. It motivates them to come or to leave an organization, not to perform to the maximum of their ability. Denial of aspirations for independence of action through detailed direction will certainly motivate changes in organizational behavior. Unfortunately, the motivation will take a negative tack, leading to dissension and withdrawal of individual effort. Discipline, the third classic motivator, still works, but it's much more difficult to apply today. The unions, changes in lifestyles, the lesser emphasis on material goals, all have contributed to a weakening of discipline as a motivational force. The biggest problem in our industrial society today, without qualification, is the underutilization of people in the workforce. It is, in itself, a monumental deterrent to maximum individual productivity. But far worse, it has a relationship with just about every aspect of the work situation. Pay, discipline, direction, to cite the motivators we've already discussed, and also the full range of organizational goals, profit, production, morale, and so forth. The major effect of underutilization is turnover. And turnover, as any industrial leader will tell you, is the bane of his existence. The most talented young people, aware of the fact that they're not being fully utilized, quit. The young man has grown up without the problem or frustrations of his older boss who remembers the Depression. He's of a generation unique in sociological history, a generation without substantive problems of personal survival. Often the young men who stay are generally of a less aggressive nature who eventually will extend the minimum of effort, which ultimately becomes fixed. If they're unable to channel their unused abilities elsewhere, they will, according to Parkinson's law, shrink to fit the job. And finally, diversion, getting people's minds off the unpleasant job, is fast becoming passé. So the 5 classic motivators that have been around since Moses, Julius Caesar, and Cleopatra are pay, direction, discipline, underutilization, and diversion. But in the rapidly changing world of today, they don't seem to work anymore. John Price tells us about 5 more, the stable motivators, which do. They are growth, achievement, responsibility, recognition, and work nature. First, growth. Growth is of 2 types, organizational growth and self-developmental growth. For the person to feel meaning in his job and thus give to that job the full measure of his ability requires that he sense the opportunity for promotion beyond his present job, organizational growth, and opportunity for the advancement of his own personal competence. He will, of course, sense opportunity only if there are, in fact, recognizable mechanisms for its realization. These mechanisms, quite simply, are discretionary awards, succession planning procedures, merit increase provisions, and personal development programs. 2. Achievement, according to some professionals in human behavior, is the most important of the needs for the organizational member. Unless the person senses that what he's doing is a contribution to a greater goal, that he is doing something that counts, he will very likely produce mediocrity. 3. A sense of responsibility is third of the 5 motivational needs which must be satisfied for maximum job performance. We do not, as a rule, delegate to people the freedom to act as responsible managers of their own jobs. Everybody is a manager if we think of management as involving the coordination of resources. So creating a feeling of importance and responsibility is the job of the manager today, and unless this feeling is created in the individual, one of the important elements will have been lost. 4. Recognition. The 5 most important words in the language are, I am proud of you. The 4 most important, what is your opinion? The 3 most important, if you please. And the 2 most important, thank you. These are all simple phrases, and they're pretty inexpensive ways to recognize individual performance with personal concern. 5, the last ingredient in the high-performance recipe, is work content, the nature of the job itself. Unless the person has a basic liking for the functions, the tasks, the mechanics of the work he performs, he cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, be motivated to perform at his highest achievement level. I don't mean to imply that the person who doesn't consider his work hobby-like is lost, motivationally speaking, but he must be in agreement with himself, if only subconsciously, on the fundamental desirability of what he's doing. No one can induce this last element. It must be there. We've always tended to look outside for the causes and solutions to the problems that confront us, rather than searching introspectively. You don't make an engine run better by polishing the block. Internal care is what counts. Now I'd like to quote something written by a business consultant friend of mine, Lawrence Harbeck, and published by the Wall Street Journal under the title, Some Plain Truth About Profit. I found it interesting not only for its valuable insights into the economics of free enterprise and the profit system, but also for the clarity with which they're presented, the almost total absence of professional jargon and technical gobbledygook. Free enterprise acknowledges human selfishness and directs it to constructive goals. Partisans of free enterprise claim this is a virtue. They believe selfishness is a fact of life. Opponents express horror at this pragmatic view. They believe government can eliminate human imperfection. Profit brings into sharpest focus the fight between free enterprise and socialism-communism. The battle lines seem to be clear, but they're not. Profit is a deceptive subject, and on no other topic are friends of free enterprise less convincing. Practical businessmen state forthrightly that profit makes the wheels go round. Opponents think they already know this too well, and the fact torments them. Academic proponents of free enterprise unintentionally encourage two negative inferences in their usual argument. They imply that profit exists only in a free enterprise system, and only there because of imperfections, and that the profit motive is synonymous with selfishness. For example, many textbooks say, profit is money left after cost is subtracted from selling price. This definition is narrowly accurate but broadly misleading. It sounds as if the seller is getting something for nothing. If the costs are met, why should there be a remainder? It implies by omission that profit is associated only with money and sales-oriented economic systems. Economic experts agree to disagree. They describe profits variously as high earnings from entrepreneurship, discrepancies arising from uncertainty, results of a monopoly position, return from a contrived scarcity, unnecessary surplus, implicit interest, rent, and wages, an accounting residual needed to balance earnings against the value of goods and services, and a mixture of these. None of this is helpful. As the profit concept is widely misunderstood, or understood diversely, and an emotional issue, it must be approached with precision. A simple economic model is needed to permit discussion in basic English and short words. Tradition is helpful. It calls for economic analysis to begin with Robinson Crusoe. Consider the lone castaway. He has drinking water, but no food. At rest, his body uses material and energy equivalent to 1 fish per day. If he does not eat 1 fish per day, while resting, he will starve. He must work to catch fish. Now he pays a price for each day's effort. The price is extra material and energy used by his body while fishing. His efforts, successful or not, require a second fish each day. If he catches 2 fish each day, he will live. If his catch averages less than 2, he will die. If he catches a 3rd fish one day, it is profit. He can afford to rest the next day and not fish at all, or he can keep working and save his extra fish for the day when he gets less than 2. Or he can start to build a supply to allow him to stop fishing temporarily and make a net to improve his productivity. The extra fish, the profit, gives him the option of doing something other than fishing. Time is a factor in measuring profit. The preceding discussion defines it over a 24-hour day. We can also define it as occurring only during production, and conclude that the castaway makes a profit of 1 fish every 8-hour working day that he catches 2. It gives him the option of not fishing at night. The significant point is this. During a productive period, however defined, he produced more than he consumed. Profit is the difference between production and consumption of the producing unit while it is producing. Now, all living things and all organizations of living things must be profitable to exist. Bears, squirrels, and trees must make a profit in the summer to survive the winter and start producing again next spring. Life survives unprofitable periods only if production exceeded consumption during an earlier period. Profit achieved during 8 hours enables the worker to not work the remaining 16 hours of the day. The worker's profits permit his children to not work at all. Profit during good times, if not all removed, enables a business and the jobs it provides to continue during bad times. Profit is needed to start an enterprise. In new business, a bear cub and a plant seed owe their lives to profits generated before their birth. They could not come into existence or continue to exist at first while still unprofitable unless some other producer first generated a profit. Profit should not be confused with savings. Living things must save, if only in the form of fat, to survive profitless periods. But before they can save, they must profit. The real argument between free enterprise and socialism communism is not about profit per se. All systems must profit to exist. The contentious issues are these: who produces it, who gets it, how is it used, and how are these decisions reached? Opinion on these questions should be developed and evaluated in the bright light of one glaring fact. No one gets it if there isn't any. Profit must precede allocation. It's pointless to give food stamps to poor people if farmers don't produce more food than farmers eat. Persons in government can't give a subsidy to an unprofitable activity unless they are first able to take a profit from some other enterprise. The total subsidy of some units of an economic system cannot exceed the profits of the others. Now, this hard fact applies equally to the castaway, families of bears, the United States, and all other nations, no matter what their economic and political structures. Nations living on the international dole are not exceptions. They're parts of larger economic systems. The finer things in life, sports, vacations, better homes, art, and so forth, and the so-called free things, welfare payments, low cost to the user government housing, foreign aid, and so forth, are possible only if profits occur first. It seems reasonable, therefore, that current profits should be distributed in a manner designed to encourage the continued and increasing availability of future profits. To achieve this objective, an economic system must take into account many things, including a few facts of human nature, such as: you cannot destroy incentive. You cannot stop the superior individual's efforts to excel his fellow men. With taxes, laws, and regulations, you may be able to destroy his incentive to make a profit, but this forces him to express his superiority through less productive actions. People expect to benefit directly and commensurately from their own productivity. Within the limits of their profitability, they provide for their families. Few are willing to give a large share of their profit to strangers. Saints appear from time to time, but most of us do not qualify. Organizations based on the assumption that humans are saintly, or can be taught or legislated to be saintly, do not function as planned. They change or cease to exist. Often they become totalitarian in an effort to force people to be saintly. Precisely half the people are below average in ability. As a group, they produce much less than half of total profit. They are willing but unable. These underachievers must be given a greater share of profit than they produce, or in their frustration, they will diminish or destroy total profitability. They can do this by vote or direct action. They're not stupid. Given a chance to understand the choice, they will elect to dine on 25% of a turkey rather than 50% of a sparrow. Free enterprise comes closest to balancing these and other items, many of them conflicting, and is the most productive economic system. Idealists who confuse profits and selfishness often follow this pattern. They avoid profit-making jobs, seek profit-using careers, and clamor simultaneously for government action to prevent others from generating profits. The analogy would be to destroy part of the food and water in a lifeboat because the rowers are getting larger shares than those who cannot or will not help row the boat to safety. If someone wants to help the poor, he should start a new enterprise or work with an existing one to create more jobs and profits. The extra jobs and increased production will provide more help than will militant marching and loud-mouthed sympathy. If a person hopes to use profits as a government employee or a social worker, for example, he should be sure that his political actions do not discourage efficient producers from supplying the profits that permit him to appear altruistic. He should support the economic system that can best support him and those he wishes to help. Free enterprise is superior to socialism and communism in many ways, including profitability. It is not superior because it is profitable, however, but because it is more profitable. When John D. Rockefeller was in his 50s, making $1 million a week, he was told by his physician that unless he changed his living habits, he wouldn't be around much longer to enjoy his rapidly accumulating fortunes. The doctor gave Mr. Rockefeller 3 simple pieces of advice, and, as is often the case, in their simplicity was woven a profound wisdom. This is what Mr. Rockefeller was told. 1. Push yourself away from the table while you're still a little bit hungry. 2. Stop worrying. And 3. Get some regular physical exercise. And that was it. Now, I'd imagine if you went to your doctor to get a complete medical checkup using the latest diagnostic equipment, and if you were given the same advice as Mr. Rockefeller, you'd check off your doctor as a country quack and go out in search of some more sophisticated recommendations. Well, you needn't do that. For there were sophisticated recommendations in the 3-fold prescription given to John D. Rockefeller, and he recognized them. His doctor, in a sense, was a prophet. Strange as it may seem, the health of modern Western man is being destroyed by 3 things: overeating, excessive worrying, and a sedentary existence. In the next 2 issues of Direct Line, I'll be talking about the problems of obesity and anxiety as they relate to health. But for now, let's see if we can get some of the sitters out there off their seats and onto their feet. Let's explore together the possibilities available in our daily lives for increased physical activity. As nearly as I've been able to figure it, there are just 4 basic ways in which a person can find the physical activity his body needs to function at its best. If you can think of others, you might let me know, but for now, here are the 4. The first way is through our daily work. We can get regular physical activity through our work. But the problem is, who works for a living anymore? What I mean, of course, is who toils for a living anymore. Chances are you probably don't, for the opportunities for making a living through physical labor are rapidly disappearing. Don't misunderstand me. I don't mean you don't work hard. You probably work very hard at your job. But what I'm asking is how much muscular strength or endurance does it take to accomplish your work successfully? What demand is put on your heart and lungs? What amount of caloric expenditure is required in your daily occupation? The answer for 9 out of 10 of us is simply that my work does not provide enough physical activity to meet the requirements for keeping my body dynamically healthy. Now, historically, this is a new development. For thousands of years, man had to toil for his livelihood. But even with the fitness rewards from physical labor being what they are, I'm sure we wouldn't care to go back to those conditions. Today, in order to offset the loss of physical activity that has beset man in this era, we need to find a suitable substitute for physical work. And that's where the other 3 ways come in. The second way to increase physical activity, and the most obvious, is through a planned exercise program. This can include joining a group at the YMCA, the Park and Recreation Department, or at your local community center. Or it could be a personal program of regular calisthenics, yoga, jogging, or any of a number of other activities pursued at your local health club or in and around your home. These are the activities most people think of when you mention the word exercise. But calisthenics, jogging, yoga, or isometrics should never, by themselves, be equated with the much broader term, exercise. As fine and helpful as these activities are, they also have an important drawback. They're boring. There's nothing very exciting about staring at your navel for 15 minutes or grunting your way through 25 sit-ups. Yes, they're boring, especially when you're working at them alone without the experience to interject variety. It's formal exercises like these that cause most of our exercise dropouts. As valuable as they can be to any person, and most people will tell you they never feel better than when they're working out, it still takes a special kind of person to be faithful to a program that turns out to be little more than tedious work. But exercise that is vigorous physical activity need not be tedious. This brings us to the third way to get increased physical activity into our lives. The most palatable form of exercise is through sports and recreation. Besides the pure fun of what you're doing, there are tremendous rewards that come from activities like swimming, backpacking, tennis, handball, cycling, badminton, square dancing, judo, skiing, volleyball, and other activities which are strenuous enough to condition you while you're enjoying the participation. Developing a high level of personal fitness requires forming exercise habits, and what habits are easier to develop than those that are fun? Investigate the opportunities available in your community. If you're not familiar with a certain sport and you feel you might enjoy it, there are probably instruction courses available somewhere. If not, there are usually people more than willing to teach you their favorite activity if you just show the interest. But sports, with all of their positive values, do take extra time and often require special facilities. The last of our ways of getting more exercise requires neither of these. This family of exercise opportunities is called built-ins. They can be the answer to a frantically busy person finding the time to do it. Anyone can put built-ins into many of his daily routine tasks. Sandwich them in regularly, and they become a habit, and they take no additional time. Let me give some examples. Try holding your stomach in whenever you're waiting for a red light, or while you're walking. How about riding an exercise bike while you're watching television? Why not use the time it takes to draw your bath water for doing sit-ups or push-ups? One of my exercise friends has a routine he follows each morning while he's getting ready for work. It includes half knee bends while he's brushing his teeth, rising on his toes while washing his face and lathering his beard, toe-touching and stretching while the wash basin is filling, and isometric exercises for his stomach, seat, and legs while shaving. By the way, he also performs isometrics while he's listening to his direct line tapes. Sounds strange? Well, it really isn't. It's simply using to the best advantage that most precious commodity of all, time. With a little imagination, you can find the same kinds of opportunities to add physical activity to your routine functions. You just have to think active. Now, any one of the 4 areas mentioned, your work, formal exercise, sports and recreation, and built-ins, could provide you with adequate activity to maintain a high state of physical fitness. But the most successful and lasting activity program will undoubtedly combine all 4. It takes some planning and commitment, but you can reach whatever level of activity and fitness you really desire. Remember, physical fitness is an unusual commodity. You can't buy it, borrow it, or steal it. And once you have it, you can't even store it. To possess it, you must make regular activity a daily habit and physical exertion a part of your life. John D. Rockefeller did. He took the advice of his physician in all 3 areas. He watched his diet, he sought a more positive approach to problem solving to eliminate worry, and he engaged in physical activity almost daily until he was 90 years of age. These 3 simple yet profound suggestions given to John D. Rockefeller by his physician turned his life from one of deteriorating health to one of dynamic living. And you know, that way of life is available to each of us. Now to close Direct Line 2, here's an idea if you've been wanting to get away from it all and have the time to get some good ideas. Take your family on a trip around the world. It was done not long ago by a 39-year-old telephone equipment maintenance man. Here was what seemed to be a very average man with a very average family working a very average paying job to make ends meet. But the man and his wife decided to take the whole family on a trip around the world. So they sold practically everything they owned, including their home. It produced $8,500, as I recall, $7,000 of which they used on the trip. They boarded a freighter, sailed to Hawaii, the Fiji Islands, and Australia. Then a 43-day trip by passenger liner around Australia to Ceylon, India, Arabia, the Suez Canal, that was before the Middle East problem, through the Mediterranean to southern France, Gibraltar, London, and so on. They got home with nothing but $1,500 and the will to start all over again from scratch. He had obtained a 6-month leave of absence from his company. They are delighted with what they did, and they may even do it again someday. Thank you. One of my favorite publications is a small weekly called simply Menace, which I highly recommend. In its issue of June 28, 1972, in its book review section, it recommended The Educated Imagination, a book of lectures given some years ago for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Northrop Frye, which I subsequently ordered and read and also recommend. Northrop Frye speaks of 3 uses of language. Now, the first has to do with simple awareness of the facts of life and is made up mostly of nouns and adjectives. This language provides an inventory of what's out there. Its concern is with what is. Then there's the practical language of what one must do to get along in the world, how to relate to the environment. And in its most developed form, this is the language of science. Finally, there's the language of what might be, the language of what we're able to imagine could be. Now, all forms of language use the power of imagination, but only the third includes the major works of the imagination. In its other uses, imagination is more of a practical tool, not the designing architect of the creative intelligence. Now, Frye's book is concerned with the importance of having an educated imagination. By an imagination schooled through conscious practice, The reach of the mind is extended beyond all ordinary limits. Now let me repeat that. By an imagination schooled through conscious practice, the reach of the mind is extended beyond all ordinary limits. Matthew Arnold, Fry recalls, distinguished between the environment and what he termed culture. The environment is what is, call it the status quo, or from another viewpoint, the establishment. But culture is made up of the vision of men, the best that has been thought and said. An environment without a horizon of culture would soon be fatal to human beings. For while we have obvious need to know how to relate to what is, never to imagine going beyond it would dehumanize us. Of the day-to-day level of what is, Fry says, on this level we use words to say the right thing at the right time, to keep the social machinery running, faces saved, self-respect preserved, and social situations intact. It's not the noblest thing that words can do, but it's essential, and it creates and diffuses a social mythology, which is a structure of words developed by the imagination. For we find that to use words properly, even in this way, we have to use our imaginations, otherwise they become mechanical cliches and get further and further removed from any kind of reality. There's something in all of us, and I think this is important. There's something in all of us that wants to drift toward a mob, where we can all say the same thing without having to think about it, because everybody is all alike except people that we hate or persecute. Every time we use words, we're either fighting against this tendency or giving into it. Now, when we fight against it, we're taking the side of genuine and permanent civilization. The power of the imagination is the means by which resistance to this retrograde tendency is strengthened. If the imagination is not made to flow into disciplined channels, avenues defined by vision, then its uses are degraded to unworthy, even if apparently spectacular purposes. As Fry puts it, the civilization we live in at present is a gigantic technological structure, a skyscraper almost high enough to reach the moon. It looks like a single worldwide effort, but it's really a deadlock of rivalries. It looks very impressive, except that it has no genuine human dignity. For all of its wonderful machinery, we know it's really a crazy ramshackle building, and at any time may crash around our ears. Now, what the myth tells us is that the Tower of Babel is a work of the human imagination, that its main elements are words, and that what will make it collapse is a confusion of tongues. All had originally one language, the myth says. That language is not English or Russian or Chinese or any common ancestor if there was one. It's the language of human nature. The language that makes both Shakespeare and Pushkin authentic poets, that gives a social vision to both Lincoln and Gandhi. It never speaks unless we take the time to listen in leisure, and it speaks only in a voice too quiet for panic to hear. And then, all it has to tell us when we look over the edge of our leaning tower is that we're not getting any nearer heaven, and that it's time to return to earth. Let's pick out the main points of that tremendously important and original theme. First, there are three languages. The first has to do with simple awareness of the facts of life and is made up mostly of nouns and adjectives. This language provides an inventory of what is out there. Its concern is with what is. Then secondly, there's the language, the practical language of what one must do to get along in the world, how to relate to the environment. And in its most developed form, this is the language of science. It's the language of our work. And on this level, we use words to say the right thing at the right time, to keep the social machinery running, faces saved, self-respect preserved, and social situations intact. It's not the noblest thing that words can do, but it's essential. Hello there, good morning, how you feeling? Great, me too. Rotten weather, isn't it? Right. Well, there's something in us all that wants to drift toward a mob, where we can all say the same thing without having to think about it, because everybody is all alike, except people that we can hate or persecute. And every time we use words, we're either fighting against this tendency or giving into it. And when we fight against it, we're taking the side of genuine and permanent civilization. I have a saying framed in my office that reads, "Never, for the sake of peace and quiet, deny your own experience or convictions." It was written by Dag Hammarskjöld, late Secretary General of the United Nations. The easy thing is to go along with the gang, laugh at their jokes and agree with their prejudices, just be a good old boy or girl, one of the gang. It's the easiest way on earth to never amount to much, and kid yourself into believing that at least you're doing as well as the other fellas. People who have never taken the hard road to self-discovery, lacking an identity of their own, find comfort in losing themselves within the larger identity of the group. This is the person who says, in effect, "I don't know who I am or where I'm going, but at least I'm a member of good old such-and-such organization. Yes, sir." As Manus puts it, The power of the imagination is the means by which resistance to this retrograde tendency is strengthened. If the imagination is not made to flow into disciplined channels, avenues defined by vision, then its uses are degraded to unworthy, even its apparently spectacular purposes. For the third language is the language of what might be, the language of what we're able to imagine could be. It's the language of hope. It's the language with which we formulate worthy goals and ideals. It's the designing architect of the creative intelligence. It's the universal language which speaks to all of us during those moments when we reach unusual peaks of human aspiration and genius. As Fry puts it, that language is not English or Russian or Chinese or any common ancestor if there was one. It's the language of human nature, the language that makes both Shakespeare and Pushkin authentic poets, that gives a social vision to both Lincoln and Gandhi. It never speaks unless we take the time to listen in leisure, and it speaks only in a voice too quiet for panic to hear. And then, all it has to tell us, when we look over the edge of our leaning tower, is that we're not getting any nearer heaven, and that it's time to return to Earth. Time to return to Earth. Now, I'll buy that, and I think you will too. It's time to tear away the phony tinsel and chrome and junk and cheap plastic from our lives and find the big, moving, pulsing life that has been so sicklied o'er, hidden away in the hold while most of so-called civilized humanity has been on a silly pleasure cruise to nowhere. Yes, I think it's time we return to Earth. As far as the man-created problems, the same technology that created them can overcome and do away with them, when it's finally coordinated on a worldwide basis. It should start in America because Americans are the world's champion polluters. And it has started here with remarkable results. Do you know I found more eye-burning and irritating smog in the city of Johannesburg, South Africa, than I've ever experienced in Los Angeles. And it's the same in Tokyo, London, Paris, and Rome. The west coast of Italy is a cesspool, and no more birds can be found near the harbor at Genoa. And they've been living on that coast for thousands of years. We're the world champion polluters of the air and water because of our highly developed and sophisticated technology. But I have no doubt whatever that the same technology will make the North American continent the cleanest on Earth within 50 years. We are returning to Earth. We're realizing that just as the mind and body are inseparable and interacting agencies, so are the Earth and man. And the industries that clean up America can also clean up the world and give us new and serendipitous industries as great as any we have known in the past that could help the balance of payments. But now, how about you and me and our families? Can we listen to that third language? The language that never speaks unless we take the time to listen in leisure. The voice that speaks too softly for panic to hear. And when we listen to it, all it has to tell us when we look over the edge of our leaning tower is that we're not getting any nearer heaven and that it's time to return to Earth. I'm certain that Mr. Fry uses the word heaven here in its metaphorical sense, that we're not getting any nearer to the kind of world a creature with the brains and ingenuity of man should be able to create for himself. Someone said, man can swim faster and deeper than the fish, he can fly faster and higher than the birds, he can tunnel deeper and with more efficiency into the earth than can any burrowing creature. The only thing he hasn't learned how to do is walk on the earth like a man. But by an imagination schooled through conscious practice, the reach of the mind is extended beyond all ordinary limits. Now, this tells us that with practice, the reach of our imagination, the reach of our minds, can be extended beyond all ordinary limits. It's true. And as we've said before, imagination is everything. So let's return to Earth through the exercise of an expanded imagination. What's important to you? What, and forget all about language number 2 here, the language that says the so-called right thing at the right time. Faces saved, self-respect preserved, and social situations intact. What's the most important thing in the world to you, really? Not what the community expects from you or your neighbors or your family, but what's important to you. What has that quiet voice been saying to you when you've taken the time and leisure to listen to it? Hasn't it been something that you know down deep in the very fibers of your being is true for you? Then remember what Thoreau said. You have only to move in the direction of your dreams to meet with a success unexpected in common hours. Emerson told us to trust that voice within, to trust our own intelligence and that small, still voice that tries so hard to get us on the right track, and which we so often fight to maintain the status quo, the dreary lives of what Thoreau called quiet desperation. The chances are that What the voice is trying to tell you to do is also best for everyone concerned, the community, your family, everyone in the long run. So then, through the systematic exercise of our imaginations, let's return to Earth, our Earth, that place that is right for us, and that will bring us the joy and fulfillment we seek. Think. Relax. Become as serene as you can and listen to the voice that never speaks unless we listen in leisure. Gradually, through a little daily exercise with practice, the reach of our minds can be extended beyond all ordinary limits. We will be able to see through the obvious to the truth beyond, the truth for us. Now let's go back to something I said earlier. For while we have an obvious need to know how to relate to what is, never to imagine going beyond it would dehumanize us. Now, in my opinion, only an infinitesimal fraction of humanity uses the most amazing and perhaps least understood human faculty, the one which enables us to bring about, through the educated use of the imagination, a new and better life, the achievement of new, interesting, exciting goals. And it's when we learn to use this faculty, this seeming miracle of creation, that we become fully alive, fully human. Now it's here that the imagination is made to flow into disciplined channels, avenues defined by vision. When we throw an electrical switch, we expect things to happen, the lights to go on or off, the motor surges to humming life. We take electricity for granted. It's there, it works. The fact that no one knows what electricity is doesn't bother anyone any more than the fact that our heart will pump in response to an electrical synapse 103,680 times a day, some 38 million times a year for 80 years or so. It's all a complete and total mystery. There's not a single human being alive who understands one blessed thing about it. Sometime in the middle of the 4th month of gestation, a quiet little heart begins suddenly to beat. No one knows how or why. It is a total mystery, period. That there is a connection between all living substances has been demonstrated. A polygraph expert, one who's skilled in the use of the so-called lie detector, has demonstrated that houseplants know when you decide to come home from a shopping trip and react in their own emotional way to that fact. When you dump live brine shrimp into boiling water, they seem to faint before they hit the water that will kill them. And at the same instant, the plants throughout the house react violently to the murder being committed in the kitchen. Now, all of this is a rather circuitous way of saying that there's much that we do not understand. That's an understatement that may well win first prize for the century. What we do know compared to what we do not know was cleverly demonstrated by the distinguished inventor and scientist Charles Kettering before an audience of engineers one time. He had a stage backdrop made, which consisted of a great shining sheet of stainless steel, perhaps 30 by 50 feet in size. He took a metal stylus, and going to a corner of the sheet, he made a tiny, almost invisible mark. He then told his audience that the mark he had just made was meant to represent all that science had accomplished to the present time, while the great, pristine, untouched expanse of the sheet of stainless steel was intended to represent what was yet to be discovered. He probably overestimated what we've accomplished. Let's open our minds to the undeniable fact that man is just taking his first shaky, tentative steps into knowledge. You don't need to know what electricity is to read your evening paper or be able to see your way after dark. You don't need to know what keeps your heart beating without your having to think about it for 80-some years, give or take a few. And now I want you to understand that there is a mysterious stuff in which we live, as ubiquitous as the air itself, that responds to the way we habitually think. Now, I don't know what it is. I don't think anybody knows what it is. But it's there, and it works. It's a magic kind of stuff that creates out of itself that which we demand, whether we know we're demanding it or not. It's also the opponent of which Huxley spoke when he compared life to a game of chess. You know, he said our opponent is always fair and just, and would rather we win than lose, but who cannot overlook the smallest mistake or ignorance. He said those who play well are paid with that sort of overflowing generosity with which the strong delight in strength. But those who play ill are checkmated, without haste, but without remorse. A man named Clifford Eccles had dreamed for years of going into business for himself. All his life he'd worked as a clerk in a grocery store for a small salary. One day he ran across a quotation by Emerson that got him off dead center. The quotation was, "Do the thing, and you will have the power. But they that do not the thing have not the power." Well, he mortgaged everything he had, arranged for some credit from the necessary suppliers, and a few years later was doing $1 million a year in business. He said later, "As I started to do the things I'd been thinking and dreaming about, I began to discover that I had hidden talents and abilities I'd never suspected. Ideas came to me that I was able to turn into more successful business. In short, when I had enough faith to start to do the thing, I did find that I had the power. I'd had it all along and hadn't realized it. Well, there's an important lesson there. It's only when we actually begin something that we find we have the power and the talent to carry it off. As long as we sit and think about it, wish for it, and stay where we are, nothing happens. Even Michelangelo said if people only knew how hard I worked to gain mastery, it wouldn't seem wonderful at all. And perhaps the distinguished Somerset Maugham put it best when he wrote, "It's a funny thing about life. If you refuse to accept anything but the best, you very often get it." We get out of life about what we expect from it, and the endless diversity of expectations is what makes life and its possibilities so interesting. Most people never learn how to play this game of life. Few learn how to play it the way we probably could. If we were really aware of our own powers, we'd live in a continuous state of awe. But most people, those in the big crowd, play the game of life for peanuts when they could be enjoying a banquet. It's too bad, but that's the way it is. The people who never learn how to win at this game of life are those logical, practical, pragmatic people who never jump unless they've got a clear picture of where they're going to land. Play it safe is their motto, and by playing it safe, as they call it, they miss the banquet. Willard F. Rockwell, Jr., the dynamic and brilliant chairman of the board and chief executive officer of the North American Rockwell Corporation, in his excellent book, The 12 Hats of a Company President, What It Takes to Run a Company, published by Pennis Hall, says, "The best soothsayer in the world is still guessing. Face it, and train yourself to guess. After you collect all the facts, analyze them rationally, but don't be afraid to add the slightly mysterious ingredient of intuition. Pull up the hood on your toga. When something tells you that an event is going to work out in a certain way, try to figure out what it is that makes you feel that way. Let your intuition take over at times. It may be highly creative whether you entirely understand the process or not. Know in a life where death is inevitable, don't ever play it safe. Play it well. Play it intelligently if you can. Play it courageously and play it for all it's worth. But don't play it safe. We've all got security locked in. It's just down the road. We'll be safe and secure beyond problems and pain forever before too long. To win at chess or golf or tennis or life, you have to make moves. You have to go on the offensive. You have to take chances. There's no way on earth to figure the result of every move in advance. And you're not going to win them all. There's just no way. You've got to lose a little too. It's the people who won't take the chance of losing who rule out the chance of winning. Sometimes it seems as though the majority of people think it's some kind of a sin to be wrong or to admit that you've been wrong about something or make a mistake. The mature person laughs, admits he was wrong, that he made a bad move or a damn fool mistake, and goes right ahead trying to do better the next time. And if he's wise, he knows about this mysterious stuff, or thinks he knows about it, that over the long haul will give him what he's made up his mind to get. And he knows that sometimes this stuff moves in strange and mysterious ways. He's going to get a hunch to move this way or that way occasionally without knowing why. Call it intuition, a hunch, whatever. And if he's wise, he'll move. He does his best to collect what answers he can in front, but he knows he can't get them all. Life just doesn't reveal the back of the book. We must take our stand and then wait to be rewarded or knocked flat, whichever the case may be. For those who strive for the top, it's important to remember that it can be reached just as satisfactorily within a large organization as it can in a business of one's own, often even more so. The chances of a person building anything approaching the size of some of our larger corporations during his own lifetime or pulling down the kind of income he can earn in a large organization are not always very good. It's unlikely that Mr. Wilson could have built another General Motors on his own during his own working lifetime. Nor is it likely that he would have amassed the millions or earned $600,000 a year as an entrepreneur. He did it all as an employee of a large company. Moreover, with the resources that a large company can command, projects can be embarked upon and satisfactions derived that would be difficult or impossible in a smaller organization. In a study to find out what makes those who get to the top so valuable, the Harvard Business School concluded that those who lead are not just problem solvers, they're problem finders. And if you think about the people who have scored big in the business world over the past century, you recognize them as problem finders or identifiers. We tend to take problems for granted and put up with them as part of the world we have to live with. The problem identifier is one who's conscious of problems and isolates them and casts about for a solution, who trains the reach of his imagination. I saw a signboard recently advertising a Suzuki motorcycle. The caption read, "It solves the boredom problem," or words to that effect. Now, boredom is a problem with young people today. Here was an advertising agency identifying the problem and offering a solution. We hear people say, young people are bored today. The problem identifier sees that condition not only as a social problem, but also as a business opportunity. In a study made many years ago by Notre Dame, if my memory serves me correctly, it was discovered that while executives were usually worth their higher salaries, in that they had the ability to solve problems and emerge victorious from crises when they arose, they seldom or never thought creatively between crises. They were reactors to problems, and were typical of people in management generally. They would not run from or turn away from crises or problems. They'd tear right into them with brains and confidence, and like the airline pilot who in 30 seconds will earn his salary for a year by overcoming with skill and courage a hairy problem that suddenly arises, but perhaps much of the rest of the time is content to just sit back and drive. They represent the backbone of the industries they represent, and we'd be out of business without them. But they seldom form the habit of isolating problems that need solving before they develop. Frequently, our worst enemies when it comes to doing some of the things we might find a great deal of growth and fun doing are our friends, relatives, even our parents. We seem to know intuitively that there's a big opportunity-filled world out there, but parents and relatives, in their desire to protect us from harm, think they're doing us a favor when they tell us to chicken out and take the safer middle road. You have a fertile field for neuroses when a young person knows the world is full of adventure and his parents keep after him to become a CPA. May the powers that be save us from well-meaning friends, relatives, and parents. They have no more reason to prescribe a lifetime career for us than we would have prescribing a career for them. And it often seems that those who have themselves missed the boat and find themselves living small and dreary lives are the quickest to suggest a route for us. Or what is just as bad, blowing our good ideas out of the box when we're naive enough to try them out on them. Emerson wrote something to the effect that no one ever falls ill, but that passers-by do not idly hope that he will die. And something similar could be written about seeking advice from people little qualified to give it. I have a small wooden box on my desk where visitors can see it, and on the top is the word advice. And when you go to open it, you find that it's simply a solid block of wood. It cannot be opened. There's no advice. Not today, or any day. There is one exception in the advice department, and that's a book you should read by L. Rust Hills, which is interestingly entitled, How to Do Things Right. To quote from the author's introductory note, "You'll find all the answers here, no matter what the question that's bothering you, whether it be how to save your marriage, what to do about America's industrial growth, how you can be absolutely certain your alarm will go off in the morning, or how to counteract the chaos and immorality of modern life." The book is wonderfully funny, but there's also much meat in it. Let me quote briefly from pages 25 and 26 on the importance of order in our lives. "What I mean by order," he writes, "when I'm being serious, is not neatness and tidiness and cleanliness, not the every chair in place, polished ashtrays, never an open book left lying in the so-called but misnamed living rooms of upper-middle-class suburbs of medium-sized Midwestern cities. There's no beauty there, no life either. Everyone's down in the cellar in the pseudo-pine-paneled, also misnamed playroom watching TV. What I do mean by order is not taking on more than you can manage without still being able to do what you really want. What order is not purchasing a lot more stuff than you can fairly easily pay for. Not because debts are bad as such, but because they end up worrying you, and because you don't really need the stuff anyway, and you have to maintain it and lug it around with you and get it fixed when it breaks. Order is the opposite of complicating. It's simplifying. Order is not getting deeply entangled with another woman so you don't get her problems on top of your own. Order is like not wasting a lot of time trying to find things. Order is avoiding a lot of recriminations because you didn't do something you said you would, and maybe it's not saying you'll do a lot of things to begin with. Order is scrupulousness and meticulousness in arrangements with others, so neither of you is disappointed. It's doing things right or fairly right. It's establishing so far as possible a sensible, regular, regulated, ongoing household, so the family can come and go in freedom, knowing there's definitely a place to come back to and what it'll be like when they get there, get home. Order is not having to worry too much that you've forgotten something again. Basically, what order is not getting in over your head. Order is definitely not things like regimentation and repression. Order is freedom, or at least freeing. One last time. Order is not an aspect of compulsion, but of tranquility. The tranquility that permits you to do what you really want. The trouble is, the disorder in our lives accumulates so gradually that by the time it bugs us, it seems too late to do anything about it, and we're not sure we want to anyway. This is especially so in our married lives, but it's true of other aspects too, our business and general busyness. The growing complexity seems a natural part of growing older and assuming responsibility. Children, promotions, possessions are in fact all very much wanted when they arrive. A lot of the things we own, the extra car, the summer house, the children's TV, are acquired in the delusion that they will make things better and, especially ironic, easier. They ultimately do not, of course, because most of these conveniences, so-called, do not simplify, but further complicate. Disappointment leads to dissatisfaction, which leads to disillusionment, which leads to something quite like desperation and despair, and it all gets to be too much. One is in over one's head and simply must get out. I suggest you add How to Do Things Right to your library. You'll enjoy the book immensely. It'll have you and your spouse laughing together, but it also makes a lot of sense. The author, Earl, makes the extremely perspicacious point that people get divorced for, of all things, companionship. And he's right. The person wants a divorce, he or she says, because he or she wants to simplify his or her life. One of the curious things about the English language is that there's no word for both male and female. And once you get into that he or she business, things can get ridiculous. If you just say he, as we were taught to do when we wanted to include both sexes, the women's lib people jump all over you. And speaking of divorce, in a recent radio program, I quoted the following statistics. For every 1,000 new marriages in the United States during a recent 4-month period, there were 455 divorces. In Montana, there were 803 divorces per 1,000 new marriages. In Oregon, 768. In California, the most populous state, there were more than 3 divorces granted for every 4 new marriages. More than 3 out of 4. And according to an article by James H. Bowman, religion writer for the Chicago Daily News, in which he quotes William Grendyke, director of casework for the Catholic Family Consultation Service, people threaten divorce sometimes to get a response. Practically everyone who comes in here, says Grendyke, says he or she cannot communicate. The ultimate in demanding communication, he says, is to say divorce. That will usually get attention and produce some kind of response. The main reason for the epidemic proportions of divorce in this country seem to be lack of communications. Another big factor in the zooming divorce statistics is the fact that people aren't tolerating bad marriages anymore, the fact that the marriages are bad being usually their own fault notwithstanding. Many younger couples are not willing to put up with what they consider to be a bad or even mediocre marriage. The facts seem to indicate that they become bored with one another. Communications break down because both of them have said all they know to say, they've depleted their respective memory banks, and then sit in silence, reading or watching the tube. Unlike the Canada goose, humans do not tend to mate for life, at least not anymore. Another cause of divorce is rising affluence. Money is a tremendous contributor to divorce. Speaking of divorce, I agree with Mr. Hills, who in his book writes, I've nothing against divorce, God knows. It's the unhappiness that causes the divorce that I find hateful. And he suggests that what causes this unhappiness is the inability to cope, the impossibility of keeping on top of all the things that keep popping up, the sad inadequacy of our efforts to keep together in our lives and to keep our lives together. And what causes this inability to cope, this disorder, is the complexity of the way we attempt to live. Another good reason for the theme of this issue of Direct Line, which is to return to Earth to further simplify our lives. There have been a number of studies which have shown that a person who experiences a cluster of life crises runs a 75% or higher risk of becoming sick in the next year or two. The more serious the crises, the more serious will be the illness. There have been a number of studies which have shown that a person who experiences a cluster of life crises runs a 75% or higher risk of becoming sick in the next year or two. The more serious the crises, the more serious will be the illness, unless a person can learn to let crises run off his back like water on a duck. It's not easy, and no matter how phlegmatic we become, there are going to be some life crises that will affect us deeply. People tend not to connect the effect, the accident or illness, with the cause, the crises, because of the time lag. A good friend of mine underwent a serious and protracted business failure. He's an extremely happy, easygoing person. 2 years later, he developed a bleeding ulcer. Now, so much time had elapsed since the business failure, he didn't connect it to events until it was brought to his attention. It takes the body a long time sometimes to complete its physiological reaction to mental or emotional problems. I understand that North Australian Aborigines have never connected the sex act with the birth of a child, the two being separated by 9 months. Since they do not keep domestic animals, which is what's believed human beings first began to put 2 and 2 together, they believe pregnancy is caused by a woman's inadvertently looking at a particular mountain in the region. Because of their belief, women sleep with their backs to the mountain and go about their days with eyes averted. And when they get pregnant, they believe they must have looked at the mountain without realizing it or faced it during their sleep. Undergoing a serious mental stress should remind us that illness or accident will follow unless we're able to quickly shake it off. So daily practice in keeping calm and collected is an excellent method for maintaining good mental and physical health. It will also result in many other benefits on the job and at home. Try the deep breath method. You've seen athletes do that when things get a big tense. All experienced athletes do. It's a good relaxant. C. Northcote Parkinson has written about a major discovery he made in clinical medicine. The busiest people have no time to be sick. Executives who are or think they are indispensable at the office have minor indispositions that begin Friday night and disappear by Monday morning. Their major illnesses immediately follow the end of some major task, and if the work continues at crisis level, they do not fall sick at all. They become as immune as physicians during an epidemic, mothers with large families, or sailors during a gale at sea. This fact would convince us, even if we didn't already suspect, that there's a voluntary element in many an illness. The patient has dropped his subconscious guard and allowed himself to collapse. He wants a rest and can see no other way to get it. The mother of 7 small children was asked, "What would happen if you got sick?" And she replied, "I have no time to be sick." Our bodies operate best, it seems, when there's a great deal to do, when we're challenged, when there's a goal involved. Take these away and apathy and introspection set in. We're turned in upon ourselves, and we can usually find something to be sick about, sick physically or miserable and sick emotionally, and then sick physically. Here's something from my friend Chris Haggerty that I liked. He said, "The goal of most leaders is to cause people to think more of the leader. The goal of the exceptional leader is to cause people to think more of themselves. And that's true whether you're leading a family, a business, an athletic team, or any other group of people. If a person wants to assess his leadership qualifications, here's a good place to begin." Young people are often bothered by their consideration of their value as persons. It's easier for an adult to assess his own worth to society and to his family, but a youngster who lives as a satellite of the family, who produces no income, who does nothing more constructive than maybe go to school and perform a few chores, often suffers from a sense of doubt as to his real worth as a person. And we need to reinforce the fact that he is important to us, and that he can be of considerable importance as he grows older, that he can make a substantial contribution to his world, country, and society, as well as to himself and his own family someday. This applies to daughters, of course, as well as to sons. A good little story to pass along to our kids is the one about the bar of iron. As a bar of iron, it may be worth, let's say, $5. The same piece of iron made into horseshoes would sell for $10.50. If made into needles, it would be worth $5,000. And if it's turned into balance springs for watches, it would have a total value of about $250,000. The genius and workmanship of man can bring value out of the most ordinary seeming substances. But what of a person? How do you place a value on a human being? His importance far exceeds that of all the bars of iron in the world. In his ability to know and his capacity to love, he transcends the value we place on things. But in the last analysis, it's the person himself who must determine his value to himself and his world. We know that in every young person there are all the necessary ingredients of greatness. The degree of greatness that he or she will ultimately achieve will depend only upon the extent to which the person develops and brings his or her real powers to bear. And in that way, can the person be compared to that bar of iron? The value of a piece of iron or a person depends upon what is made from the basic material. S.P. Sherman wrote, "In the days of one's youth, in one's period of apprenticeship, it is of far more importance to make oneself an effective instrument than it is to know precisely how or where the instrument is to be used. Temper the iron, sharpen the blade, and rest assured the world will use it." And Peter Drucker has pointed out that since we live in an age of innovation, a practical education must prepare a person for work that does not yet exist and cannot yet be clearly defined. It isn't necessary that we see the future too clearly. We need only do, to the best of our ability, that which we know we should be doing today, and realize that, in the scheme of things, our turn of the wheel will most certainly come around. It must be quite confusing to millions of young people in school in the complex world of today trying to decide what they'll ultimately do as adults. And while it's something to give a lot of thought to, it isn't anything to worry about if our preparation is made good. It's of far more importance to make oneself an effective instrument than it is to know precisely how or where the instrument is to be used. Temper the iron, sharpen the blade, and rest assured the world will use it. Quite often we find young people rebelling at school because, as they so often put it, "I don't even know what I want to do." Regardless of what they ultimately choose to do, a good preparation will be necessary. Rather than being a reason for not continuing their education, not knowing what one wants to do as an adult is the best reason for making sure our education is adequate. And here's a good idea when you want to convince another person to follow your line of reasoning, especially when you're trying to sell something. It's called the feel, felt, found system of converting another to your way of thinking. Whenever the person throws up an objection to the point you're trying to make, say, I know how you feel. Others have felt the same way, until they found, and here you replace an objection with a positive benefit. I know how you feel. Now here you're empathizing and getting on the side of the other person. Others have felt the same way. Here you're not only agreeing with him, but bolstering his point and security by saying that others have felt the same way. Until they found that, and here you show them all the error of their ways, until they found that that was actually a real benefit in disguise because, and so on. Feel, felt, found. A way to get rid of objections without offending or turning off the person you're dealing with. Good with spouses and kids as well as with co-workers and prospects. I picked that up while listening to a lecture by my good friend Chris Haggerty. He also suggests that if you're in selling, and this is a great one to pass along to your salespeople, you should obtain and use every day 3 important items. 1, a cassette tape player. 2, a daily calendar of appointments. And 3, a stopwatch. All 3 will help you become aware of the structure of time. After every call, give a verbal summary of the call into the cassette tape recorder, including any promises you made, why you think the sale was made or lost, and so forth. This takes only a few minutes and should be done while the sales call is fresh in your mind. The daily calendar is self-explanatory, and the stopwatch will possibly for the first time show you exactly how much time you're spending in front of prospects. As you go in to see the person you're calling on, not his office or his secretary or receptionist, but as you actually go in to see the prospect, start the stopwatch. Stop it as you come out. And don't start it again until you're in front of another prospect. At the end of the day, you will have an accurate record of the time you've actually spent practicing your trade or profession. Chances are it'll be less time than you thought, and that you can find ways of increasing it. Some good points on the importance of time control. The only person who can afford to take off time to loaf is the well-organized person. A book that's been a favorite of mine for more years than I care to count is Kenneth Good's excellent book, How to Win What You Want. In it, Mr. Good gives a recipe for winning anything that I think you'll find of value. 1. If you work for anybody else, support your leader eagerly and without question until the time shall come to demonstrate to the advantage of both that you are, at some one point at least, smarter than he is. 2. If you work for yourself, start moving. Moving forward in a straight line. Keep moving forward along that line regardless of obstacles, weighing on its merits each advance as it arises. Don't confuse obstacles and objections. That is to say, don't consider that probable obstacles to finishing anything are possible objections to starting it. That difference in viewpoint may turn the balance between success and failure. There are at least 3 sound reasons for not stopping for anything until it stops you. 1, if the undertaking has never started, all the weary discussion about any obstacles will have been wasted. 2, when the difficulty of doing anything is advanced as an argument against going ahead, a wrong emotional and personal emphasis is likely to arise. 3, human judgment at best finds extraordinary difficulty in telling an obstacle from a blessing. Best and worst are so often the same. Viewed in the perspective of results, some disasters become veritable lifesavers, and some apparent lifesavers prove disastrous. Walter Hunt thought himself a magnificent businessman when he got $400 for an idea it had taken him only 3 hours to perfect. But he had sold out his patent rights to the safety pin. On the other hand, believe it or not, Ripley wanted to be a professional baseball pitcher, had a tryout with the New York Giants, broke his arm, and vastly disappointed, slid back into sports cartooning. His first timid believe it or not eased into the corner of a sporting cartoon the statement that Lindbergh was the 67th man to fly the Atlantic. That elicited thousands of letters, so Ripley, instead of shuttling back and forth from ball games, traveled the world 30,000 miles a year and made more money and had more fun than he would have believed possible before he broke his arm. So go slow in your acceptance of obstacles. Consider instead the worthwhileness of the goal and how to steer the straight line to it. Avoid, of course, as even Napoleon and Nelson would avoid the higher impossibilities, but foresee as Napoleon would foresee, and override after your own best fashion and crush in advance the perpetual crop of dull reflex and reactionary can'ts and won'ts. Stick to the strong probability that every Alp has some way over or under or through or around it. I wonder how many good ideas, even great ideas, have been picked to death by committees or rendered stillborn by the fear of obstacles that could have been overcome one by one. Before you begin anything worthwhile, obstacles will swarm to confront you. If you start counting the obstacles, you'll never stop counting them. Once started, however, you won't stop to count. John W. Gardner has pointed out that the image created by those who live on the fringes of society and by most of their predecessors going back to the 19th century bohemians has led us to suppose that people of high originality are somehow lawless. But the truly creative man is not an outlaw, but a lawmaker. Every great creative performance since the initial one, he writes, has been in some measure a bringing of order out of chaos. It's a good quotation. Many people seem to believe that the most creative people are strange, neurotic, and eccentric, and live their lives on the outer edges of civilized society. It's not true. The truly creative person does not seek to destroy the existing order. It's the misfit who does that. The creative person simply tries to improve it. He's not a tearer down, he's a builder up. Moreover, the truly creative person tends to be rather conservative in his personal habits, in his dress, and his home. There are exceptions, of course, but for the most part, the most creative people in society would not stand out as being different in a room full of people. What the creative person does do is see things not as they are, but as they could be. He lives in that third language, the language of the hope, of the future, of the imagination. Nor are creative persons found in just a few fields, such as the arts, the theater, advertising, inventing, and so on. They're to be found in every field, every walk of life. Many of them earn their livelihoods through their creativity. Many more are creative just for the fun of it, or perhaps because they couldn't be any other way even if they wanted to. Far more people are genuinely creative than you might suspect. The great thing about using your mind creatively is that this ability improves with age. It's one of the great compensations for growing older. It's great, too, for young people, but every year of experience adds to the fund of possible combinations for new and better ideas. The recent, and to some extent the present, romper room era in the advertising business is really nothing new. Eric Hoffer has pointed out that throughout history, the great creative geniuses and innovators have been quite young, and the graybeards who head various industries today were themselves tremendously creative when they were young and just getting started. And they're even more creative today if they haven't let the status quo sneak up on them and harden their channels of creativity. Nicholas Johnson is a commissioner of the Federal Communications Commission and author of an excellent book, How to Talk Back to Your Television Set, and an article which appeared in the July-August issue of The Humanist, titled TV and the Careening of America. In it, he reminds us that the general semanticist Alfred Korzybski described three categories of mental health: sane, insane, and unsane. His point was that most of us, while not insane, are unsane. That is, we're not living up to our potential as human beings. We're not fully functioning. The so-called human potential movement, including the late Abraham Maslow, argues that even the healthy human beings among us function at perhaps 5% of their potential. He then asks us to reflect and ask ourselves, how many people do I know, or better yet in his words, how many people do you know whom you think of as fully functioning personalities? How many are there in whose daily lives there's a measure of beauty, contact with nature, artistic creativity, some philosophical contemplation or religion, love, self-fulfilling productivity of some kind, participation in life support activities, physical well-being, a spirit of joy, and individual growth? That's what the world's great theologians, psychiatrists, poets, and philosophers have been telling us human life is all about. But few of us have come close to realizing that potential. Speaking of some of the problems of commercial television, Mr. Johnson later says, I've become more and more aware of the extent to which television not only distributes programs and sells products, but also preaches a general philosophy of life. Television tells us hour after gruesome hour that the primary measure of an individual's worth is his consumption of products, is measuring up to ideals that are found in packages mass-produced and distributed by corporate America. Many products and even programs, but especially the drug commercials, sell the gospel that there are instant solutions to life's most pressing personal problems. You don't need to think about your own emotional maturity and development of individuality, your discipline, training and education, your perception of the world, your willingness to cooperate and compromise and work with other people. You don't need to think about developing deep and meaningful human relationships and trying to keep them in repair. Not only do the programs and commercials explicitly preach materialism, conspicuous consumption, status consciousness, sexploitation, and fantasy worlds of quick, shallow solutions, but even the settings and subliminal messages are commercials for the consumption style of life. Look at the settings. Auto ads push clothes, fashion, and vacations. Furniture wax ads push wall-to-wall carpeting and draperies. Breakfast cereal ads push new stoves and refrigerators. Not surprisingly, the programs do the same. After all, they're paid for by the same guys who pay for the commercials. In fact, he writes, There's a rather intricate corporate interlock of jobs, products, and lifestyle. Once you come into the circle at any point, you take on nearly all of it. And once you're in it, it's very difficult to get a little bit out. The choices you're left are relatively meaningless, like which color and extras do you want with your Chevrolet, Scotch, or Bourbon, how mod your ties will be, and which toothpaste you'll use. It all fits. Corporate white-collar jobs, suburban home, commuting by automobile, eating in restaurants, and the clothes. There's the canned so-called entertainment of radio and television for boredom, bottled alcohol and aspirin for pain, and aerosol cans of deodorant and room freshener to maintain the antiseptic cleanliness of it all. You wear your office, your home, and your car as much as your clothes and deodorant, and from the corporate layers of externals comes your very identity and the smothering of your soul. Mr. Johnson goes on to say, I'd be the first to acknowledge that we are, of course, talking about matters of personal taste. People should be free to choose the life they want. Certainly it ought not to be the business of government to choose lifestyles for its citizens. But two facts remain. First, a wholly disproportionate, if not exclusive, emphasis of television pushing only one point of view. The choice you'll never know is the choice you'll never make. Many Americans are not sufficiently informed of the alternatives to make an intelligent choice of the life they most want. Second, independent students of our society, wholly apart from their own personal preferences, believe there's a correlation between the philosophy preached by television and many of our social problems. The gospel of television simultaneously seems to create tremendous anxiety and alienation in the poor and emptiness and neuroses in the affluent. As we're sold the products, we are given the belief that our world as individuals turns on our capacity to consume. We're given a shot of anxiety for free, told to buy more to make it go away, and find the feeling only gets worse. But apart from the content, the mere act of television watching is a passive activity. When we turn it on, we turn ourselves off. If it's true that passivity and a sense of powerlessness are among the most dangerous epidemics in our society today, the television set is suspect at the outset, regardless of what's programmed on it. Earlier in the article, Commissioner Johnson presents the sobering statistic that the average child will have received more hours of instruction by television by the time he enters first grade than he will later spend in college classrooms earning a BA degree. By the time he's a teenager, he will have spent 15,000 to 20,000 hours with the television set, and will have been exposed to 250,000 to 500,000 commercials. It would seem simple common sense to assume that this exposure has its influence. In any event, since hard-headed businessmen are willing to bet $3 billion a year in advertising budgets on the proposition that it is having an effect, they are at least effectively stopped from arguing the contrary. In looking for answers, Commissioner Johnson says, I think television could and should help us understand the alternatives to the conspicuous consumption chemical corporate lifestyle. Not because I'm right, but because there are alternatives. People are entitled to know about them and experience them if they choose. And today's televised theology seems to be contributing very little to life or liberty or the pursuit of happiness, which somebody once thought was the business of government. Suppose you don't want to drop out or camp out. Maybe you want to step in, try to make things a little better, or just earn a living. What then? How can we make life in a corporate state more livable and more human? It became obvious to me, he wrote, that if I were going to criticize television for not offering alternative lifestyles, I'd have to be able to find the answer to that question. So I set about it. Camping in the West Virginia mountains for 2 weeks reaffirmed my latent but basic commitment to the psychic values of simplicity. You not only get along with substantially fewer things when camping in the woods, you actually enjoy life more because it's not so cluttered with objects. The experience gave me a way of thinking about simplicity, objects, and natural living that I had not had before, and it impressed upon me for perhaps the first time a sense of the interrelated totality of life support activities. By life support activities, I mean the provision of those things that are necessary to sustain physical life for ourselves: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and so forth. These are the kinds of activities which I became most fully aware of in the woods because I had to, and because they can be most easily comprehended when reduced to their basics. And yet I used to give almost no attention to these kinds of activities. Food simply appeared on my dinner table ready to eat. The house I lived in was purchased. It was warmed or cooled by some equipment in the basement that I knew very little about, and was attended to by repairmen when necessary. Clothing was something I found in closets and dresser drawers. It was cleaned and mended by my wife, the maid, or a cleaning establishment. Transportation was provided by the municipal bus system for commuting and by FCC drivers during the day. At my office, I was not only surrounded by machinery, copying machines, electric typewriters, dictating machines, and so forth, but also by people paid to operate them for me, answer my telephone, and bring coffee. I had, in short, taken very nearly all my life support activities, my life, and cut them up into bits and pieces which I parceled out to individuals, corporations, and machines around me. The upshot was that there was very little of it left for me to live. This was extraordinarily efficient in one sense, that is, I was working at perhaps 99% of the ultimate level of professional production of which I'm capable. But what I concluded was that it was bad for life, for I was living only a small percentage of my ultimate capacity to live. In an industrialized urban environment, it's easy to forget that human life still is, as it was originally, sustained by certain basic functions. I think some participation in the support of your life is essential to a sense of fulfillment. I do not, however, think that you need to do everything for yourself. For one thing, you can't trace everything back to first elements. You can build your own furniture, but are you going to saw your own boards from your own trees? Are you going to insist on making your own nails from your own iron ore? Even the most deeply committed do-it-yourselfers reach some accommodation with civilization. In the second place, you simply don't have time to do it all. To raise and can all your own fruits and vegetables, for example, would take substantially more time per year than most people are prepared to give to it, especially if you're also personally constructing your own home, weaving your own material, and making your own clothes, and walking everywhere. In the third place, many conveniences of urbanized life are there anyway, and you might as well use them. They can save you time you might spend in other, more satisfying ways. There's no point to cooking in your fireplace every night or on your corporate cookout charcoal grill if you have a gas or electric range sitting in your kitchen. So my conclusion is, he writes, that you ought to try to do a little bit of all your life support activities, and a substantial amount of whichever one or two of them appeal to you the most and make the most practical sense for you. I've taken to buying and preparing my own simple foods, he writes, doing some modest mending of clothes, preparing some logs I intend to make into furniture, and providing my own transportation by bicycle. Undoubtedly other activities will fit better with your own life pattern. If you start looking around for simplification, ways to make you less possession-bound and give you more chance to participate in your life, the opportunities are endless. Start by searching your house or apartment for things to throw away. Ask yourself, if I were living in the woods, would I spend a day going to town to buy this aerosol can? Look for simple substitutes. Bicarbonate of soda, for example, can substitute for the following products: toothpaste, gargle and mouthwash, burn ointment, stomach settlers, room freshener, icebox cleaner, children's clay, baking powder, and so forth. And it only costs 12 cents a box. Get the idea? Yes, we get the idea. He explains that the point is to find your own soul and kick it and poke it with a stick. See if it's still alive, and then watch which way it moves. Makes sense, doesn't it? In returning to Earth, in trying to find our real selves and to determine what's really important and what isn't, that's exactly what we need to do. We need to find our own souls and kick them and poke them with a stick and see if they're still alive, and then watch which way they move. That's the way to heed Socrates' advice, know thyself. I can recommend that you buy and read Commissioner Johnson's book, How to Talk Back to Your Television Set, and his newer book, How to Talk Back to Your Corporate State, both available in Bantam paperbacks. Commissioner Johnson leaves no doubt in anyone's mind that he's against big business and the big corporation. I don't agree with him on that theme. I don't think big necessarily means bad, and some of our largest corporations are model world citizens and are not in the least interested in conning the consumer. But reading him is important, because it keeps us from assuming that everything is all right. It lets us see the other side of the argument, the side we won't often see watching television. And reading him makes us realize that there's much to living that we're perhaps missing. The tendency is always to join the mob, and it's not the way to life, maturity, and fulfillment. As he points out, the choice you will never know is the choice you'll never make. In his summary and conclusion in the article in The Humanist, he warns, there are many researchers and writers in this country who know far more psychiatry and political science than I do, and they report that we are in serious danger as a people. They predicted the social disintegration we are now experiencing some 10 or 20 years before it happened. The nervous breakdowns and mental illness, the alcoholism and drug addiction, the unwanted illegitimacy and divorce rates, the crime and the violence. They told us that these symptoms would occur because human beings have to be able to grow and develop as individuals, that they need whole lives in which love, productivity, dignity, and creativity can play a daily role. They say if people do not lead full and whole lives, they will not only suffer as individuals, but will make a society that is bad for everyone else. In other words, the quality of life does not just mean getting the smoke out of the air. That's necessary for us as animals. Pollution is as bad for cows and citrus trees as it is for people. But the quality of life for human beings has to do with the smog inside our minds. The same people who are putting the garbage in the air are putting the garbage in our heads. I have hope, he concludes, we may have begun to evolve the tactics for talking back to our corporate state. I welcome your interest and support, for we are talking about nothing less precious than your life and mine, and I can add, even more important than that, the lives of our kids. He's right that if people do not lead full and whole lives, they will get sick, and their sickness will spread to those about them. It can be seen on every side, don't you agree? There are diseases and conditions brought about by malnutrition where the body is concerned. They develop because of a lack of something vital in our diet. The same can be said of our mental and emotional diet. The lack of a vital kind of information can make us sick. As Alfred Korzybski put it, there are three kinds of mental health: sane, insane, and unsane. And each of us needs to determine where he stands with reference to those three conditions. We may not be insane, we may be productive members of society, but still be unsane in that we do not have a well-balanced fund of information on which to make meaningful and positive decisions. And one of the main purposes of this Direct Line program is to make sure we're getting a good balance of information. Let me close Direct Line 3 with that quotation of Emerson's. Our life might be much easier and simpler than we make it. The world might be a happier place than it is. There's no need of struggles and convulsions and despairs or the wringing of the hands and the gnashing of the teeth. We miscreate our own evils. We interfere with nature. He said, there is one direction in which all space is open to us. Each of us has faculties silently inviting him in that direction to endless exertion. He's like a ship in a river. He runs against obstructions on every side but one. On that side, all obstruction is taken away, and he sweeps serenely over a deepening channel into an infinite sea. Thank you.
This month, let's take on the question, why am I here? We know the physiological reason, of course, but we suspect there's another, more important reason, too. As someone has written, if the universe is an accident, we're accidents. But if there is meaning in the universe, there's meaning in us also. Perhaps Dr. Albert Einstein helped us understand more about the laws governing the universe than any man who ever lived. And he believed there was some sort of meaning in the way things are. He was sure of it. He said, the more I study physics, the more I'm drawn toward metaphysics. If you haven't done so, you would enjoy reading Einstein, His Life and Times by Ronald W. Clark. Albert Einstein was so remarkable a man, it was as though he'd arrived at this planet through some mistake in celestial navigation, and as a result devoted his life to solving the problems of time and space so that the mistake would not be repeated. Although he belonged to no formal religion or sect, he was a deeply religious man in the cosmic sense. He believed that such magnificence and colossal order, the great cyclotron of the universe, as Ronald Clark puts it, could not have been an accident. But Einstein was much more than a giant in physics. He was a courageous and gentle humanitarian as well, and he addressed himself to the purpose of life. And he answered the question, why am I here, as well as it has been answered, I believe, when he said, man is here for the sake of other men only. Now that's about it. I'll buy that. Man is here to serve man only. It's the only reason in my mind that makes sense. There may be millions who don't agree and millions more who are unacquainted with that statement, but the truth of it will be reflected in their lives regardless. The truth of that great statement is reflected in your life and mine also. Even the fun we seek is dependent upon it. If we do not serve others, life becomes meaningless to us. And this is behind much of the unrest we find in today's youth, I believe. There's something in each of us that tells us, once we've put away the things of childhood, that we're here to serve others. And if we remain in positions in which we are not assuming the service that normally should go with adulthood, we become restive, anxious, and depressed. It's behind much of the unease common to men on a Sunday afternoon or evening. It's why we get tired after a while of playing golf every day or fishing or sailing or whatever leisure activity we engage in. We might say that our leisure has meaning and renewal to the extent that we know we've earned it, and we earn it by serving others, especially in our culture. We have only to look at those who do not serve to see the truth of our postulate. There's the dissatisfaction of our older student population, the people on Skid Row seeking escape in alcohol, in prison seeking escape in any way they can find it, in the unemployed, and even in the tragic idle rich and members of the jet set whose lives, if they have not found some meaningful form of expression, or a cause or role in which they can lose themselves, are pitiful caricatures of real existence. Those who have not found themselves quite often try to lose themselves. Now, in an earlier direct line, we mentioned Dr. Maslow's comment that people are judged in our society in the same way fruit trees are judged, by their fruit, by their production, its quality and quantity, which is another way of saying by how well they serve. A young person often asks, "Why am I here?" The answer is, you are here to serve. Your part of the bargain is to so marshal your unique resources as to do the best possible job of serving others, and you will always serve best doing that which you most enjoy, that which best fits your unique talents and abilities. The next question usually goes, well, that's all fine, but what do I get out of it? And the answer to that, of course, goes your rewards all the years of your life will match the extent and quality of your service. Now, if you happen to want a $3,000 a week income or enjoy flying your own jet and driving expensive cars, you've got to serve in an uncommon way. Now, how you do it is for you to solve, and this is the challenge that can make life so interesting, so exasperating, and baffling. We have to make up our minds as to what's important to us. Now, Dr. Einstein wanted nothing more than the simple necessities of life: a roof, a bed, food, a place to work, his violin, and his sailboat. The modern trappings of success meant nothing to him. He was simply above them. He was often mistaken for an unsuccessful traveling salesman. But his service to mankind was monumental, and his reward? Immortality. He could have had anything of a material nature he wanted. He wanted nothing. He was a completely mature human being. But he had not selected his own great gifts. His abilities, like ours, had come as his unique genetic heritage. He simply put them to the best use he could, while at the same time developing a mature and rich overview of mankind. I think we should do the same, and that our kids should know, when they're old enough to know, that they should do the same, make the best use of their gifts, and by so doing, maximize their service, and by so doing, maximize their rewards. It all fits. It makes sense whether you're interested in giving, getting, or both. Few of us have matured or become so wrapped up in one subject to the degree reached by Dr. Einstein. Most of us are much concerned with this world and how we can enjoy it as we go along. We tend to like beautiful things and the perquisites of success. Perhaps we're still children to that extent, but it's fun being a child and harmless. We seem to like such things as beautiful homes, cars, furs, jewels, yachts, and travel, at least until after we've had them for a while. But forgetting for the moment what we may want, the important thing is to find how we can best serve. It answers the question, why am I here? I am here to serve others. Now I know why I get up in the morning, and what I should spend a good proportion of my day doing, maximizing, if I can, my service to those I have chosen to serve. How can I do a better job of serving today than I did yesterday, this year than last? As long as I can keep answering that question, I will continue to grow and mature as a person, and I'll never grow old in mind and spirit. It clarifies our lives. As Voltaire's Candide said, let us cultivate our garden. Let's make it a good garden. The best garden we can produce with the equipment and conditions we've been given within the enormous parameters offered by the world of today and tomorrow. But how do we relate the idea of service to others with our personal goals? In his excellent book, A God Within, the distinguished microbiologist and author René Dubos tells us that the pre-classical and classical Greeks symbolized the hidden aspects of man's nature, in particular the forces that motivate him to perform memorable deeds, by the word entheos, a God within. From the Greek word entheos is derived the word enthusiasm, one of the most beautiful words in any language. And he adds, man today may no longer believe in the divine origin of inspiration, but there are few who do not retain the ancient and almost mystical faith that enthusiasm is the source of creativity. Whatever their religious or philosophical allegiance, all men and women know that there would be little chance of improving the world if it were not for the faith derived from the God within. In the original Greek sense, the word enthusiasm means far more than deep interest, ardent zeal, or twinkling eyes. It implies the divine madness, the mania that Socrates regarded as the mainspring of all worthwhile creations. As Plato worded it in Phaedrus, in reality, the greatest of blessings come to us through madness, when it is sent as a gift to the gods. Madness, which comes from God, is superior to sanity, which is of human origin. I think that's what each of us is looking for, the kind of work that so fits the kind of person we are that we can lose ourselves in it and find endless enthusiasm, a kind of divine madness. When we do, our daily efforts become one with our goals or with our role. We then serve automatically. Service becomes a natural concomitant, a byproduct of our daily thinking, creativity, and actions. There's little doubt that creativity is a natural extension of enthusiasm. And I'm convinced that there is a kind of work for each of us which will bring the God within us to the surface. Enthusiasm is a kind of madness or mania, and is, as Socrates thought, the mainspring of all worthwhile creations. Our personal goals then become almost incidental and automatically come to us, and we're given what we need, whatever it is that we need, in order to continue our work. That might involve a great corporation employing thousands of people. It might involve a particular job or position, an entirely new entity of some kind, such as an organization or corporation or small business enterprise. It might involve an avocation or spare time activity, a retirement interest. But lurking within every single one of us, such a source of enthusiasm exists. Our own entheos, our own God within. It's interesting that when we find our own God within, it will quite often be a source not only of deep personal satisfaction, enthusiasm, and creativity, but of sufficient financial reward as well. In our world of today, money is usually the way we keep score. The best players, those who have found their greatest source of talent, application, enthusiasm, and creativity, usually wind up with a satisfactory share of the world's marbles. In Charles Frankel's excellent book, The Pleasures of Philosophy, we learn that when Plato speaks of good or virtuous men, as he repeatedly does in the Symposium and other dialogues, it's useful to bear in mind what the Greeks meant by such terms. They didn't hold a Sunday school view of morality. Frederick Woolbridge, who was a colleague of John Dewey's at Columbia for many years, used to remark that the history of morals was told in the history of the word virtue. It began with the Greeks by meaning strength in a man, and it had come among the Victorians to mean weakness in a woman. The model of the good or virtuous man whom the Greeks had in mind was a gentleman, gregarious by nature and active in public life. He loved words and argument. He was sensitive to beauty and should, the Greeks thought, be physically attractive himself. There was a touch of magnificence in his bearing and a love of color. He was magnanimous with others, liberal, though not ostentatious with money, and indifferent to hardship if it was forced upon him. But he was not meek or humble. He sought to be fair and just in his dealings and prudent and temperate in his conduct, but he admired talent, strength, and accomplishment, and he saw no virtue in poverty and no higher wisdom in simpleness of mind. Most conspicuously missing from this calendar of virtues is one quality which we rank high today: pity for weakness. It sounds like a description of the hero in one of Ayn Rand's books, but it's a good description, I think, of the person with an excellent self-image, a person who knows what he wants and how to set about getting it. And I think it's an apt description, too, of the people who do things in the world. You will greatly enjoy reading The Pleasures of Philosophy by Professor Charles Frankel, the former Assistant Secretary of State for Educational and Cultural Affairs, a fine author to add to your personal collection. We are all looking for what is good and beautiful, as Socrates suggested we do, and we'll be on the road to it when we find that which is good and beautiful within ourselves. There's something within each of us telling or trying to tell us the way to find it, and it will, I believe, invariably lead to service. It can be done through a good product, whatever shape it might take. It might be a book such as those we've discussed here, or a novel, or a product for use by people, or a service of some kind, and it's here that we should keep what is important and what isn't ever before us. It's an easy thing to lose sight of. If we're managers in business, we tend to become obsessed, and for several very good reasons, with that bottom line of the financial statement. Now, profit must be the answer, the logical answer to the right kind of product or service. If what we do has no market value, it's unlikely that it's really good or necessary, or desired on the part of people. And we need profit if we're to grow, to invest back into our business and pay those who have invested in it. Sometimes the machines we've created take charge of us. They say, look, we can produce in great abundance, turn us loose, and we run the risk of losing sight of quality and service and meaning in our admiration for limitless quantity. Popularity itself can become the enemy of quality. Great as mass production techniques have become, we should not let them attain a speed or aim that sacrifices quality and legitimate purpose to quantity. It's better to have a market larger than our ability to fill it, to have a waiting line if necessary, to hold back on maximum profits if necessary, to make sure that what we're producing, the way in which we're serving those whom we've chosen to serve, is the very best way of which we're capable. Once the type has been set for a book, millions of perfect quality can be printed and distributed, and that's also true of many other kinds of products. But in the writing of that book, in the designing and formulation of the original product, the time needs to be taken, the care, the enthusiasm, the creativity, the sense of responsibility, all should be in. And the controlling idea should be, how good can we do it, not how much money can we make on it. If we put things in this order, and if we know what we're doing, the money should come as a natural effect. Then we're creating instead of merely competing. Then we're leading instead of following. I'd like to quote from Manas for September 20th, 1972. Pain is nothing new in the world. The chronicles of history are filled with accounts of human suffering. Great migrations of peoples have often been efforts to escape from conditions where pain was inevitable. But today a new kind of pain has been added to the human lot, the pain of bewildered and frustrated understanding. Whether justifiably or not, men thought they were on the verge of having enough knowledge to understand the world and the place of human beings in it, yet are now confronted by increasing evidence that their knowledge is either false or woefully insufficient. The years which ought to have witnessed the climactic success of Western society are beginning to seem like brief intervals of rising desperation. Not the next triumph, but the next disaster becomes the content of wondering minds. So there's the pain felt by men whose intelligence grows ineffectual, whose wealth no longer purchases anything worth having, whose dreams no longer relate to the possibilities disclosed by the stern imperatives of nature. There's a spreading feeling that we ought to know who we are, what the world is about, and what we should be doing, since we know so many other things so well. But in answering these larger questions, we uniformly fail. Inevitably, then, an intellectual pain underlain by vague moral guilt pervades the serious men of the times, who feel as though they stand at some great crossroads of history, but where the alternative paths into the future seem both untraveled and unmarked. It is, we may say, a philosophic pain, and hence may be called a birth pain, signifying the time and necessity for entry into another kind of life. But philosophic pain is not new either. What is new is the fact that it seems to be overtaking an entire age and culture, while in the past it sought out only rare individuals, afflicting them with questions in which the world at large had no interest at all. The philosophic quest was once for the lonely few, and those who accepted its austere invitation had lost their taste for other inquiries. They responded by reason of some hidden hunger or longing. What made Socrates resolve to spend his life helping men to undeceive themselves? We don't know. Many of his fellow Athenians thought him ridiculous, and finally a troublesome fellow the city could well do without. It's a curious thing, this, that the world savors the teachings of a Socrates, keeping his ideas alive for thousands of years. Yet when a living man practices the Socratic calling, his countrymen find ways of isolating him and denying attention to his ideas. For what it's worth, we have a theory about the present. It is that the circumstances of life, as men have altered and shaped them, are now setting the Socratic questions. What was the purpose of the Socratic questions? The old Athenian hoped to persuade the Greeks to look at their own beliefs, their own first principles, and to see if they were good enough to live by, a painful question for almost any man. Socrates was a gentle and kindly fellow, and he did his best to put his questions in comprehensible terms. Not so the angry circumstances of our lives. All that they say to us is, "It won't work. What you're doing is not the right thing to do." A hurt, humiliated, and mistreated nature speaks to us through the responses of the environment, in the outcries of angry men, and in the revolts of the young. And the voice of nature is not the amiable speech of Socrates, who strove to make his listeners understand, No, the voice of nature in speaking to us is as indifferent to our anxious intelligence as we have been to the world around us during the centuries in which we harnessed its energies and wasted its riches in the service of our interests and appetites. Nature is now a cold and inflexible instructor. We have perhaps but one advantage in hearing the voice of the environment instead of mild Socratic counsels. Our ill-used host now speaks to everyone, not just to a handful of would-be philosophers. Ready or not, we must now begin to understand its admonitions or suffer almost immediate consequences for our continuing ignorance. In Literature and Western Man, a valuable cultural study as well as a history of literature, J.B. Priestley speaks of the change which came over Western civilization as a result of the Industrial Revolution and the development of volume printing from a continuous roll of paper. The big expansion of industrialism began a little over a century ago. Power to a new middle class largely indifferent to thought and literature. As Priestley puts it, this age, with all that it accomplished in material progress, represents the triumph of the manufacturing and commercial middle class. The world of Victorian and Imperial Britain, of the North after the American Civil War, of the French Second Empire, even, though to a lesser extent, of Russia after 1861 and the freeing of the serfs, is the world as this particular class, which has more power and thrust than any other, desires and makes it. The great international exhibitions from 1851 onwards reflect the whole glittering triumph of these busy, acquisitive people. They control the powerhouse of all Western society. They shape and color the social scene. The values that society takes for granted are not their values. Now, while this passage by no means explains why the populations of England and America so easily submitted to the credo of these busy, acquisitive people, it records the fact of commercial dominance and enables us to understand why the gross national product has until very recently been regarded as the principal measure of human achievement. Now, from these psychological foundations, the rape of the planet proceeded as a matter of course. There were, however, other factors, such as the union of scientific technology with industry, which occurred, according to Lynn White, Jr., about 1850, enormously accelerating the destructive course of industrial expansion. And, as Dr. White adds in an epoch-making paper, with the population explosion, the carcinoma of planless urbanism, the now geological deposits of sewage and garbage, surely no creature other than man has ever managed to foul its nest in such short order. Western man, Dr. White says, has no concern or regard for the earth and its creatures. He merely uses them for his own purposes, and he believes that we shall find no remedy for our multiplying planetary ills save by an essentially religious change in attitude. We must rethink and re-feel our nature and destiny. Another Socratic apprentice, very nearly a journeyman, is the economist E.F. Shoemaker, whose campaign for intermediate technology is slowly taking hold. Mr. Shoemaker's economic gospel has two planks. First, he believes in the simple life and regards economics as a discipline which should subordinate to the order and needs of a life guided by moral intelligence. The least possible consumption, consistent with decency and health, is his idea of the way for human beings to live. His second theme is concerned with how help should be given to the undeveloped peoples of the world. And this is where intermediate technology comes in. Bringing the sophisticated tools and systems of advanced technology to cultures which are not widely industrialized amounts to locking the people of these countries out of the process of natural development. They need simple tools, intermediate technology, not the complicated devices which are the evolution of a capital-intensive, labor-scarce society. The requirements of the underdeveloped countries, so-called, have plenty of labor, people who need work. They do not need machines which displace men, but well-designed tools that will enable the people to work more efficiently. Only by this means can they become self-reliant, gaining the confidence to develop in their own way. Now, Ivan Illich's contentions have much in common with E.F. Shoemaker's ideas. Like Shoemaker, Illich is interested in the development or provision of tools which strengthen the individual instead of weakening him or making him feel incompetent and dependent. For Illich, the means of education are a kind of tool, easily available. The purpose of education should be to free the students from external, not imprison them low in hierarchical structures, where rising to a higher level becomes virtually impossible because of the inaccessibility of the tools of learning, which have been made scarce by high cost and by professionalism. Technology should free and release men, not condemn them to lives of servitude because complicated systems inevitably create inferiority and subordination. Illich's analysis of consumerism and the claims to exclusive knowledge by experts shows that radical political solutions do not touch the real problems of modern man, which result from the dehumanizing effects of the very methods and techniques which are supposed to bring freedom and prosperity to all. Illich argues that the always more doctrine of Western industrialism is self-defeating, and that in practice it operates to make common folk dependent and unable to plan and live their own lives. What have Shoemaker and Illich in common? Well, they agree on one thing. The awakening of the potentialities of human beings is the most important thing in life. The awakening of the potentialities of human beings is the most important thing in life. They will agree with John Ruskin that the test of a social system is not what wealth it is producing, but what kind of men, what kind of human experience is it producing. The gross mistakes of our society, the pollution, the wars, the indifference to the young, the old, the sick, the maladjusted, are obvious enough and much written about. But the core ill lies in what man thinks of man. Neither Shoemaker nor Illich is willing to license anyone to manipulate other human beings into better conditions. The elements of human improvement are already within each one. What all need is an environment which invites to self-development. But how does a person reach a conclusion of this sort about man? Why care so much about the integrity and promise of other human beings? Why are they campaigners in behalf of self-reconstruction? If we knew the answer to such questions, we should know a great deal. Meanwhile, another question may be of some assistance. Why, for one thing, aren't there more people who have this strong feeling about the inner potentialities and resources of human beings? We admire Socrates for his moral courage and his searching intellect, but we don't pay much attention to the fact that Socrates also stood for the declaration that the true man is a soul, and that the soul has its own knowledge and possibilities, needing from others only help in awakening it to action. Socrates expounds this, and the idea of the spiritual reality in the human being comes down to us through Plato from this teaching. We now have it also from the East, but the Platonic idea of the soul has been part of our literature and tradition for more than 2,000 years. What happened to this idea? The course of Western history from the decline of classical civilization until the 18th century produced one great effect in modern thought. It reversed the meaning and value placed upon the idea of soul. For Socrates and Plato, the soul was the true identity, the being who had need of making his own decisions, of freeing himself from the pressures of opinion and custom, and relying on principle for the guidance of his life. But by the 18th century, freedom had come to be identified with the doctrines of an aggressive materialism, and the idea of progress and the hope for social justice were closely linked with the tough-minded mechanistic philosophy which had been evolved by Descartes and the later French materialists. These teachings fitted well with the emerging picture of the world machine of Isaac Newton, and were quite consistent with the Baconian claim that knowledge and power are the same thing. The idea of the soul, therefore, had no place in the modern scheme. Abandoning it had moreover a moral sanction, as 18th century writers made plain. In Vasily Rozanov's long essay, Dostoevsky and the Legend of the Grand Inquisitor, first published in 1891 and now translated into English by Spencer E. Roberts, he writes, "The fundamental evil of history lies in the incorrect relationship in it between the ends and the means. The human personality, regarded as only a means, is sacrificed in order to raise the edifice of civilization, and of course no one can determine to what extent and how much longer this can go on. Something monstrous is taking place in history. A sort of phantom has seized and perverted it. For the sake of something that no one has ever seen and which everybody is only awaiting, an intolerable wrong is being wrought. Human beings, today as in the past, an eternal means, are being sacrificed, no longer individually, but in whole masses, in whole nations, in the name of some general distant goal that has not yet revealed itself to a single living person, and about which we can only guess. And where will it all end? When will man, as an end in himself, appear, he for whom so many sacrifices have been made? No one knows. And that was written, remember, in 1891, provoked by Dostoevsky's legend of the Grand Inquisitor. We don't have to stay in line in an endless lockstep to nowhere. And for most people, it isn't just a lockstep to nowhere, it's also a dull, uninteresting, and bleak landscape to boot. It isn't even any fun. Why do people remain on ridiculous, uninteresting, meaningless jobs, in ugly, crowded wastelands, living in dumb, crowded, unimaginative housing? They have been caught up in an environment they take for granted, and by the habits of generations. Like the canary in the cage, they think that's all the world there is. They must think that life is the good life. What would they say if we asked them, are you pursuing the good and the beautiful? They'd probably call the cops, or the man with the net. What are you talking about, the good and the beautiful? What's good? What's beautiful? Indeed, what is? These are some of the questions we want to ask here, and try to find some answers. As Professor Charles Frankel writes in the foreword of The Pleasures of Philosophy, Plato repeatedly describes how philosophers, having glimpsed the truths of a more perfect world, come back to the ordinary scene and are not quite able to believe in it. It seems a tissue of insubstantial illusions to them, and they in turn appear to those untouched by philosophy to be curiously naive, oddly disengaged from the opinions that rule the world. The truth to which Plato points is that philosophy can shock us into seeing that there are alternatives to our routine ways of reacting to our experience. Using its own distinctive tools, it offers what literature or painting also offers: the arrest of attention, the liberation from half-consciousness, a freshened, more zestful appreciation of the singularity of things. Under the spell of an ingenious argument in philosophy, we find that what is immediately in front of us can take on an edge, a sharpness, as though we had never seen it before. We're surprised that things are as they are. For the moment, we're innocent again, and wonder, as children wonder, why they aren't different. Philosophy is a sophisticated person's way of recovering his naivete. Though it deals in words and abstractions, it's a way of releasing the imagination and invigorating and deepening the life of the senses. But philosophy reminds us, too, that what surprises us should not do so. The problems that we take to be special to us, the situations we have imagined to be peculiarly our own, turn out to be illustrations of recurrent themes in human experience. And yet, even though philosophy takes us out of ourselves and our own time and provides us with another perspective from which to view the present, it doesn't make the present recede. It allows us to see it in sharper focus. If it brings mellowness, it does so not by fuzzing the issues, but by sharpening them. That, I believe, is what we need, at least those who have assumed to lead or originate or serve in an uncommon way. The truth to which Plato points is that philosophy can shock us into seeing that there are alternatives to our routine ways of reacting to our experience. By sharpening our view of what it is we do with relation to other people in the world, we can achieve that arrest of attention, the liberation from half-consciousness, a freshened, more zestful appreciation of the singularity of things. Isn't that what we're looking for? Isn't that what will drive the boredom and depression from our lives? In Sidney J. Harris's syndicated newspaper column, Strictly Personal, he made the sage observation that the only real purpose in being educated is to be able to distinguish between what you know and what you don't know. And you can't know what you don't know until you know one thing superbly well, and can use that to judge your lack of knowledge in other things. If we're in business and have a desire to succeed in it, we're wise to hire those people who have the knowledge we lack, and not try to do the whole thing ourselves. It seems to be a curious fact that the most brilliant people do not, as a rule, become entrepreneurs. That is, do not tend to go into business for themselves. Their greater mental brilliance seems to show them with a terrible clarity the pitfalls of failure, the embarrassment, the financial loss, the anxiety, and so they tend to play it safer and find themselves more secure positions within a going concern. Hire them. The entrepreneur has been said to suffer from the bumblebee syndrome. The old cliche has it that the bumblebee cannot fly. His wings are supposed to be too short for his fat body. He's an aerodynamic miracle in that he doesn't know that he can't fly, and so he does it quite well. The entrepreneur, the person who started and starts all the businesses and organizations in the world, is the warrior king type of person as a rule. He has a good and perhaps a crafty mind. He can see the yawning, yearning jaws of opportunity, and perhaps lacking the IQ of the true intellectual, any fears of failure are swept aside by his more immediate glimpse of success, and like the bumblebee, he just flies. He is then often amazed and dismayed by the problems which present themselves and the time it takes to be truly successful. But he learns another valuable lesson, that we can learn by doing. As Emerson said, do the thing and you will be given the power. When it becomes imperative that we obtain the knowledge we need to avoid failure, we tend to obtain it. Once the business finally makes it, we can employ those more brilliant and highly talented people who chose the safer route. They can't help their larger servings of brains and the effects they produce, nor can their employers help their disposition to take chances. But it's a situation to remember. An interesting effect of all this is that the more brilliant specialists often privately poke fun at their less cerebral employer and his occasional, apparently Babbitt-like buffoonery, while he, all unknowing, just gets rich and keeps coming up with ideas to increase his organization's service to its customers. It's a kind of compensation, it seems, for the Brahmins in the back office. It's important to know what you don't know. And it's important, too, to know that for every idea you can come up with, there are very talented people who can put it together, who can build it, and make it fly. In an ant colony, there are ants to handle every job needed for the well-being of the colony. It seems to be that way with human colonies, too. Regardless of the work needed to be done, there are people willing and quite able to do it. When I fly into another city, I know there'll be people there doing every job needed to be done. There'll be the girls behind the coffee counters, the sweepers, the porters, desk clerks, cab drivers, housekeepers, maids. I turn on the radio, there's an announcer. It's the same on television. There are the hospital staffs hard at work with 1,000 different jobs being handled by 1,000 different specialists, from the neurosurgeon to the person who burns the debris. Grocery and drug stores will be open and staffed. If I should need a shirt or a tie, I have only to walk a short distance. And there's a very personable human being, seemingly content to be working in that particular store, in that particular town, on that particular day. It's wonderful in a way, and yet amazing. If I call the police, someone will answer. As when I need a plane reservation for the return trip. It seems that all these people are sufficiently content in their lives, as we tend to go along in ours. They don't seek difficult answers because I don't believe, and perhaps I'm wrong in this, I don't believe they're asking difficult questions. Does the man from whom I buy my shirt ask himself, what in the world am I doing working here in this shirt shop here in, say, Akron, Ohio? The other day at lunch, I was seated next to a large table at which were seated about 12 men. Listening to their animated and cheerful conversation, I learned they were insurance salesmen, all from the same agency, I assumed. One said something to the effect that there should be some kind of guaranteed income for insurance salesmen. He said it in a joking way, and another piped up and said, yeah, and it ought to be $35,000 a year. Well, at this, there was a great chorus of yells. Right, yeah, hooray, I'll buy that, I'll drink to that. They were as delighted as children at the thought of earning $35,000 a year. And other comments I heard indicated that at least some of them were earning more like $9,000 or $10,000 a year. They were nice-looking, well-dressed men ranging in age from their early 20s to their 40s, and they could be found in every town and city in the country. They're as necessary to our economy as any other important group. But why do they choose that particular way, or settle for what they're getting? Not just the insurance men, but everybody. How about the girl behind the coffee counter at the airport at 4 a.m. when you're waiting for your plane? What's she doing there? Of what forces does she stand at the confluence at that particular coffee counter in that particular town? Why isn't she studying for a degree in engineering or medicine or agriculture? What is she doing there? Satisfied for the moment at least with that job, with the pay she's getting for that job and the hours she has to work, wearing that uniform behind that counter? What were her parents and home like? What did they talk about? What were their aspirations, their educational achievements? I hope you find this subject as fascinating as I do. Dr. William James called habit the flywheel of society. Above all, what caused them to settle for what they're getting, for what they're settling for? What caused you and me to settle what we're settling for? If it's all we really want, that's fine, I suppose, but who has all he really wants? And if there's a gap between what we have and what we want, what are we doing? And what would we like to do? What action are we taking to narrow and close that gap? Perhaps it's more than we truly want. If we have a picture in our minds of what we really want, at least the next step on the ladder, it's good to keep in mind that we also have the key to getting it, and the key is still the same, it's never changed. It's imagination. Remember, imagination is everything. Any one of those young insurance men can earn $35,000 a year, the sum at which they were whistling and waving their arms. I spoke at a meeting of CLU's Chartered Life Underwriters in Hartford, Connecticut recently, in which practically every man in the room, more than 400, was earning $35,000 or more, often much more a year. They had found ways of utilizing their personal resources in such ways as to be of more service to their clientels. The girl behind the coffee counter in the airport, what does she want? What is she looking for? Chances are her culture has taught her, despite everything to which she may have been exposed during her lifetime, that she is to find a husband and settle down to raise a family. What husband? Who? Why? It seems to become a matter of self-image, doesn't it? We see ourselves in certain lights, living certain ways, doing certain things, settling for different rungs on the ladder, different rungs of education, ways of living, income. But have we done it consciously? That is, have we articulated and decided upon the place we're shooting for? Or have we let it be dictated by our early environment? It can be a conscious choice. For the insurance man, the waitress, for you and me. Here are some interesting definitions from a book now out of print by Dr. Emmett Fox entitled Make Your Life Worthwhile. A scientist is one who asks how. A philosopher is one who asks why. A hero is one who does the kind of thing that others are content to admire. A gentleman is one who never takes an advantage. A coward is one who sees the higher and chooses the lower. A thief is one who tries to get something on any plane which he has not earned. An adult is a person who has learned to control his emotions. A youthful person is one who's never bored. An elderly person is one who has lost the capacity for wonder. A quack is a doctor of any school who treats symptoms instead of causes. A crank is a person who does not see things in the way we do. Criticism is only an indirect form of self-boasting. The punishment of the liar is that he cannot believe anyone else. The curse of ignorance is that the victim never suspects it. That goes along with Plato's comments on the subject. The malice of poverty is to have nothing to give. The perfect man will be here when the perfect woman is here to claim him. And the man who overstresses his ancestors is like a potato plant. The best part of him is underground. He also had a good bit of advice to give. The present moment is never intolerable. It's always what's coming in 5 minutes or 5 days that makes people despair. We seldom worry about the present moment. It's things that we're looking forward to that we worry about. The present job never tires people. It's work that's waiting for them that wears them out. If people would reflect that one can only do one thing at a time, and therefore there's never more than one thing to do at a time, there'd be less fatigue in the world. On Monday, one can only do Monday's work, and for Tuesday's work, there's Tuesday. Healthy fatigue comes from healthy physical and mental work, and usually one night's sleep is enough to repair it. Nervous strain is a different thing altogether, and comes from trying to do tomorrow's work today, or the task at 4 o'clock at 2 o'clock. Live in the present, and this applies to both time and place. Keep your attention to the present moment and in the place where your body is now. Do not have your body in New York and your mind in California, or vice versa. Don't have your body functioning at noon and your mind at 6 p.m. Do a good, fair day's work and then stop. Overwork is not productive in the long run. Well, that's good advice, Dr. Fox. I find that a really good night's sleep is my best guarantee of waking up next morning full of enthusiasm and ready to go to work. But there's one more thing we can do that will make an enormous difference in cumulative achievement. In addition to doing Monday's work on Monday, we should spend some time, perhaps a half hour before work, thinking of new and better ways of doing what we do, ways of increasing our service. Jot them down on a slip of paper and drop the paper into your idea file. Some good ideas may not apply today, but will be perfect 6 months or a year from now. Others will work now. You know, that reminded me of Dr. Emmett Fox's rules for successful living that I'd filed away, which I'll give you in a moment. When I was a youngster, back during the Depression of the 30s, I remember that people hoped for some lucky break or miracle to lift them out of their poor circumstances and magically transport them to a life of affluence and ease. They used to say, "Someday our ship will come in." And that was a metaphor I was just too young to understand. I had a mental picture of a great ship sailing up to our house in some magical way and offloading great stores of treasure on our sagging stoop. But it didn't show up. We were breaking an important rule at the time and didn't understand it. We were looking for an effect without a cause. The capriciousness of destiny was a favorite subject with the old-fashioned novelists, too. Emmett Fox has pointed out that in their 3-volume world, people's lives were spoiled because one letter was stolen and went astray. The hero rose from obscurity to wealth and fame through saving someone from drowning at the seashore. One false step ruined an otherwise promising career. One turn of fortune's wheel solved all problems for someone else. Well, all that is nonsense. We are not at the mercy of some mysterious fate, other than a sudden, unpreventable, and unforeseen physical accident. Each incident in our lives is a trifle, and trifles have only trifling effects. In the long run, you demonstrate your character, and you cannot ultimately miss the mark for which you're fitted because of any coincidence. A particular incident may give you a temporary advantage or cause you passing grief or inconvenience, but it does not change your whole life story. An energetic and enterprising person who attends to his business will make a success of his life, whether he meets a helpful stranger on a plane or not, whether a particular letter concerning him is lost or not. The miscarriage of the letter may deprive him of a particular position. Meeting with a helpful and influential stranger may bring his success a little sooner. But if he has the qualities demanded for success, he will succeed in any case. And now here are Dr. Fox's rules for living successfully. 1. Plan tomorrow's work today. 2. Review the events of the day very briefly before going to bed. 3. Keep your voice down. No screamers wanted. 4. Train yourself to write legibly. 5. Keep your good humor, even if you lose your shirt. 6. Defend those who are absent. 7. Hear the other side before you judge. 8. Don't cry over spilled milk. 9. Learn to do one thing as well as anyone on earth can do it. Good rules, aren't they? They may seem obvious, even trite, but each one has hidden behind an enormous power for good and accomplishment. We should never waste our time looking for lucky breaks. Luck is what happens when preparedness meets opportunity. The cumulative effect of well-directed daily effort, even 5 days a week, is enormous. It builds up a great following wave that sooner or later is going to break all over us. But it isn't just work. It's work spiced with imagination that can do more for us in 5 years than we might otherwise achieve in 45. If a person works like a machine, he can work steadily for 40 years with a perfect attendance record and still not achieve much more than ordinary results. We judge the people in our company by being on the job when we want them, certainly, but it's the people with the ideas that make things happen who get the big stars after their names. I mentioned that luck is what happens when preparedness meets opportunity. Now, opportunity is always present. It's our preparedness that helps us see it and seize it. And it comes back to Einstein's reason for living. We're here to serve. Preparedness helps us serve better. Using our imagination helps us serve even better. The rewards will come of their own accord. We don't even have to concern ourselves about them. Some time back I met a man who told me a very interesting story. He had been an artillery officer in the Second World War, and his battalion came very close to being overrun during the Battle of the Bulge. They managed to hold their position, but in doing so they were exposed to the cold for such a long period of time that this officer's feet were frozen. The battalion doctor, who'd been an OB man in civilian life, told him that he should send him back to the rear for hospitalization. But if he did, he was afraid because of the sudden great jam of injured flooding to the rear that they might amputate the feet. And he suggested that the officer stay where he was, and while he couldn't promise anything, the doctor would try his best to save his feet for him. Well, as it turned out, he was able to do just that. And today, the Battle of the Bulge and the frozen feet are only a memory. But a big part of that memory is of the doctor who went to a lot of special trouble, despite his crowded, hectic days, to save those feet. We can all look back to someone who took special pains to serve us. In many cases, it was a conscientious parent or teacher who refused to be satisfied with just doing his job and no more. I think the lesson there is important. It's that what we do and how we do it is important. We can never tell when something we say or do or a little extra effort we take will go a long way toward helping someone, maximizing our service. Nor do we have to wait for large and important occasions. The opportunity is present every day. Just as we've been helped by thoughtful and conscientious people ourselves, we should remember that a word, an act of kindness or generosity, or maybe just being patient and concerned, can make a big difference in someone's life. Every day of our lives is filled with opportunities to be larger instead of smaller, polite and thoughtful instead of rude or careless, to love a little more and hate a little less. And by these small acts, our image will be formed in the eyes of others and in our own. Whether we know the people or not isn't important. By our actions, we're teaching, setting examples, demonstrating to the world that we're mature enough to take the initiative and control our own acts instead of just going along because that's the way, quote, everyone else, end of quote, seems to be doing things. As Wordsworth put it, the best portion of a good man's life is in his little, nameless, unremembered acts of kindness and of love. When we think of service, we tend to think of being busy, but that's only part of the story. Idleness is important too. The kind of leisure we need in order to listen to that inner voice, to let our imaginations really take off. In his book, The Conquest of Happiness, the famed British mathematician Bertrand Russell blames modern parents for failing to recognize the advantages to their youngsters of what he calls fruitful monotony. He wrote, "A generation that cannot endure boredom will be a generation of little men, of men unduly divorced from the slow processes of nature, of men in whom every vital impulse slowly withers as though they were cut flowers in a vase." Today's great concern is for organized, supervised, and directed activity. Each year, fewer children are being left alone long enough to discover and enjoy the world, the time of fruitful monotony. Too many of us feel we have to pacify and occupy our kids with toys and more toys, games and television. Television has to take up some time that would otherwise be spent in creative activity. Robert W. Wells, a feature writer for the Milwaukee Journal, wrote an article many years ago which I clipped and saved, and he said, "Children have an inalienable birthright, the leisurely, pressure-free hours when a child is thrown on his own resources and forced to become acquainted with himself." Wells told of a time when he was a boy that he found himself terrifically bored. He complained to his grandmother about having nothing to do. And then he wrote, "She took me by the hand and led me out onto the big front porch, where a succession of fiercely preoccupied bumblebees plunged headlong into the blue morning glory blossoms. The sounds and smells of summer were in the air, and his grandmother said, 'Nothing to do? The world is there. Go use it.'" And I remember reading about a mother who, when one of her children would complain about having nothing to do, would empty her large container of buttons on the floor and say, "There's something for you to do. Pick up all those pretty buttons and put them back in the basket." That only happened about twice with each child before he or she found things to do without coming to complain to the mother about boredom. Boredom is a great time for reflection, for using the imagination. I suppose Isaac Newton was bored when he saw the apple drop from the tree and began to wonder about gravity. You can get your best ideas when you have nothing to do but think. Fruitful monotony. Don't fight it. Use it creatively. Some years back, there appeared in McCall's magazine an excellent article by Sam Blum titled "The Perfect Husband." It seems Sam Blum put together some kind of a survey which turned up the interesting fact that women are not particularly interested in handsome men. Extremely handsome men were described as vain and difficult to live with. One woman said, "I'd rather have people say I wonder what she sees in him than I wonder what he sees in her." Several women insisted that attractiveness in a man has less to do with his looks than with an indefinable bearing and attitude, too complex for men to understand, but instantly recognizable to all women. It's a certain cool that suggests there's a lot more there than meets the eye. These men never bore you, the women said, even when their hair begins to go. That's the attitude we discussed earlier. And as to money, there was not one unmarried woman who felt that a good husband had to be rich. In fact, a number of them specified that he should not be wealthy, at least not in the beginning. One woman said, "It would take all the fun out of it if I couldn't help him along in his career, if I didn't feel that we were building something together." A few young women even raised the thought that inherited wealth made men unattractive. One girl, who had been on the verge of either marrying her boyfriend or breaking up with him for 3 years, sees the fact that life has been just too easy for him as one of the factors that's kept her from marrying him. She said he's brilliant and he's handsome and he's wealthy, yet there's something about maturity that comes through adversity. If you don't suffer a little, you never stop being a kid. Although a great many single women expressed the desire to work after marriage, almost all agreed that their husbands should be able to support them if they should change their minds. Therefore, though they'd cheerfully marry a poor man, he should be a poor man with potential. Despite the fact that almost all women rank a husband's ability to make a great deal of money as relatively unimportant, many insisted that he should have an intense, even aggressive appetite for his life work. Men who were frustrated or depressed by their jobs were written off as hopeless. The willingness to work 18 hours a day, at least when he's getting started, was highly praised, and many an unmarried girl was proud of the fact that she would never come between her husband and his work. You know, there are two important points in that interesting little survey. Women, too, realize the importance of a person's life's work, the one thing at which he's decided to become great. She should have one, too, of course. And, two, the willingness to work 18 hours a day, at least when he's getting started, was highly praised. Women understand that a man must have an important work to do in addition to wife, home, and family. The home and family can constitute the whole world of many women. It almost never can for a man. Man is the hunter, and he must leave the family to make his mark in the world. Many women must also do this. They simply have no real interest in taking care of a home, nor should they necessarily. The racial memory of tending the fire and babies is bred into every woman, just as hunting is bred into every man. But in some it's stronger than others. And in the modern world, there are a good percentage of women to whom a career outside of the home is much more important to them. Getting back to Sam Blum's survey, one woman said, "All diamonds have flaws, and my diamond, my jewel, my husband, has more flaws than you'd believe. I often contemplate murdering him for the insurance money. But the thing that keeps me from doing that is that I then look at other women's husbands, and you know, I couldn't stand them for a minute. And so I guess you could define the good husband as the one who, for absolutely no good reason in the world, makes you feel that when you're with him, you're home." In asking the question, "Why am I here?" we should most certainly read the excellent book On Becoming a Person by the distinguished psychotherapist and psychologist Carl R. Rogers. In Chapter 8, To Be That Self Which One Truly Is, a Therapist's View of Personal Goals, Dr. Rogers tells of an important study in which Charles Morris investigated objectively the pathways of life which were preferred by students in 6 different countries: India, China, Japan, the United States, Canada, and Norway. As one might expect, he found decided differences in goals between these national groups. He also endeavored, through a factor analysis of his data, to determine the underlying dimensions of value which seemed to operate in the thousands of specific individual preferences. Without going into the details of his analysis, we might look at the 5 dimensions which emerged, and which, combined in various positive and negative ways, appeared to be responsible for the individual choices. The first such value dimension involves a preference for a responsible, moral, self-restrained participation in life, appreciating and conserving what man has attained. The second places stress upon delight in vigorous action for the overcoming of obstacles. It involves a confident initiation of change, either in resolving personal and social problems or in overcoming obstacles in the natural world. The third dimension stresses the value of a self-sufficient inner life with a rich and heightened self-awareness. Control over persons and things is rejected in favor of a deep and sympathetic insight into self and others. The fourth underlying dimension values a receptivity to persons and to nature. Inspiration is seen as coming from a source outside the self, and the person lives and develops in devoted responsiveness to this source. The fifth and final dimension stresses sensuous enjoyment, self-enjoyment, the simple pleasures of life, and abandonment to the moment, a relaxed openness to life of value. Well, that's a significant study. One of the first to measure objectively the answers given in different cultures to the question, "What is the purpose of my life?" It's also helped to define some of the basic dimensions in terms of which the choice is made. As Morris says, speaking of these dimensions, it's as if persons in various cultures have in common 5 major tones in the musical scales on which they compose different melodies. But then Carl Rogers writes, "I find myself, however, vaguely dissatisfied with this study. None of the ways to live which Morris puts before the students as possible choices, and none of the factor dimensions, seem to contain satisfactorily the goal of life which emerges in my experience with my clients. As I watch person after person struggle in his therapy hours to find a way of life for himself, there seems to be a general pattern emerging, which is not quite captured by any of Morris's descriptions. The best way I can state this aim of life, as I see it coming to light in my relationship with my clients, is to use the words of Søren Kierkegaard, to be that self which one truly is." He then writes, I'm quite aware that this may sound so simple as to be absurd. To be what one is seems like a statement of obvious fact rather than a goal. What does it mean? What does it imply? He goes on to point out that he observed a tendency on the part of the person in therapy to move away from, hesitantly and fearfully, from a self that he is not. As one professional man put it, I finally felt that I simply had to begin doing what I wanted to do, not what I thought I should do. This is a complete reversal of my whole life. I've always felt I had to do things because they were expected of me, or more important, to make people like me. The hell with it. I think from now on I'm going to just be me, rich or poor, good or bad, rational or irrational, logical or illogical, famous or infamous. So thanks for your part in helping me to rediscover Shakespeare's "To thine own self be true." A little later, Dr. Rogers quotes Kierkegaard's description of the individual who really exists. An existing individual is constantly in process of becoming and translates all his thinking into terms of process. It is with him as it is with a writer and his style, for he only has a style who never has anything finished, but moves the waters of the language every time he begins, so that the most common expression comes into being for him with the freshness of a new birth. It's important that you read this small but important book to get the full meaning of how people who find difficulty in finding themselves manage to fight their way through. Dr. Rogers writes, "It seems to mean that the individual moves toward being, knowingly and acceptingly, the process which he inwardly and actually is. He moves away from being what he is not, from being a facade. He's not trying to be more than he is, with the attendant feelings of insecurity or bombastic defensiveness. He's not trying to be less than he is, with the attendant feelings of guilt or self-depreciation. He's increasingly listening to the deepest recesses of his physiological and emotional being, and finds himself increasingly willing to be, with greater accuracy and depth, that self which he most truly is." It seems many people find difficulty in realizing that it's perfectly all right to be what they really are. It reminds me again of Thoreau's great comment, "We have only to move in the direction of our dreams to meet with a success unexpected in common hours." The way I see it, becoming what we are is a process that should go on as long as we live. It's not something that becomes ended, finished. It involves change and moving away from what we are not toward what we are. It can mean repudiating our old selves and old beliefs. And in becoming what we are, we should keep in mind that it is usually through service, whatever service it may be that fits our own unique genetic set, that we'll find meaning, at least in our culture and age. In his summary of Chapter 8, Dr. Rogers writes, "The characteristic movement I've said is for the client to permit himself freely to be the changing, fluid process which he is. He moves also toward a friendly openness to what's going on within him, learning to listen sensitively to himself. This means that he is increasingly a harmony of complex sensings and reactions rather than being the clarity and simplicity of rigidity. It means that as he moves toward acceptance of the isness of himself, he accepts others increasingly in the same listening, understanding way. He trusts and values the complex inner processes of himself as they emerge toward expression. He's creatively realistic and realistically creative. He finds that to be this process in himself is to maximize the rate of change and growth in himself. He's continually engaged in discovering that to be all of himself in this fluid sense is not synonymous with being evil or uncontrolled. It is instead to feel a growing pride in being a sensitive, open, realistic, inner-directed member of the human species, adapting with courage and imagination to the complexities of the changing situation. It means taking continual steps toward being, in awareness and in expression, that which is congruent with one's total organismic reactions. To use Kierkegaard's more aesthetically satisfying terms, it means to be that self which one truly is. I trust," he goes on to write, "I've made it evident that this is not an easy direction in which to move, nor one which is ever completed. It's a continuing way of life." In his Chapter 9, A Therapist's View of the Good Life, the fully functioning person, which I naturally don't have time to go into, but which you should read as quickly as you can get the book, he writes, "I believe it will be clear that a person who's involved in the directional process, which I've termed the good life, is a creative person. With his sensitive openness to his world, his trust of his own ability to form new relationships with his environment, he'd be the type of person from whom creative products and creative living emerge. He would not necessarily be adjusted to his culture, and he would most certainly not be a conformist. But at any time and in any culture, he would live constructively, in as much harmony with his culture as a balanced satisfaction of needs demanded. In some cultural situations, he might in some ways be very unhappy, but he would continue to move toward becoming himself, and to behave in such a way as to provide the maximum satisfaction of his deepest needs. Such a person would, I believe, be recognized by the student of evolution as the type most likely to adapt and survive under changing environmental conditions. He'd be able creatively to make sound adjustments to new as well as old conditions. He'd be a fit vanguard of human evolution. Dr. Rogers adds, "This process of the good life is not, I'm convinced, a life for the faint-hearted. It involves the stretching and growing of becoming more and more of one's potentialities. It involves the courage to be. It means launching oneself fully into the stream of life. Yet the deeply exciting thing about human beings is that when the individual is inwardly free, he chooses as the good life this process of becoming. That when the individual is inwardly free, he chooses as the good life this process of becoming." There's some pretty good evidence available that indicates we're smarter asleep than we are awake. It's a good idea to form the habit of remembering our dreams when we can upon arising. Dr. Erich Fromm has written that we are not only less reasonable and less decent in our dreams, but we are also more intelligent, wiser, and capable of better judgment when we're asleep than when we're awake. Arthur Goldsmith reports a case in which the owner of a thriving business in New York City took on a partner. Shortly after he made this decision, he dreamed that his partner embezzled several $1,000s from him. A year later, the dream came true. The partner actually had filched a large sum of money from the firm. Dr. Fromm explains it as an example of how the unconscious mind sometimes can judge character more shrewdly than can the conscious waking mind. The night before the 1957 Kentucky Derby, Ralph Lowe, the owner of a horse named Gallant Man, had a dream in which his horse was winning the Derby, but suddenly, in the dream, the jockey misjudged the finish line, slowed down, and the horse lost. Lowe then related the tale to his trainer, and the trainer told Willie Shoemaker about it. Willie was the jockey riding Gallant Man in the Derby. In the actual race that afternoon, Willie, with his horse in the lead, suddenly pulled Gallant Man up short before reaching the finish line, with the result that Iron Liege won and Gallant Man was second. Dr. Fromm explains that the waking mind often is distracted by a kind of psychological noise or static, fear, vanity, prejudice, over-concentration on one aspect of the situation and the like. These emotions and prejudices sometimes interfere with clear observation and accurate judgment. But during sleep, the static is shut off, and we can form clearer, more honest opinions, thus more accurately predicting the course of future events. As another analyst put it, we know more than we think we know. One time a yachtsman who went to sleep aboard his anchored boat was disturbed by a dream in which a voice warned him that another boat was bearing down on him, threatening a collision. He awoke so upset by the vivid warning that he went on deck for a look around. Everything was quiet, although a thick fog had rolled in during the night, cutting visibility to nearly zero. He went below again and fell asleep to have the same ominous dream. This time he was so disturbed he climbed the mast to get a look above the fog bank, and was just in time to see the mast of another vessel bearing down on him. He shouted a warning, and the skipper of the other craft swung his helm, barely avoiding a collision. Now it's possible that the yachtsman sensed in his sleep the distant throbbing of the other craft's engine, a vibration which might carry for considerable distance on a still, foggy night. Even though the sound was too faint to register on his waking conscious mind, it may have been picked up by his sleeping unconscious mind, which flashed him a warning of danger through a dream. Perhaps the best answer to the question, do dreams predict the future, is a cautious, limited kind of yes. Dreams express our wishes and feelings. Wishes and feelings motivate behavior, and behavior shapes the future. In Peter Drucker's excellent book, The Effective Executive, he points out that the effective executive focuses on contribution. He looks up from his work and outward toward goals. He asks, what can I contribute that will significantly affect the performance and the results of the institution I serve? His stress is on responsibility. The focus on contribution, service, is the key to effectiveness. In a man's own work, its content, its level, its standards, and its impacts. In his relations with others, his superiors, his associates, his subordinates. In his use of the tools of the executive, such as meetings or reports. The great majority of executives tend to focus downward. They're occupied with efforts rather than with results. They worry over what the organization and their superiors owe them and should do for them. And they are conscious, above all, of the authority they should have. As a result, they render themselves ineffectual. The head of one of the large management consulting firms always starts an assignment with a new client by spending a few days visiting the senior executives of the organization one by one. After he's chatted with them about the assignment and the client organization, its history and its people, he asks, though rarely, of course, in these words, "And what do you do that justifies your being on the payroll?" The great majority, he reports, answer, "I run the accounting department," or "I'm in charge of the sales force." Indeed, not uncommonly, the answer is, "I have 850 people working under me." Only a few say, "It's my job to give our managers the information they need to make the right decisions," or "I'm responsible for finding out what products the customer will want tomorrow," or "I have to think through and prepare the decisions the president will have to face tomorrow." The man who focuses on efforts and who stresses his downward authority is a subordinate, no matter how exalted his title and rank. But the man who focuses on contribution and who takes responsibility for results, no matter how junior, is in the most literal sense of the phrase, top management. He holds himself accountable for the performance of the whole. And what applies to the good executive applies also to the good parent or teacher or physician or any person of great responsibility or any person or student who aspires to responsibility. People who do not ask themselves, "What can I contribute?" are not only likely to aim too low, they're likely to aim at the wrong things. Above all, they may define their contribution too narrowly, like the person who sees something wrong that he can easily and quickly set right, but who says, "That's not my job," or "I'm not getting paid to do that." As Peter Drucker says, the effective executive focuses on contribution, service. He looks up from his work and outward toward goals, and because his entire concentration is on contribution, he reaps far more in the form of rewards in every department of his life. Thank you.
Just learning that better than 90% of the people in the country do not achieve real financial competence and security during their lives gives each of us, as head of his family, or at least co-head, the responsibility to make certain that we are in that small percentage of people who do. As George Bernard Shaw said one time, it is the duty of every man, the first duty of every man, is not to be poor. As it is written in the nature of man, freedom must be gained specifically against the obstacles and the conditions to which we're constantly exposed. And two, achieving financial security is an excellent exercise in creative imagination. Considering the effects of unrelenting inflation and assuming that they will continue in the future as they have in the past, estimate how much money you think you and your spouse will need as income to live as you want to live at the time you pick for retirement. Now, if you want to go along with age 65, that's fine, but maybe you'd like to be financially set before that time. At any rate, pick the year and the income you want to be receiving by that time. You know what Social Security benefits are now, and they'll probably increase, but only along with inflation in the future. And you want the income coming in, whether you're in a condition to work or not, ideally. You want a form of income that does not depend upon your personal services. Now, you know how much you want coming in, and you know the year in which you want it to be there. Your problem is defined, and it's said that a problem defined is half solved. Let's say, too, that you yearn for the simple, uncluttered life, maybe a small, attractive place in Florida or Southern California or Hawaii or maybe Costa Rica or the coast of Spain with a sailboat and the rest of your life to spend wearing an old pair of Levi's and a sports shirt and sneakers. Sound good? Well, it's quite within the realm of possibility. It's a game any number can play. Most people just don't imagine that it's possible, so they remove themselves from competition. Now, here's one excellent formula to use in helping your imagination come up with the idea that best fits your particular likes and talents. First, the problem or opportunity. Problems are unsolved opportunities. Then assess your education, your background, your qualifications. What do you do best? You may want to go right on doing it, but at the same time invest your money in something calculated to give you excellent prospects for growth. As our friend suggests in his book, Squeeze the Eagle Until It Grins, you might want to invest in good real estate, perhaps Florida real estate. Then when you're ready to retire, you can live off your income and just watch your investments. You see, with $10,000, you can leverage, $50,000, maybe $100,000 in real estate. When it grows to $100,000, you can leverage maybe $1 million or $500,000. With $1 million, you can leverage $10 million. If you're not interested in real estate, remember that each year most people spend 90% or more of their income on products and services. The country's business firms do the same thing. What can you do to earn enough out of all of those many billions of dollars spent every month to live the way you and your spouse want to live? Set aside an hour a day to invest in solving your future financial needs. I recently visited a friend who lives in a beautiful home in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He brought out a dozen fine, enlarged, beautiful color photographs of his home and grounds, shots from every angle. There were aerial views showing his home situated on the waterway. We commented on how great they were, and he told us that they'd been taken by a man in a small helicopter who had taken them without my friend's knowledge or permission. He had paid about $200 for the set, and they were well worth the money. If he used them only in case he wanted to sell his house, they'd be worth many times what he paid for them. But in the meantime, they were great framed in his family room and in his office. A person could make an excellent income doing no more than photographing homes, and if he happened to like living in Florida and flying around in a helicopter, he'd have an agreeable business indeed. It was an imaginative and successful enterprise for a person who likes and is good at photography. Actually, the photographer could be hired while the entrepreneur simply called on the owners of the homes and sold the sets of pictures. But there are thousands of ideas just as good and not nearly so imaginative. Opportunities go with problems. Violent crimes have increased more than 90% in the last 5 years. Violent juvenile crimes have increased 167% in the last 10 years, according to an article from the Los Angeles Times Service written by David Shaw and Bill Hazlett. We all are sickened by what we read every day in the papers and see on television. What can we do about it? Well, there isn't much the average family can do to change the national situation, other than lead honest and exemplary lives themselves. But the average family can make certain that its home is as safe as money and good judgment can make it. I'd guess that 90% of American homes are ill-protected against criminal marauders. Any thief or psychopath can enter the average home with ridiculous ease in minutes, and they do every day. And that's because practically all builders put cheap junk where there should be excellent first-class hardware on doors and windows. Now, good hardware is available. You can find it on the really fine, expensive, custom-built homes, but most people don't know about it. Practically all families can afford and would gladly pay for such hardware if someone would bring it to their homes and show it to them, displayed perhaps in an attractive case, along with a sales book showing the rate of increase of crime in the country, with newspaper clippings of robberies, rapes, and murders going on every day. The man of the house could install the hardware himself, or he could pay extra for your installer to do it for him. And not just for the doors, but for every window in the house. You know, there's window hardware that locks with a key, and which prevents a window from being opened more than is needed for ventilation. As soon as the would-be intruder finds it difficult to enter, as soon as he realizes he's up against first-class preventive hardware instead of the dime-store junk he's used to, he'll move on to easier pickings. Such hardware could be sold in any sizable community. In order to get it for my own home, I had to go to a great deal of trouble, do extensive research, make a couple of trips, and make dozens of phone calls. Whatever it is you have a knack for, or like very much to do, there's a way to turn it to substantial profit and financial independence. But it takes something that not one person in 1,000 will seriously tackle. It takes thought, time set aside for serious thought. Judge Learned Hand once wrote, that we never see, save through a glass darkly, and that at long last we shall succeed only so far as we continue to undertake the intolerable labor of thought, that most distasteful of all our activities. But hard as it is, distasteful as it may be, we need only do it until we've solved our own particular problem. And we solve our own particular problem by being of service to others. They have everything we want, and will gladly share it with us, as we've said before, if we'll help them solve their problems. As we mature in our adult lives, our income should meet our thoughtful requirements. By establishing quality and simplicity as the guidelines of our lives, the income necessary to live a very good, full life can be surprisingly small. It should meet our qualifications, whatever they are, and that's our business. And any person can see to it that he has the income he wants all the years of his life and lives where he would like most to live. The number of business executives and managers who wind up behind a financial 8-ball should be something of a source of amazement to us all. Here are professional problem solvers who find they can't solve one of life's most important problems. They're usually good organizers, good leaders, good thinkers, and decision-makers. At least they're supposed to be. And when they find themselves living marginal lives on incomes representing only the barest fraction of what they're used to, they should be able to come up with the appropriate answers to their problems. If necessary, they can organize an entirely new business firm, providing some sort of needed product or service. With their experience and training, with all that time on their hands, such an endeavor should have every chance of success. However, should it fail, they'll probably be no worse off than before, and they can try again. It will also give them something exciting to fill their time, keep them in the swim of things. You know, Henry Ford was pushing 50 when he got started in the automobile business. A friend of mine started a brand new company when he was 65 and watched it grow during his lifetime to a $300 million a year institution. In fact, following retirement, it's quite possible for a person to do much better than he did during his regular working career. Today, millions live in cramped, crowded, crime-ridden, polluted cities only because of habit and the failure to use their imaginations. You'll hear people say, but what if everybody suddenly pulled up stakes and took off to some sunny, agreeable place to live? That's a ridiculous comment. The fact is that not everybody will. Everybody can, but everybody won't. If more people would, we'd see a more rapid decentralization of industry and a resulting better distribution of what's now a fairly stable population. The big, ugly cities grew on old trade routes at a time when transportation was limited to water and surface, mostly wagon and then rail transportation. Today, with air and truck transportation what it is, only a few major heavy industries remain near deepwater ports and near supplies of cheap fuel for power. The best estimates today indicate that all known reserves of fossil fuels will be depleted in 150 years. With the fusion process now only a matter of time, and with the deuterium supplies and seawater good for at least 1 billion years at a fraction of the present cost of coal and oil, and with practically no dangerous waste products, we're on the brink of a world revolution of ample power for all of the world's peoples. Moreover, with decentralization of our population away from the crowded cities, we live on 2% of the land, most of us, the industries and businesses which remain can transform those cities into clean, beautiful places in which to live. If you're interested in what can be done to make ugly cities beautiful, send for a marvelous lecture by Victor Gruen entitled Downfall and Rebirth of City Cores on Both Sides of the Atlantic. Gruen has a plan for redeveloping cities that won him the prize for architecture of the city of Vienna. He says on both sides of the Atlantic, and in fact in all nations of the world, we're presently hell-bent on destroying the environmental qualities of our cities, on spreading them out endlessly into thinly populated suburban regions, and in doing so, destroying every chance for vital, dynamic, multifunctional, meaningful centers. We have succeeded in making the urban environment unlivable and unworkable. We've converted suburban regions into ghettos of sterility and boredom, and in the process, we've destroyed millions of acres of prime agricultural land and natural landscape. He quotes an article which appeared in the New York Times in May of '71, in which a Mr. Eugene Raskin suggested that any effort to improve the functioning of city cores, such as Manhattan, is comparable to the act of beating a dead horse. He said, they are physically obsolete, financially unworkable, crime-ridden, garbage-strewn, polluted, torn by racial conflicts, wallowing in welfare, unemployment, despair, and official corruption. As they exist at present, they are unsalvageable, destined to join the dinosaur and deserved extinction. Urban planners and others who come up with temporary patchwork schemes and gimmicks to keep the cities going another year or 2 or 3 are as pathetic as the officers of the Titanic charting tomorrow's course while the water rises above their ears. Those who live in big city areas, who are in good financial situations, make tremendous sacrifices. They have to tolerate unbreathable air, undrinkable water, involuntary waste of time, public insecurity, filthy streets, and a complete severance of any contact with the expressions of nature, and fear for their lives and property. Yet in 10 years' time, it is now forecast that 73% of the total population will live in large cities or their environs. The number of cities with over 1 million inhabitants grows every year and now amounts to a total of 131. The number of those which have populations of between 5 and 10 million is impressive. On the basis of quantitative criteria, the city has never been so successful in the entire history of mankind. On the basis of qualitative criteria, however, the cities of our time are a disastrous failure. No wonder, then, Victor Gruen writes, that everybody wants to escape the densely built-up core areas. The mass use of the automobile, growing incomes, shortened working hours, and extended leisure time encourage the mass flight and make it possible. But just because it is a mass flight, it is also a futile one. Those who want to settle in the lovely countryside must find out, much to their bewilderment, that once the hundreds of thousands of others who are also filled with the same desire have settled, there is no lovely countryside left. And Victor Gruen goes on to point out how city cores can be redeveloped, and the countryside can remain beautiful. You can get his entire lecture by just sending $1 to the Victor Gruen Foundation for Environmental Planning, 315 North Beverly Glen Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90024. But our remaining in such environments will not help them. As Lewis Mumford suggested, each one of us, as long as life stirs in him, may play a part in extricating himself from the power system by asserting his primacy as a person in quiet acts of mental or physical withdrawal. We can beat the problem through that most distasteful of all our activities, the intolerable labor of thought. Thinking with a definite purpose is or should be different from random casual thinking. When you're trying to solve a specific problem, the mind and its largely mysterious powers must be disciplined, directed. During the hour you set aside for thinking, have your major goal before you, written at the top of the page of a sheet of paper. Now the mind has to cease its idle playing in the fields and get into harness and go to work. It must come up with possible solutions to the problem before it. It is the transfer agent that must deliver us from where we are to where we've decided we want to be. That may not involve a physical move from one point to another, or it well may. Researchers at UCLA found that for all practical purposes, it appears that the reach of the mind is infinite. And when they say the mind, they're talking about yours and mine. As you sit there with your goal before you and begin to try to come up with possible ways of reaching it, you'll notice a very sluggish reaction on the part of your thinking equipment at first. Creative people are familiar with this phenomenon. Like a child resting or at play, the mind resents being called to task and responds sluggishly like oil in sub-zero weather. Usually when it acts that way, most people simply let it go back to sleep. It has learned through many years of inactivity that hard work is not a part of life at all. Here it's important that you stay with it. Like doing push-ups for the first time, not much happens, and the results are disappointing, if not embarrassing. But daily effort soon finds us doing with ease what was at first difficult and awkward. Write down any thoughts the mind passes along. Do not be discouraged, no matter how trivial your first efforts may be, if you haven't done this before. You're prospecting an exceedingly rich soil, and it may come up with a strike the first time out. It isn't likely, but stay alert and examine with great care the ideas produced by your first sessions. Sometimes an idea which appears worthless at first can be turned around or inside out or combined with another idea to form a winner. Just as important as the ideas produced by these first sessions is the extremely important function you're performing. Each day as you look at your goal and begin your disciplined thinking, you're placing the idea of your goal in your subconscious mind. Like the incredibly rich soil it is, it accepts the idea as a seed. Planting the seed once in a single session will probably not plant the seed deep enough or guarantee its germination. The seed must be planted again and again before germination takes place and it begins to grow in the subconscious mind. And while you're trying to pull ideas out of the top of your mind, a far greater wisdom is going to work below the surface. These think sessions accomplish two important jobs. One, they force the mind into disciplined control and form the habit of disciplined thought, and produce ideas, some of which may be very good. And two, they plant the seed of your goal deep into your subconscious mind and cause it to germinate and take root. It's the second function that will virtually guarantee you're reaching your goal. You may later rue the day, but reach your goal you will. As someone has said, be choosy what it is you set your heart upon, for if you want it strongly enough, you'll get it. Here it all hinges on the wisdom and maturity of our decisions. Then, forcing the mind to think and come up with answers for a definite period of time every day sets the great subterranean forces to work. And they'll go on working all day while you're doing other things and all night long while you're sleeping. That's how you get the real hidden power of your mind and imagination to work. You've given it a specific job to do in the setting of your goal, and it can marshal massive, computer-like memory banks and countless extrapolations and permutations, trying 1,000,000 possible pieces to the puzzle you've given it. And at the same time, another very subtle action is taking place. You're changing. Subtle shifts in your personality and attitudes, your manner, your whole being are underway as you're being readied for the accomplishment of your goal. And as you think about the goal you're working toward, it moves farther and farther into the realm of possibility. Gradually, instead of being what might at first have seemed like a little wild daydream, it begins to make more and more sense. It begins to take on legitimate, concrete form. And finally, one day, when you least expect it, when the mind is at leisure, the idea will appear. It will slip into the edge of your consciousness so unobtrusively that, like a sly party crasher, you will be only vaguely conscious of it. But then, incredibly at first, then with mounting exhilaration, you'll see it for what it is, the idea you've been looking for. And if your goal is to live the simple, uncluttered life in some idyllic spot, you can achieve it. You can have your cake and you can eat it too. You can, through the use of your imagination, do what you want to do, where you want to do it. You are under no constraint other than habit and self-doubt to suffer in one part of your life for success in another part. You can succeed in all parts. For those who are not ready to begin uncomplicating their lives, there are a million things calling for attention, opportunities everywhere. Every listing in the yellow pages of the telephone directory represents a business opportunity because not one of the businesses listed is being operated as well as it can be, as it may one day be operated. At the same time, let's remember those worthwhile guidelines, quality and simplicity. It's really quite surprising what we can do without and still live a richly satisfying life. We've been engaged for some time now in a national debauch of senseless consumerism in this country. Just as we eat twice what we need for good health, we often purchase twice what we need in the way of things which end by owning us, tying us down, worrying us as we try to maintain or keep from losing them in one way or another. I think what we're seeking is freedom. Freedom from things, as well as the opinions of others. It's amazing how people love to complicate their lives. Several years ago, a friend of mine played a trick on his wife that changed her life and his too. Over the years, his wife had formed the habit, and it's an easy one to form for a man or a woman, of shouting at the children in the morning as she tried to herd them off to school. She screamed at them to get up and get dressed, to come to breakfast, to get ready for school, to catch the bus. It was a scene no doubt duplicated in thousands, perhaps millions of homes every morning. But it left my friend John, his wife, and the children pretty badly shaken every morning, with nerves jangling and a great desire to get as far from that house as possible in the shortest possible time. Each morning, John found himself heaving a sigh of relief as he left the wild confusion and noise of his home for the relative quiet of the drive to the office. And on one such drive, he got an idea that he felt might help subdue somewhat the nerve-shattering cacophony of his mornings. So the next morning, without his wife's knowledge, John hid a tape recorder and microphone in the kitchen with the volume turned up. All through the frenetic tableau of shouting and imprecations, the silent machine recorded every word, every sound. Then, when the children had gone off and his wife was sitting limply in her chair with a cup of coffee, getting her breath back from her morning drill master duties, John played it back to her. For a few moments, his wife looked at him in curious amazement. Then she suddenly realized that the strident, shouting, barking, unhappy voice was her own. For the first time, she heard herself as she sounded each morning to her husband and children, her face flamed with wounded embarrassment as the awful sound of her own voice again filled the kitchen. And long before it was over, she had put her head in her arms and was crying her heart out. John turned off the tape recorder and put his arm around her, and when she raised her tear-streaked face to look at him, it was filled with resolve, and she said quietly, "John, I'll never make another sound like that as long as I live." The next morning, the neighbors must have thought this family had left town. The children were dumbfounded but delighted. Their mother was smiling happily. She spoke to them in normal, well-modulated tones. Everything went off like clockwork. And when the children, still dazed by the smiling stranger who looked like their mother, had left for school, John and his wife sat smiling over their coffee. He later said she told him that she'd never be able to thank him enough for bringing home that tape recorder. The great majority of people haven't the faintest idea of the image they project for the world to see and hear. That's why football coaches show their players the films of the preceding week's game. If you want to improve your golf, get someone to videotape your swing. See yourself as you really look, and you can see where you can improve, where you can perhaps slow down and become steadier, more rhythmical. But if you want to have some fun, surreptitiously record the voices of your family at mealtime. That includes your own. You'll all find it a very interesting experience, and it can be hilariously funny. Some time back, Thomas J. Fleming wrote a piece for Life magazine that had to do with an interview he had with Dr. Frederick J. Godet, director of the Laboratory of Psychological Studies at Stevens Institute of Technology. Dr. Godet is an expert on labor problems and absenteeism. Through his studies, it seems that Dr. Godet has become intimately familiar with germs, their oddities and strange habits. He discovered, for example, that germs can feel and act. He said studies show germs can tell one day of the week from another. They're aware of payroll accounting procedures and can even tell if an employee is happy or not, or if a boss is a kind or mean person. The doctor learned all of this while working on the problem of absenteeism, which costs the nation something in the neighborhood of $7 billion a year. It was discovered, for example, that while humans work a 5-day week with the weekend off, germs work just the reverse. Thursdays and Fridays are virtually germ-free days in industry, but the germs really go to work over the weekend and lay low hundreds of thousands of employees who don't show up on Monday. Yet in certain companies, the germs lay low on Thursdays, but go after the employees on Fridays. It was found that these companies paid on Thursday instead of Friday. Another curious fact was noted. Companies with liberal payment policies for absences due to illness had a 50% higher illness rate than companies with restricted sick leave policies. It was also discovered that germs head for the hills when management begins doing some serious research into the cause of illness, and that new employees on a 6-month probationary period were virtually left alone by germs. But as soon as they were permanently hired, with their jobs secure and their psyches well adjusted to company routine, the germs suddenly attacked at the same rate that they attacked old-timers in the company. And it was found that germs are passionately attracted to departments and companies with tough bosses constantly breathing down the necks of employees. One large company found that the absences due to illness varied from 2% to 17%, depending upon the type of boss. Dr. Godet also discovered that there's a certain type of person to whom germs are particularly attracted. They're people who are defensive, suspicious, and somewhat hostile. They're usually not well liked by their supervisors, and they reciprocate this dislike. They don't make friends easily and are regarded as loners. It's amazing how often they get sick. On the other hand, germs seem to avoid the sort who make friends easily, are outward-going and capable of numerous emotional attachments. These are the people you can depend upon to show up on Monday mornings. They seem to have a built-in germ repellent. And the doctor recommends that we have all-star games, Christmas, New Year's, the World Series, and national elections only on weekends. We know germs are active on weekends, so we have nothing to lose. And it seems that if a company will do a little research into the activities of its germs and the sort of people it has in management positions, it might increase its productivity considerably. Here's a wonderful way to avoid an argument. Simply ask questions. Instead of jumping in and disagreeing before you know any more about the subject under discussion than the other party, ask the other person to state his case specifically and to define his terms. People who like to argue and will at the drop of a word on any subject are people who enjoy ruffling the feelings of others. Willis Sloane once wrote an article entitled "Arguments Don't Win Friends," in which he points out that arguments are useless and largely ridiculous. They're more a matter of temper than temperate conversation and discussion. Subjects such as politics and religion can almost always provoke an argument. Racial prejudices can bring forth the most ridiculous statements in the form of arguments for or against certain practices. But if you'll apply this rule, to make your opponent be specific about some point you know backward and forward, you may avoid a foolish and endless, where nobody wins kind of argument. I've found that an argument like a potential highway accident can generally be spotted from some distance away, and it can be avoided the same way. Slow down and approach with caution. In conversation, as in your car, the worst danger is speed. It's pretty hard to get seriously hurt going 10 miles an hour, and you can avoid a serious argument that could lead to a lot of heartache by just being extremely careful when you come upon a situation that's likely to erupt into a serious argument. If someone makes a statement that you feel is wrong or ridiculous, you should not remain silent. As you feel the adrenaline pumping into your system, instead of jumping on the other person with both feet, just ask, "Why do you say that?" If you get another absurd generalization, ask, "Would you mind being specific about that?" Ask questions such as why, how do you know? Instead of trying to prove your opponent wrong, make him prove himself right or discredit himself, which he will promptly do if he's skating on thin ice. Put the burden of proof squarely where it belongs, on the shoulders of the person who started it. Then you can sit back calmly and enjoy yourself while he gets in over his head, flounders in the swamp for a while, and finally tries to change the subject. No argument, and he won't be so quick to start another one the next time. Robert McNamara, one of the nation's top executives, asks why whenever something is proposed, even if he is immediately against the proposal. He wants all the facts. Perhaps he's been wrong about it, and if he's right, he forces the person making the proposal to prove its merits. Now, no one can even guess at the number of families living between arguments in a state of unnecessary and uneasy truce. Since it takes two to argue, let's make sure we're not one of them. All we need say is, why do you say that? Or, exactly what do you mean by what you just said? Where is your proof? Keep the ball and the pressure on the person who is driving recklessly. It works like a charm, and you come out of it looking professional, wise, and level-headed. Thank you. The American Economic Foundation points out that among all living creatures, man alone is placed on Earth without a built-in book of instructions for successful living. Aside from a strong instinct to protect himself with weapons and to better himself with tools, man is born without knowledge of his own nature. Insects, animals, and birds know instinctively and intuitively what they have to do and how they have to act in order to live successfully. They do not have to wonder where they come from, where they're going, what rights and obligations they have, whether they were meant to live free or in bondage. Men, on the other hand, don't even agree on what kind of government best suits their social and economic needs. Man has weak instincts, and to add to his confusions, he has free will, which means that he can successfully contradict his own impulses. Man desires peace, yet is easily stimulated to war. He treasures private possessions, yet justifies stealing. He is capable of both tenderness and brutality. In other words, from the beginning, our ancestors were the original crazy mixed-up kids, and it must be admitted modern man is still far from rational. His only clues to the rules that will assure an orderly, productive life lie in the history of human experience, the written record of the socio-economic experiments and ideas that succeeded and of those that failed. The trouble with record-keeping, however, is twofold. First, man did not learn to write until about 5,000 years ago, and second, most of the writers of history have not always told the truth. In the written history of man, however, can be found a set of operating principles that has been proven many times over to fit the nature of man and to create a climate of progress. By studying these principles, man can gain knowledge of his own nature and learn how to act in ways that benefit rather than injure him. And heading the list is man's most important need, freedom. There is no evidence in history that man can prosper without the exercise of freedom. For example, in the communist nations of Russia and China, where more than 50% of the labor force is devoted to agriculture, food is chronically in short supply. In the United States, however, about 7% of a free labor force raises more food than the people can possibly eat. And along with bountiful Canada, we sell food to Russia and China to make up their shortages. And I just read in the Miami Herald that looks like we'll be feeding them for some years to come. The most obvious natural trait of economic man is that he does his best work, that is, makes the best use of his muscular and mental energy when he is free. He produces best when he is making his own plans and devising his own methods of carrying them out, with the knowledge that whatever the results may be, they are his results, and that whatever the fruit of his labor may be, they too are his. So it's clear, therefore, that the first requirement of prosperity is individual freedom of choice and action. But I'm not too sure that this story is being properly told to our young people in school, nor has it been properly told for decades. In June 1972, an article appeared in the Intellectual Digest titled, "Never Underestimate the Power of Children." It was written by Rudolf Dreikers, M.D., Professor Emeritus of Psychiatry, Chicago Medical School, and Director of the Alfred Adler Institute of Chicago, and by Bernice Bronya Grunwald and Floyd C. Pepper, who is Coordinator of Instruction, Multnomah's County Intermediate Education District, Portland, Oregon. In the article, it's pointed out that although we assume that many children could achieve more than they do, in many instances we equate what the child is doing with what he can do. Educational progress depends on the ability of the teacher to perceive the untapped resources of the student and to develop techniques of using these resources to best advantage. In both regards, our present culture is remiss. We hardly acknowledge the tremendous potential of each child, and we simply lack in our educational institutions the ability to evoke their latent talents. Indeed, it often seems that we systematically prevent the development of children while trying too hard to foster it. They go on to write, while we cannot base our estimate of the child's potential on any reliable proof, we find some agreement among people with vision that we're all operating at about 15% of our potential ability. If anything close to this estimate is correct, then we can attribute this general artificial restriction in our functions to the practice of impeding the development of our children. We have advocated for many years the proposition, they write, that children could learn within the first 10 years everything that presently a college graduate knows. And at the end of the article they write, the force behind every human action is its goal. To a certain extent, everybody knows what he wants and he acts accordingly. More frequently, he is not aware of his goals. The consequences of his actions, however, reveal his intentions, whether he's aware of them or not. The individual has the power to move in any self-determined direction. All his actions, qualities, and characteristics, as well as his emotions, can be understood by his effort to find a place for himself in society. A child's actions may be based on faulty assumptions about life and about himself. Although his behavior may appear to be inappropriate, it reflects his conviction that this is the only possible way for him to be significant. He cannot perceive reality as it is, only as he interprets it. How the child looks at life, at others, and at himself, and what he decides to do about it, depends on his private logic. Asking a child why he does something wrong is useless. He doesn't know. The trained educator has to help him to understand himself, his goals, his private logic. Well, it was an excellent article in what I consider to be a consistently excellent magazine, and I recommend it to you. Let's take another look at that line that goes, the individual has the power to move in any self-determined direction. All his actions, qualities, and characteristics, as well as his emotions, can be understood by his effort to find a place for himself in society. A child's actions may be based on faulty assumptions about life and about himself. Amen. The way most children are raised in the home and in the school is to give them a completely cockeyed picture of what life in a free society can be like. They're taught to play it safe, to avoid risks of any sort, to fit in, to conform, to be one of the group, one more sheep in the herd. They're taught to tiptoe through life instead of dance and run through it. And their store of information regarding basic economics and why our system offers unlimited opportunities for growth and fulfillment to the individual is minuscule, or more usually, absent. One of my favorite thinkers and writers, Leo Roston, wrote a piece for a World magazine titled The Power of Positive Nonsense, in which he debunked some popularly held opinions. Popularly held opinions are almost always wrong. He begins by quoting the American humorist Frank Hubbard, who once commented, "'Tain't what a man don't know that hurts him, it's what he knows that just ain't so." And he says, "I know of no sounder, truer precept. I never cease being dumbfounded by the unbelievable things people believe. The cockamamie cant they convert into credos, the trumpery they never question, the twiddle, twaddle, and 14-karat drivel they incorporate into that body of unknowledge, the veracity of which everyone, in quotes, accepts. I sometimes think," he writes, "that nothing on our dizzy globe is more widely spread, more deeply rooted, more revered or fiercely defended than baloney." And as one of several examples, he cites the hallowed phrase, idle curiosity. "I get an acute attack of the glums," he writes, "when I consider how many upright, unthinking citizens use that oxymoron day in and day out without the slightest awareness of its idiocy. If you think about it for as long as 6 seconds, you surely must realize that the one thing curiosity cannot, ever be, is idle." And then going back to the article on children by Dr. Dreikers, the greatest obstacle to growth and development, to learning and to improved function, or even to continued function on the level already reached, is discouragement, doubt in one's own ability. Our present methods of raising children confront them with a series of discouraging experiences. One either does for them what they could do for themselves, protecting and spoiling them, or one scolds and punishes,
In either case, the child is deprived of the experience of his own strength. So if you think for a moment that our kids are not presented with the real facts as to their potential for growth in a free economy, and combine the fact that they are repressed into conformity with minimal standards of achievement, and consider that they see their parents and neighbors living largely parasitical lives, doing no more than they have to in order to squeak by, and that they often live in a home environment of intellectual and creative poverty, and you begin to understand why they carry from 85 to 95% of their true potential for achievement, joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment to the grave with them, unused and undreamed of. The idea is seldom, how much can I do? How far can I go? It is instead, how safe can I play it? How can I get by with a passing grade? How can I keep out of trouble? And the odds are about 95 to 5, give or take a few percentage points either way, that you and I were raised in that kind of an atmosphere, one of passive submission. The way millions live in our society, they might as well be living under a communist or socialist form of government, with all decisions being made for them by a small group at the top. Except for going to the polls on election day, they're really not free at all. They tread a narrow path and live in a state of uneasy anxiety. They're taught to live that way, and they never get over it. I read one time about the headmaster of an English lower grade school who always made it a point to visit a new class and ask the children the same question. He would say, "It's very important that every one of you knows the correct answer to this question. Why are you in school?" One by one, he would ask the children to answer the question, and they would try their best but never come up with the right answer. After they had all stammered out their wrong answers, he would say, "None of you answered the question correctly. Here is the correct answer. You are in school to learn to think. And the next time I ask you that question, don't just parrot the right answer. Understand it. Think about it. You are in school to learn to think." Well, I don't know how successful he was in teaching this most valuable of lessons. It certainly stuck in the mind of the man who told the story. He was Gavin Maxwell, author of the fine and beautiful book Ring of Bright Water, among others. The children in that school, like Gavin Maxwell, were fortunate. But we know most teachers don't teach their young charges how to think because they themselves usually haven't the foggiest notion of how to think. The odds against our having had such a teacher are great, and the odds against our learning to think in our homes as youngsters are about the same. But we can learn to think through re-education, through realizing what the opportunities are in our society today, and that we're normally functioning on a fraction of our real potential, and realize that we can definitely bring more and more of the power of our minds to bear in our lives. Once a person has learned how to think, he has just about all the advantage he needs in a society such as ours. He can have an interesting, productive, and successful life. He need never remain for long in a situation he finds not to his liking. He can change it, or move from one thing to another. Knowing how to think and thus solve his problems as they arise and the problems of others, he has the kind of inner security that permits him to live abundantly in a state of what others would think of as insecurity all the years of his life. We've all seen people filing through one half of a double door, a long line of them following each other through half of the door and waiting needlessly in line to do it. And then you've seen someone open the other half of the door and breeze through. Immediately, people will plunge in behind him, but it took him to think, to ask himself, "I wonder why we're all going through half of that door like a bunch of stupid sheep." It was designed to handle twice the traffic, so he opens it and he goes through life like that, opening obvious doors, at least obvious to him, while others follow his lead. He'll do that in whatever field he chooses, simply because somewhere along the line, he learned to think. Perhaps it was a wise teacher, like our English headmaster. It may have been his mother or father. But somewhere along the line, he learned of the almost limitless power of his mind. He learned to be curious. He learned about the gold mine between his ears, and he formed the habit of using it. Successful people are not people without problems, as a wise educator once put it. Problems are much the same for all of us. Successful people are simply people who've learned to solve their problems. They've learned to think. We mentioned at the beginning that the first requirement of prosperity is individual freedom of choice and action. Several years ago, Frederick R. Capel, chairman of the board of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, told about a study the Bell system made of the relationship between profits and performance in American industry. They started with two questions. Does profit do anything? Is it only a result, or does it also cause things to happen that affect our economy? Their conclusion was that good profit, good business performance, and healthy economic progress all go together. But the men who made this study went further. Good profit, they suggested, does much more than parallel good performance. It's one of the essential factors in bringing good performance about. The other essentials named were good management and a good product. In other words, good profit is by no means merely a result. It is also causative, dynamic, and energizing. Of the businesses analyzed, those that earned well had better growth records, with all that connotes of value delivered to consumers, than those that earned poorly. The more profitable companies put more investment, including more retained earnings, into new and improved equipment. They did more research and more innovating. They offered better job opportunities, and they contributed more to community well-being. Thus, the study group suggested that good profit should be regarded as a prime cause of economic and social progress. Profit, they felt, is not merely an end result of the business process, but a lively, functional element that does indeed cause things to happen. Now, this is the point that so many well-meaning but off-base social reformers miss. They keep seeing profit and the average working person as somehow separate and unallied. They fail to see how profit earned by a commercial organization can do any good at all for society as a whole. But that's exactly what it does best. Profits are not drained off and put in vaults or buried in bomb-proof caves. Profits go to work. They're invested right back into the economy in the form of new and better tools, expanded industry, and products and services. Profits go into the pockets of all the people. The best paid human beings on earth, with the highest standards of living on earth, will always be found in the zones of profit. The least profitable a company or a country or an entire part of the world, the more downtrodden will be its people in all areas of their lives. They will have less money, less food, poorer shelter, poorer schools, poorer medical attention, and so on. Profits to a business can be compared to a salary for a person. The more there is, the more gets pumped back into the economy, the more is spent. Cutting down on profits is like cutting down on a man's wages. It doesn't only hurt him and his family. It hurts the whole community. Everybody loses. Even taxes come out of profits. Profit is a prime cause of economic and social progress. It is not merely an end result of a well-managed business, but a lively, functional element that causes things to happen. And I believe that we're swinging around to a well-ordered, human-directed attitude toward business and profits never before known in the human community. I don't think we've even gotten started yet. For every good idea that's been developed in the past, there are 1,000. There are 10,000 yet to be developed. In thinking, in getting ideas, what are the underlying factors of a really great idea? What causes a person to suddenly get an idea that will change his life or even the world? One of the best descriptions of exactly what it takes was written by John Livingston Lowes, who lived from 1867 to 1945. He said that a great idea requires three vital factors, which he called the well, and the vision, and the will. The well is our store of knowledge, of facts. It's the great chaotic jumble of facts, ideas, and information that we've stored away in our mental computer. The more the better. That's why, as Leo Roston says, there's no such thing as idle curiosity. John Lowes puts it this way. The notion that the creative imagination, especially in its highest exercise, has little or nothing to do with facts is one of the pseudodoxia epidemica which die hard. He means, of course, that if you think great ideas can come from a shallow well, you're probably as wrong as you've ever been in your lifetime. The deeper and better stocked your well of information, the better. Next, the vision. You need some arresting stimulus, which often comes by accident, to give you the enlightened vision you need. He put it this way. In genius of the highest order, the sudden, incalculable, and puissant energy which pours up from the hidden depths is controlled by a will which serves a vision, the vision which sees in chaos the potentiality of form. Darwin had been accumulating masses of facts which pointed to a momentous conclusion, but they pointed through a maze of baffling inconsistencies. Then, all at once, the flash of vision came. He tells us in his autobiography, I can remember the very spot on the road, whilst in my carriage, when to my joy the solution occurred to me. And then and only then does the will come into play. With the infinite toil of exposition, was slowly framed from the obdurate facts, the great statement of the theory of evolution. For Milton, the leap of the imagination in a garden at Woolsthorpe on a day in 1665, from the fall of an apple to an architectonic conception cosmic in its scope and grandeur, is one of the dramatic moments in the history of human thought. But in that pregnant moment there flashed together the profound and daring observations and conjectures of a long period of years, and upon the instant of illumination followed other years of rigorous and protracted labor before the Principia appeared. With all great ideas, there was first the long collection of information for the deep well of the subconscious mind, the storage of information. Then, the vision, the great idea itself. Whether it was a sculpture, a book, a great piece of music, a painting, an idea in mechanics or architecture or business or anything. It can come in the middle of the night or while you're eating breakfast on an airplane or watering your lawn, anywhere. And then comes the will, the determination to do the work necessary, no matter how long it takes, to make the idea a thing of reality. The well, the vision, and the will. The 3 steps necessary for the completion of a great idea. It's been written that the road to Xanadu, as we have traced it, is the road of the human spirit, and the imagination, voyaging through chaos and reducing it to clarity and order, is the symbol of all the quests which lend glory to our dust. In talking about ideas that we want to pass along to our kids, in school and more importantly in the home, of all the qualities that parents can instill in the children, which would you say is the most important? Sometime back, the editors of a business magazine conducted a survey on what qualities it takes to be successful. They didn't indicate what they meant by successful, but since the survey was by the editors of a business magazine, it was naturally assumed that what was meant was success in business. Well, interestingly enough, the same number 1 quality emerged for success in business that came up for success as a father or mother. And do you know what that single quality is? 1 word. Integrity. There are millions today who will laugh at that, but the odds are good that neither they nor their youngsters are doing too well. Do you remember when General Dean was taken prisoner during the Korean War? The Chinese communists led him to believe that he was soon to be executed. It was a calculated part of their torture, and General Dean thought they were going to kill him. In what he thought was to be his last letter to his wife, he included instructions for his son, and he wrote, "Tell Bill, the word is integrity." Children who are taught the importance of integrity never seem to lose it. It becomes a part of their being, their way of doing things, and more than anything else, it will guarantee their success in life as persons. Integrity is what a man wants in his wife, and she in him. That's what we look for and hope for in a doctor or a dentist, the man who designs and builds our home, the man we work for, and the people who work under us. It's what we want more than anything else in a politician or an appointed official, in judge and police officers. Integrity is honesty, but much more than the superficial kind of honesty that keeps a person from stealing or cheating. Integrity is a set of mind and character that goes all the way through like good solid construction. If a person is offered a large bribe, and for an instant weighs the size of the bribe against the chance of discovery, he's not an integrous person. He's simply an expedient person, playing it safe, a basic crook. The integrous person cannot countenance a bribe. It goes against his grain. You might as well ask him to flap his arms and fly like a bird. There's no way he can do it, any more than General Dean could possibly do what the enemy wanted him to do under the threat of execution. It didn't enter his mind. And integrity, or the lack of it, is generally taught in the home, in little as well as big things. In business or in life, the number 1 quality is integrity. For most people, it would seem getting through life is a matter of managing a compromise between integrity and expediency. Integrity is all well and good, and everybody would like to have the word apply to him, but there are times it is usually thought when it's perhaps best to wink at integrity and indulge in a little larceny, or remain silent when to speak one's mind might result in a loss of popularity or ostracism of some kind. As Ortega tells it, the human creature is born into the world in a natural state of disorientation. He is the only creature on earth who is not at home in his environment. He must, and he does, in a godlike fashion, create his own life, his own world. Now that's an awesome thing to think about. The responsibility is onerous, frightening. To present a white knight-like facade of unblemished and unsullied integrity is not only difficult, to most people I'm sure, it's also a little ridiculous. The old battle cry of the mob is, everybody does it, why shouldn't I? And that's exactly why the person of integrity doesn't do it. They will ask, what are you trying to be, a Boy Scout? What's wrong with being a Boy Scout? Why shouldn't we go straight in a time when such an attitude needs all the recruits it can get? Integrity in business is the surest way on earth to succeed. Sometimes it might seem that what you're doing is going to cut into profits, but it inevitably ends by increasing profits. I was talking to a well-known, highly respected Florida real estate man the other day, and this subject came up. He's been in the real estate business in Florida for more than 30 years and has long been a champion of going the extra mile, doing much more than he needs to in order to get by and earn a profit. He told me that the more he works for the good of the consumer, the customer, and of the community at large, the more money he makes. If he could get by putting 5 lots on a piece of property and digging the canal 5 feet deep, he puts 3 lots on it and digs the canal 12 feet deep. And if the code requires a landfill of 5 feet, he makes it 7 feet. By so doing, he's earned the admiration and respect of everyone in the community, has built a tremendous reputation for integrity, and has become a millionaire in the process. Call him a Boy Scout, and he'll smile and say, thank you. When we put the well-being of people in first place, we'll never make a mistake. People first, profit last. And the more you do it, the bigger and better your profits become. It's the old law of cause and effect. In my opinion, there should be courses in integrity. Someone once wrote that if honesty didn't exist, it ought to be invented as the best means of getting rich. But kids don't learn integrity when they see their father bringing home loot from his place of employment, or bragging about how he cheated on his income tax, or lifting towels and other loose impedimenta from a hotel or motel room. Yes, tell Bill the word is integrity. In a product, a service, or a human being, integrity is priceless and can only lead to success in the long run. We've all played golf with people who conveniently forget strokes. They fool no one, least of all the other club members, and they become objects of derision. And every week we read in the newspapers of men, quite often in high places, whose lack of basic integrity has landed them in trouble with the law, with the resulting damage to themselves and the members of their family. They were not taught the importance of integrity as youngsters, and failed to mature and learn the importance of it as adults. I came across a great line the other day. It was written by Emanuel H. Demby, and it goes, self-confidence is like a psychological credit card. It's true, and to my mind, the best way to develop self-confidence is to know that you're operating on absolutely sound ground rules. Now, the majority, I'm afraid, does not do that, not because they wouldn't if they knew what the rules are, but because their education is faulty. To again quote Frank Hubbard and Leo Roston, "'Tain't what a man don't know that hurts him, it's what he knows that just ain't so." An excellent book that I enjoyed tremendously and want to reread is The American Idea of Success by Richard M. Huber. Huber gives the best description of why Americans are so hipped on success without really knowing the definition of the word as it applies to our lives I've ever read. He points out that the most important element in the foundation of American civilization was not economic, political, or ethnic. It was religious. Nowhere is the importance of Puritan Protestantism more apparent than in explaining why Americans were ambitious to succeed. The Christian goal of the Middle Ages was to know and do the will of God. Although ambition was not entirely smothered, one was expected to do his duty in the station of life to which it pleased God to call him. The Christian goal of Puritan Protestant America was also to know and do the will of God, except that man's understanding of God's will had changed. The quest for grace became a quest for wealth. If, as Gunnar Myrdal perceived, Americans worshipped success, it was because Americans from early in their history worshipped a God that they were confident wanted them to be a success. The consequences of this conviction were immense. All societies pursue certain objectives that they define as saintly. Yet some societies, like America, ended up wealthy by pursuing what they believed was saintly. Piling up a fortune was a way of worshiping God and a visible proof of his favor. As Eric Fromm has pointed out, this ethic supported the feeling of security and tended to give life meaning and a religious sense of fulfillment. This combination of a stable world, stable possessions, and a stable ethic gave the members of the middle class a feeling of belonging, self-confidence, and pride. Puritan Protestantism ideologically supported productive personal qualities. It may also have psychologically helped to mold such qualities into its believers. How did Puritan Protestantism build in entrepreneurial traits of initiative, self-reliance, and risk-taking? Well, rather than a priestly intermediary standing between man and God within an authoritarian framework which might have led to passive dependency, Protestantism stressed individual decision-making with no intermediary between man and God. This process translated itself into individual decision-making in secular affairs. The burden of private judgment with respect to sin was carried over to an acceptance of the burden of private judgment in business, a confidence in oneself to make decisions, to innovate, to act. This foundation of religious values and their psychological consequences was strengthened by other causal forces that helped to explain why Americans were ambitious to be successful. Puritanism struck at laziness with the stick of guilt. Capitalistic values tempted ambition with the carrot of self-interest, and by the end of the 18th century, reaching for the carrot was not only for the good of the self, but for the good of all. Adam Smith pronounced the doctrine that the justification for the unregulated pursuit of one's own self-interest was the generally unintentional promotion of the public welfare. Puritanism and Adam Smith had bequeathed a good conscience to the businessman. Doctrines of economic and political individualism encouraged the ambitious to get on. What the rights of the voter were to political democracy, the achievement of the self-made man was to economic democracy. Individualism was encouraged by an optimistic belief that one could rise in a land of opportunity. You can't keep a good man down. In the American open class system, status was attained by achievement rather than by ascription. No titles or legal safeguards protected an individual from skidding into an inferior class position during his own lifetime. At the same time, he was not formally denied entrance into a superior status. Every generation in America has had its nose pressed against the window pane, dreaming above its station, and encouraged to do so by the values of the society. And one of the shaping influences for this competitive drive was the school system. Americans had faith in education as an escalator to lift their children to a higher economic and social position. Designed to arouse the competitive drive in children was a whole battery of marks, prizes, and degrees from the first grade through high school that measured how a student stacked up against his schoolmates. What instilled ambition in a child was a process of thinking in which achievement was measured by a recorded reward. After graduation, the reward was simply shifted to money. And the drive for money was occasioned by more than just the desire for money and what it can buy. Money and the education it confers on following generations in America determines one's social standing. If not in the first generation, certainly, if there's enough money, in the generations to follow. The most socially prominent families in America are built on nothing but great piles of money. Some of them may be able to trace their ancestry to the Mayflower, but passage on that small and beat-up vessel was not obtained by one's social standing. I think it's a wonderful thing that a person's standing in the community does not rest upon the titles of his ancestors. As someone has commented, the best part of such people are often underground. But to equate social standing with a lot of money is just as ridiculous. The fact that a person can buy the biggest house in town and staff it with servants does not in any stretch of the imagination cause him or her to be superior to any other person. To assume such an attitude is a sign of infantile stupidity. If you've got the money, great. Enjoy it and spread it around and pass it along to the kids if you like. But don't get on your high horse because your grandfather had a good idea and some perseverance. But by all means, read The American Idea of Success by Richard M. Huber. It will give you a brilliantly clear picture of just what the title implies, and by so doing, it helps you and me get a clearer picture of what real success as a person is all about. I have a good friend who's a highly paid executive with one of the country's largest corporations. He and his wife have 5 children, and they have vowed not to leave a dime to any one of them. It's a wonderfully happy family, and the children, now grown and married, are doing fine on their own. but they've known for years not to expect a legacy. I'd be the last person in the world to cheat them of the opportunity and the fun of making it on their own, says their father, and so he arranges to spend every dime of his considerable income every year. He has provided for his retirement, carries enough insurance to protect his wife, and that's it. He has a wonderfully healthy attitude towards money and enjoys it fully without worrying about stacking it up. Money is the harvest of our production and can be used to purchase the production of others. It's a good thing, and with it we can live and enjoy the good life, and that's about it. To ascribe other values to it is a sign of immaturity. The American Economic Foundation points out that among all living creatures, man alone is placed on Earth without a built-in book of instructions for successful living. Aside from a strong instinct to protect himself with weapons and to better himself with tools, man is born without knowledge of his own nature. Insects, animals, and birds know instinctively and intuitively what they have to do and how they have to act in order to live successfully. They do not have to wonder where they come from, where they're going, what rights and obligations they have, whether they were meant to live free or in bondage. Men, on the other hand, don't even agree on what kind of government best suits their social and economic needs. Man has weak instincts, and to add to his confusions, he has free will, which means that he can successfully contradict his own impulses. Man desires peace, yet is easily stimulated to war. He treasures private possessions, yet justifies stealing. He is capable of both tenderness and brutality. In other words, from the beginning, our ancestors were the original crazy mixed-up kids, and it must be admitted modern man is still far from rational. His only clues to the rules that will assure an orderly, productive life lie in the history of human experience, the written record of the socio-economic experiments and ideas that succeeded and of those that failed. The trouble with record-keeping, however, is twofold. First, man did not learn to write until about 5,000 years ago, and second, most of the writers of history have not always told the truth. In the written history of man, however, can be found a set of operating principles that has been proven many times over to fit the nature of man and to create a climate of progress. By studying these principles, man can gain knowledge of his own nature and learn how to act in ways that benefit rather than injure him. And heading the list is man's most important need: freedom. There is no evidence in history that man can prosper without the exercise of freedom. For example, in the communist nations of Russia and China, where more than 50% of the labor force is devoted to agriculture, food is chronically in short supply. In the United States, however, about 7% of the free labor force raises more food than the people can possibly eat. And along with bountiful Canada, we sell food to Russia and China to make up their shortages. And I just read in the Miami Herald that looks like we'll be feeding them for some years to come. The most obvious natural trait of economic man is that he does his best work, that is, makes the best use of his muscular and mental energy when he is free. He produces best when he is making his own plans and devising his own methods of carrying them out, with the knowledge that whatever the results may be, they are his results, and that whatever the fruit of his labor may be, they too are his. So it's clear, therefore, that the first requirement of prosperity is individual freedom of choice and action. But I'm not too sure that this story is being properly told to our young people in school, nor has it been properly told for decades. In June 1972, an article appeared in the Intellectual Digest titled, "Never Underestimate the Power of Children." It was written by Rudolf Dreikers, M.D., Professor Emeritus of Psychiatry, Chicago Medical School, and Director of the Alfred Adler Institute of Chicago, and by Bernice Bronya Grunwald and Floy C. Pepper, who is Coordinator of Instruction, Multnomah's County Intermediate Education District, Portland, Oregon. In the article, it's pointed out that although we assume that many children could achieve more than they do, in many instances we equate what the child is doing with what he can do. Educational progress depends on the ability of the teacher to perceive the untapped resources of the student and to develop techniques of using these resources to best advantage. In both regards, our present culture is remiss. We hardly acknowledge the tremendous potential of each child, and we certainly lack in our educational institutions the ability to evoke their latent talents. Indeed, it often seems that we systematically prevent the development of children while trying too hard to foster it. They go on to write, while we cannot base our estimate of the child's potential on any reliable proof, we find some agreement among people with vision that we're all operating at about 15% of our potential ability. If anything close to this estimate is correct, then we can attribute this general artificial restriction in our functions to the practice of impeding the development of our children. We have advocated for many years the proposition, they write, that children could learn within the first 10 years everything that presently a college graduate knows. And at the end of the article they write, the force behind every human action is its goal. To a certain extent, everybody knows what he wants and he acts accordingly. More frequently, he is not aware of his goals. The consequences of his actions, however, reveal his intentions, whether he's aware of them or not. The individual has the power to move in any self-determined direction. All his actions, qualities, and characteristics, as well as his emotions, can be understood by his effort to find a place for himself in society. A child's actions may be based on faulty assumptions about life and about himself. Although his behavior may appear to be inappropriate, it reflects his conviction that this is the only possible way for him to be significant. He cannot perceive reality as it is, only as he interprets it. How the child looks at life, at others, and at himself, and what he decides to do about it, depends on his private logic. Asking a child why he does something wrong is useless. He doesn't know. The trained educator has to help him to understand himself, his goals, his private logic. Well, it was an excellent article in what I consider to be a consistently excellent magazine, and I recommend it to you. Let's take another look at that line that goes, the individual has the power to move in any self-determined direction. All his actions, qualities, and characteristics, as well as his emotions, can be understood by his effort to find a place for himself in society. A child's actions may be based on faulty assumptions about life and about himself. Amen. The way most children are raised in the home and in the school is to give them a completely cockeyed picture of what life in a free society can be like. They're taught to play it safe, to avoid risks of any sort, to fit in, to conform, to be one of the group, one more sheep in the herd. They're taught to tiptoe through life instead of dance and run through it. And their store of information regarding basic economics and why our system offers unlimited opportunities for growth and fulfillment to the individual is minuscule, or more usually, absent. One of my favorite thinkers and writers, Leo Rustin, wrote a piece for World magazine titled The Power of Positive Nonsense, in which he debunked some popularly held opinions. Popularly held opinions are almost always wrong. He begins by quoting the American humorist Frank Hubbard, who once commented, "'Tain't what a man don't know that hurts him, it's what he knows that just ain't so." And he says, "I know of no sounder, truer precept. I never cease being dumbfounded by the unbelievable things people believe, the cockamamie cant they convert into credos, the trumpery they never question, the twiddle, twaddle, and 14-karat drivel they incorporate into that body of unknowledge, the veracity of which everyone, in quotes, accepts. I sometimes think," he writes, "that nothing on our dizzy globe is more widely spread, more deeply rooted, more revered or fiercely defended than baloney." And as one of several examples, he cites the hallowed phrase, idle curiosity. "I get an acute attack of the glums," he writes, "when I consider how many upright, unthinking citizens use that oxymoron day in and day out without the slightest awareness of its idiocy. If you think about it for as long as 6 seconds, you surely must realize that the one thing curiosity cannot, ever be, is idle." And then going back to the article on children by Dr. Dreikers, the greatest obstacle to growth and development, to learning and to improved function, or even to continued function on the level already reached, is discouragement, doubt in one's own ability. Our present methods of raising children confront them with a series of discouraging experiences. One either does for them what they could do for themselves, protecting and spoiling them, or one scolds and punishes. In either case, the child is deprived of the experience of his own strength. So if you think for a moment, that our kids are not presented with the real facts as to their potential for growth in a free economy, and combine the fact that they are repressed into conformity with minimal standards of achievement, and consider that they see their parents and neighbors living largely parasitical lives, doing no more than they have to in order to squeak by, and that they often live in a home environment of intellectual and creative poverty, and you begin to understand why they carry from 85 to 95% of their true potential for achievement, joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment to the grave with them, unused and undreamed of. The idea is seldom, how much can I do? How far can I go? It is instead, how safe can I play it? How can I get by with a passing grade? How can I keep out of trouble? And the odds are about 95 to 5, give or take a few percentage points either way, that you and I were raised in that kind of an atmosphere, one of passive submission. The way millions live in our society, they might as well be living under a communist or socialist form of government, with all decisions being made for them by a small group at the top. Except for going to the polls on election day, they're really not free at all. They tread a narrow path and live in a state of uneasy anxiety. They're taught to live that way, and they never get over it. I read one time about the headmaster of an English lower grade school who always made it a point to visit a new class and ask the children the same question. He would say, "It's very important that every one of you knows the correct answer to this question. Why are you in school?" One by one, he would ask the children to answer the question, and they would try their best but never come up with the right answer. After they had all stammered out their wrong answers, he would say, "None of you answered the question correctly. Here is the correct answer. You are in school to learn to think. And the next time I ask you that question, don't just parrot the right answer. Understand it. Think about it. You are in school to learn to think." Well, I don't know how successful he was in teaching this most valuable of lessons. It certainly stuck in the mind of the man who told the story. He was Gavin Maxwell, author of the fine and beautiful book Ring of Bright Water, among others. The children in that school, like Gavin Maxwell, were fortunate. But we know most teachers don't teach their young charges how to think because they themselves usually haven't the foggiest notion of how to think. The odds against our having had such a teacher are great, and the odds against our learning to think in our homes as youngsters are about the same. But we can learn to think through re-education, through realizing what the opportunities are in our society today, and that we're normally functioning on a fraction of our real potential, and realize that we can definitely bring more and more of the power of our minds to bear in our lives. Once a person has learned how to think, he has just about all the advantage he needs in a society such as ours. He can have an interesting, productive, and successful life. He need never remain for long in a situation he finds not to his liking. He can change it, or move from one thing to another. Knowing how to think and thus solve his problems as they arise and the problems of others, he has the kind of inner security that permits him to live abundantly in a state of what others would think of as insecurity all the years of his life. We've all seen people filing through one half of a double door, a long line of them following each other through half of the door and waiting needlessly in line to do it. And then you've seen someone open the other half of the door and breeze through. Immediately, people will plunge in behind him, but it took him to think, to ask himself, "I wonder why we're all going through half of that door like a bunch of stupid sheep." It was designed to handle twice the traffic, so he opens it and he goes through life like that, opening obvious doors, at least obvious to him, while others follow his lead. He'll do that in whatever field he chooses, simply because somewhere along the line he learned to think. Perhaps it was a wise teacher, like our English headmaster. It may have been his mother or father. But somewhere along the line he learned the almost limitless power of his mind. He learned to be curious. He learned about the gold mine between his ears, and he formed the habit of using it. Successful people are not people without problems, as a wise educator once put it. Problems are much the same for all of us. Successful people are simply people who've learned to solve their problems. They've learned to think. We mentioned at the beginning that the first requirement of prosperity is individual freedom of choice and action. Several years ago, Frederick R. Capel, chairman of the board of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, told about a study the Bell system made of the relationship between profits and performance in American industry. They started with two questions. Does profit do anything?
Is it only a result, or does it also cause things to happen that affect our economy? Their conclusion was that good profit, good business performance, and healthy economic progress all go together. But the men who made this study went further. Good profit, they suggested, does much more than parallel good performance. It's one of the essential factors in bringing good performance about. The other essentials named were good management and a good product. In other words, good profit is by no means merely a result. It is also causative, dynamic, and energizing. Of the businesses analyzed, those that earned well had better growth records, with all that connotes of value delivered to consumers, than those that earned poorly. The more profitable companies put more investment, including more retained earnings, into new and improved equipment. They did more research and more innovating. They offered better job opportunities, and they contributed more to community well-being. Thus, the study group suggested that good profit should be regarded as a prime cause of economic and social progress. Profit, they felt, is not merely an end result of the business process, but a lively, functional element that does indeed cause things to happen. Now, this is the point that so many well-meaning but off-base social reformers miss. They keep seeing profit and the average working person as somehow separate and unallied. They fail to see how profit earned by a commercial organization can do any good at all for society as a whole. But that's exactly what it does best. Profits are not drained off and put in vaults or buried in bomb-proof caves. Profits go to work. They're invested right back into the economy in the form of new and better tools, expanded industry, and products and services. Profits go into the pockets of all the people. The best-paid human beings on Earth, with the highest standards of living on Earth, will always be found in the zones of profit. The least profitable a company or a country or an entire part of the world, the more downtrodden will be its people in all areas of their lives. They will have less money, less food, poorer shelter, poorer schools, poorer medical attention, and so on. Profits to a business can be compared to a salary for a person. The more there is, the more gets pumped back into the economy, the more is spent. Cutting down on profits is like cutting down on a man's wages. It doesn't only hurt him and his family. It hurts the whole community. Everybody loses. Even taxes come out of profits. Profit is a prime cause of economic and social progress. It is not merely an end result of a well-managed business, but a lively, functional element that causes things to happen. And I believe that we're swinging around to a well-ordered, human-directed attitude toward business and profits never before known in the human community. I don't think we've even gotten started yet. For every good idea that's been developed in the past, there are 1,000. There are 10,000 yet to be developed. In thinking, in getting ideas, what are the underlying factors of a really great idea? What causes a person to suddenly get an idea that will change his life or even the world? One of the best descriptions of exactly what it takes was written by John Livingston Lowes, who lived from 1867 to 1945. He said that a great idea requires 3 vital factors which he called the well, and the vision, and the will. The well is our store of knowledge, of facts. It's the great chaotic jumble of facts, ideas, and information that we stored away in our mental computer. The more the better. That's why, as Leo Roston says, there's no such thing as idle curiosity. John Lowes puts it this way. The notion that the creative imagination, especially in its highest exercise, has little or nothing to do with facts is one of the pseudodoxia epidemica which die hard. He means, of course, that if you think great ideas can come from a shallow well, you're probably as wrong as you've ever been in your lifetime. The deeper and better stocked your well of information, the better. Next, the vision. You need some arresting stimulus, which often comes by accident, to give you the enlightened vision you need. He put it this way. In genius of the highest order, the sudden, incalculable, and puissant energy which pours up from the hidden depths is controlled by a will which serves a vision, the vision which sees in chaos the potentiality of form. Darwin had been accumulating masses of facts which pointed to a momentous conclusion, but they pointed through a maze of baffling inconsistencies. Then, all at once, the flash of vision came. He tells us in his autobiography, I can remember the very spot on the road, whilst in my carriage, when to my joy the solution occurred to me. And then and only then does the will come into play. With the infinite toil of exposition, was slowly framed from the obdurate facts the great statement of the theory of evolution.
For Milton, the leap of the imagination in a garden at Woolsthorpe on a day in 1665, from the fall of an apple to an architectonic conception cosmic in its scope and grandeur, is one of the dramatic moments in the history of human thought. But in that pregnant moment there flashed together the profound and daring observations and conjectures of a long period of years, and upon the instant of illumination followed other years of rigorous and protracted labor before the Principia appeared. With all great ideas, there was first the long collection of information for the deep well of the subconscious mind, the storage of information. Then, the vision, the great idea itself. Whether it was a sculpture, a book, a great piece of music, a painting, an idea in mechanics or architecture or business or anything. It can come in the middle of the night or while you're eating breakfast on an airplane or watering your lawn, anywhere. And then comes the will, the determination to do the work necessary, no matter how long it takes, to make the idea a thing of reality. The well, the vision, and the will. The three steps necessary for the completion of a great idea. It's been written that the road to Xanadu, as we have traced it, is the road of the human spirit, and the imagination, voyaging through chaos and reducing it to clarity and order, is the symbol of all the quests which lend glory to our dust. In talking about ideas that we want to pass along to our kids, in school and more importantly in the home, of all the qualities that parents can instill in the children, which would you say is the most important? Sometime back, the editors of a business magazine conducted a survey on what qualities it takes to be successful. They didn't indicate what they meant by successful, but since the survey was by the editors of a business magazine, it was naturally assumed that what was meant was success in business. Well, interestingly enough, the same number one quality emerged for success in business that came up for success as a father or mother. And do you know what that single quality is? One word. Integrity. There are millions today who will laugh at that, but the odds are good that neither they nor their youngsters are doing too well. Do you remember when General Dean was taken prisoner during the Korean War? The Chinese communists led him to believe that he was soon to be executed. It was a calculated part of their torture, and General Dean thought they were going to kill him. In what he thought was to be his last letter to his wife, he included instructions for his son, and he wrote, "Tell Bill, the word is integrity." Children who are taught the importance of integrity never seem to lose it. It becomes a part of their being, their way of doing things, and more than anything else, it will guarantee their success in life as persons. Integrity is what a man wants in his wife, and she in him. That's what we look for and hope for in a doctor or a dentist, the man who designs and builds our home, the man we work for, and the people who work under us. It's what we want more than anything else in a politician or an appointed official, in judge and police officers. Integrity is honesty, but much more than the superficial kind of honesty that keeps a person from stealing or cheating. Integrity is a set of mind and character that goes all the way through like good solid construction. If a person is offered a large bribe, and for an instant weighs the size of the bribe against the chance of discovery, he's not an integrous person. He's simply an expedient person, playing it safe, a basic crook. The integrous person cannot countenance a bribe. It goes against his grain. You might as well ask him to flap his arms and fly like a bird. There's no way he can do it, any more than General Dean could possibly do what the enemy wanted him to do under the threat of execution. It didn't enter his mind. And integrity, or the lack of it, is generally taught in the home, in little as well as big things. In business or in life, the number one quality is integrity. For most people, it would seem getting through life is a matter of managing a compromise between integrity and expediency. Integrity is all well and good, and everybody would like to have the word apply to him, but there are times it is usually thought when it's perhaps best to wink at integrity and indulge in a little larceny, or remain silent when to speak one's mind might result in a loss of popularity or ostracism of some kind. As Ortega tells it, the human creature is born into the world in a natural state of disorientation. He is the only creature on earth who is not at home in his environment. He must, and he does, in a godlike fashion, create his own life, his own world. Now that's an awesome thing to think about. The responsibility is onerous, frightening. To present a white knight-like facade of unblemished and unsullied integrity is not only difficult, to most people I'm sure, it's also a little ridiculous. The old battle cry of the mob is, everybody does it, why shouldn't I? And that's exactly why the person of integrity doesn't do it. They will ask, what are you trying to be, a Boy Scout? What's wrong with being a Boy Scout? Why shouldn't we go straight in a time when such an attitude needs all the recruits it can get? Integrity in business is the surest way on earth to succeed. Sometimes it might seem that what you're doing is going to cut into profits, but it inevitably ends by increasing profits. I was talking to a well-known, highly respected Florida real estate man the other day, and this subject came up. He's been in the real estate business in Florida for more than 30 years and has long been a champion of going the extra mile, doing much more than he needs to in order to get by and earn a profit. He told me that the more he works for the good of the consumer, the customer, and of the community at large, the more money he makes. If he could get by putting 5 lots on a piece of property and digging the canal 5 feet deep, he puts 3 lots on it and digs the canal 12 feet deep. And if the code requires a landfill of 5 feet, he makes it 7 feet. By so doing, he's earned the admiration and respect of everyone in the community, has built a tremendous reputation for integrity, and has become a millionaire in the process. Call him a Boy Scout, and he'll smile and say, thank you. When we put the well-being of people in first place, we'll never make a mistake. People first, profit last. And the more you do it, the bigger and better your profits become. It's the old law of cause and effect. In my opinion, there should be courses in integrity. Someone once wrote that if honesty didn't exist, it ought to be invented as the best means of getting rich. But kids don't learn integrity when they see their father bringing home loot from his place of employment, or bragging about how he cheated on his income tax, or lifting towels and other loose impedimenta from a hotel or motel room. Yes, tell Bill the word is integrity. In a product, a service, or a human being, integrity is priceless and can only lead to success in the long run. We've all played golf with people who conveniently forget strokes. They fool no one, least of all the other club members, and they become objects of derision. And every week we read in the newspapers of men, quite often in high places, whose lack of basic integrity has landed them in trouble with the law, with the resulting damage to themselves and the members of their family. They were not taught the importance of integrity as youngsters, and failed to mature and learn the importance of it as adults. I came across a great line the other day. It was written by Emanuel H. Demby, and it goes, self-confidence is like a psychological credit card. It's true, and to my mind, the best way to develop self-confidence is to know that you're operating on absolutely sound ground rules. Now, the majority, I'm afraid, does not do that, not because they wouldn't if they knew what the rules are, but because their education is faulty. To again quote Frank Hubbard and Leo Roston, "'Tain't what a man don't know that hurts him, it's what he knows that just ain't so." An excellent book that I enjoyed tremendously and want to reread is The American Idea of Success by Richard M. Huber. Huber gives the best description of why Americans are so hipped on success without really knowing the definition of the word as it applies to our lives I've ever read. He points out that the most important element in the foundation of American civilization was not economic, political, or ethnic. It was religious. Nowhere is the importance of Puritan Protestantism more apparent than in explaining why Americans were ambitious to succeed. The Christian goal of the Middle Ages was to know and do the will of God. Although ambition was not entirely smothered, one was expected to do his duty in the station of life to which it pleased God to call him. The Christian goal of Puritan Protestant America was also to know and do the will of God, except that man's understanding of God's will had changed. The quest for grace became a quest for wealth. If, as Gunnar Myrdal perceived, Americans worshipped success, it was because Americans from early in their history worshipped a God that they were confident wanted them to be a success. The consequences of this conviction were immense. All societies pursue certain objectives that they define as saintly. Yet some societies, like America, ended up wealthy by pursuing what they believed was saintly. Piling up a fortune was a way of worshiping God and a visible proof of his favor. As Eric Fromm has pointed out, This ethic supported the feeling of security and tended to give life meaning and a religious sense of fulfillment. This combination of a stable world, stable possessions, and a stable ethic gave the members of the middle class a feeling of belonging, self-confidence, and pride. Puritan Protestantism ideologically supported productive personal qualities. It may also have psychologically helped to mold such qualities into its believers. How did Puritan Protestantism build in entrepreneurial traits of initiative, self-reliance, and risk-taking? Well, rather than a priestly intermediary standing between man and God within an authoritarian framework which might have led to passive dependency, Protestantism stressed individual decision-making with no intermediary between man and God. This process translated itself into individual decision-making in secular affairs. The burden of private judgment with respect to sin was carried over to an acceptance of the burden of private judgment in business, a confidence in oneself to make decisions, to innovate, to act. This foundation of religious values and their psychological consequences was strengthened by other causal forces that helped to explain why Americans were ambitious to be successful. Puritanism struck at laziness with the stick of guilt. Capitalistic values tempted ambition with the carrot of self-interest, and by the end of the 18th century, reaching for the carrot was not only for the good of the self, but for the good of all. Adam Smith pronounced the doctrine that the justification for the unregulated pursuit of one's own self-interest was the generally unintentional promotion of the public welfare. Puritanism and Adam Smith had bequeathed a good conscience to the businessman. Doctrines of economic and political individualism encouraged the ambitious to get on. What the rights of the voter were to political democracy, the achievement of the self-made man was to economic democracy. Individualism was encouraged by an optimistic belief that one could rise in a land of opportunity. You can't keep a good man down. In the American open-class system, status was attained by achievement rather than by ascription. No titles or legal safeguards protected an individual from skidding into an inferior class position during his own lifetime. At the same time, he was not formally denied entrance into a superior status. Every generation in America has had its nose pressed against the window pane, dreaming above its station, and encouraged to do so by the values of the society. And one of the shaping influences for this competitive drive was the school system. Americans had faith in education as an escalator to lift their children to a higher economic and social position. Designed to arouse the competitive drive in children was a whole battery of marks, prizes, and degrees from the first grade through high school that measured how a student stacked up against his schoolmates. What instilled ambition in a child was a process of thinking in which achievement was measured by a recorded reward. After graduation, the reward was simply shifted to money. And the drive for money was occasioned by more than just the desire for money and what it can buy. Money and the education it confers on following generations in America determines one's social standing. If not in the first generation, certainly, if there's enough money, in the generations to follow. The most socially prominent families in America are built on nothing but great piles of money. Some of them may be able to trace their ancestry to the Mayflower, but passage on that small and beat-up vessel was not obtained by one's social standing. I think it's a wonderful thing that a person's standing in the community does not rest upon the titles of his ancestors. As someone has commented, the best part of such people are often underground. But to equate social standing with a lot of money is just as ridiculous. The fact that a person can buy the biggest house in town and staff it with servants does not in any stretch of the imagination cause him or her to be superior to any other person. To assume such an attitude is a sign of infantile stupidity. If you've got the money, great. Enjoy it and spread it around and pass it along to the kids if you like. But don't get on your high horse because your grandfather had a good idea and some perseverance. But by all means, read The American Idea of Success by Richard M. Huber. It will give you a brilliantly clear picture of just what the title implies, and by so doing, it helps you and me get a clearer picture of what real success as a person is all about. I have a good friend who's a highly paid executive with one of the country's largest corporations. He and his wife have 5 children, and they have vowed not to leave a dime to any one of them. It's a wonderfully happy family, and the children, now grown and married, are doing fine on their own.
but they've known for years not to expect a legacy. I'd be the last person in the world to cheat them of the opportunity and the fun of making it on their own, says their father, and so he arranges to spend every dime of his considerable income every year. He has provided for his retirement, carries enough insurance to protect his wife, and that's it. He has a wonderfully healthy attitude towards money and enjoys it fully without worrying about stacking it up. Money is the harvest of our production and can be used to purchase the production of others. It's a good thing, and with it we can live and enjoy the good life, and that's about it. To ascribe other values to it. In the Manus Reader, under the title The Religion of Free Man, it's pointed out that despite the natural difficulties which surround any attempt to arrive at the convictions of men who may be said to have been free, one thing is certain. Their ideas are likely to be those which may prosper in an atmosphere of unrestricted reason. And no one can quarrel with the claim that a free man is a man who is determined to think for himself. This freedom of mind, moreover, is of greater importance than political freedom in making a definition. It will be conceded, for example, that Socrates, whose liberty was curtailed by his Athenian judges and whose life was ended by their decree, was nevertheless a freer man than those who condemned him. There's a natural tendency on the part of Americans to think of themselves as free, and, politically speaking, little doubt but that the institutions of the United States afford explicit recognition of the right of human beings to be free. An inquiry of this sort, then, may well begin with an examination of the religion of the men who shaped those institutions. Even if the religion or religions of the Founding Fathers suffer from obscurity, this obscurity may itself be of considerable significance, since the most easily defined religions are not necessarily the best. On the contrary, if true religion is an inward thing, the reverse may be true. One clear contrast between the political leaders of the present and those of the period of the American Revolution lies in their respective relations to the religious orthodoxy of their times. Our present leaders seem to seek orthodoxy with eagerness, as an obligation perhaps of sound politics. The revolutionary leaders, despite political hazards, chose an opposite course. In History and Social Intelligence, published in 1926, Harry Elmer Barnes collected evidence to show that the majority of distinguished Americans in the generation of the Fathers were not even professing Christians. Students in intellectual history have observed that the best single example of the ideas of the Founding Fathers is found in Robert Ingersoll, the great freethinker who came a century later. In a sermon on Ingersoll, a Unitarian clergyman, Minot J. Savage, said, his, Ingersoll's, ideas were very largely those of Voltaire, of Gibbon, of Hume, of Thomas Paine, of Thomas Jefferson, of Benjamin Franklin, and of a good many other of our prominent revolutionary heroes. Back in 1831, a perturbed minister declared with dismay that most of the founders of our country were infidels, and that of the first 7 presidents, not one of them had professed his belief in Christianity. In general, the Founding Fathers have been termed deists. While difficult to define, since all deists have been individualists in religious thought, and there could not possibly have been a deist church, deism accepts the idea of deity as a general providence, but denies the superiority of any miraculous revelation over what may be learned by natural means. In the presidential campaign of 1800, much capital was made by the Federalists out of Jefferson's notorious free thinking. Although Jefferson was so great an admirer of Jesus that he edited for his own use a version of the New Testament, which left out all but the moral teachings of Jesus, he was nonetheless attacked by his political opponents as one who, quote, hated Christ and his church, end of quote, and whose daily speech is that of an infidel. But Jefferson did become president, the freedom of his religion notwithstanding. This was one of the greatest of the achievements of 18th century liberalism and the American Revolution. Men of his views a few hundred years before were hunted, persecuted, and burned at the stake for their beliefs. One of these, Michael Servetus, suffered attack, imprisonment, and finally death over a slow fire of green boughs at the hands of John Calvin for daring to believe with ancient pantheists that God is eternal, one and indivisible, and in himself inscrutable, but making his being known in and through creation, so that not only is every living but every lifeless thing an aspect of deity.
An aspect of Servetus' heresy was the honor he did to man. In the course of a theological correspondence with Calvin, he wrote to the Genevan reformer, "All that men do, you say, is done in sin, and is mixed with dregs that stink before God, and merit nothing but eternal death. But therein you blaspheme. Stripping us of all possible goodness, you do violence to the teaching of Christ and his apostles, who ascribe perfection or the power of being perfect to us. Be ye perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect." Matthew, verse 48. You scout this celestial perfection because you have never tested perfection of the kind yourself, thou reprobate and blasphemer, who calumniatest the works of the Spirit. Servetus was a martyr to Protestant fury. He died at the stake on October 27, 1553, and about a half-century later, on February 17, 1600, Giordano Bruno, Italian philosopher and pantheist, was led into a public square in Rome and burned to death for similar errors. Spinoza, before another century had passed, was to suffer, if not death, complete ostracism by the Jewish community in Holland, again for the pantheistic heresy. "I hold," he said, "that God is the immanent, not the extraneous cause of all things. I say all is in God, all lives and moves in God, and this I maintain with the Apostle Paul, and perhaps with every one of the philosophers of antiquity, although in a way other than theirs. I might even venture to say that my view is the same as that entertained by the Hebrews of old, if so may be inferred from certain traditions, greatly altered and falsified though they be." Why should we say, the article in the Manus Reader goes on, why should we say that these had been free men? Largely because they stood for the highest sort of freedom in human life, sometimes dying for it as well. By thinking for themselves, they enriched themselves and the world. It gave them the integrity of conviction which made their own independent conclusions of greater importance than anything else, and so gave an example of lives of principle to all who came after. We can hardly avoid the conclusion that the living quality of their pantheistic thought was the source of this integrity and courage. They would submit to no insistent conformity, no outside ruler of mind or conscience. They were not criminals, yet they were treated far worse than common breakers of the law. They were gentle men, teachers, philosophers, devoted to their fellow men. But their religion had one common principle of self-reliance in thought and belief. They, more than any others, they and the few who were like them, are the true authors of human freedom wherever it's found. From the ancient Stoics to the modern Einsteins and Schweitzers is a long course of 2,000 years and more. There have been a few bright interludes of civilization and learning, and much longer periods of darkness along this path. But throughout, the religion of free men changes very little, if at all, in its fundamental expression. It is the religion of men who cherish a secret divinity within, however they name it, and who live in the world, whatever it's like, without fear. Disagreeing with popularly held beliefs, doing your own thinking instead of accepting without question what you've been told to accept, has always been the way of unpopularity and danger. How men love to tell others what to think and believe. Calvin cooked Servetus alive over a slow fire, not because he was an unbeliever. Servetus was a deeply religious man. It was because his religion differed from that of Calvin. Servetus was a brilliant man, one of the most outstanding physicians of his time. One of his discoveries was that the blood circulates through the lungs. And the fact that his life was taken from him in such an agonizing and barbarous way in the name of religion is a terrible thing to think about. Incidentally, Calvin got him only because he had already escaped from the clutches of the Inquisition, which probably had much the same fate in store for him. Freedom is not just the right to think as we believe, but it's also the right of others to think as they believe. And the fact that the United States was founded by men who were free thinkers, who made up their own minds through their own reading and thinking as to what they chose to believe, put a very solid foundation indeed as a very important part of the underpinning of this country. We need to ask ourselves, have I arrived at my beliefs, all of my beliefs, through independent study and meditation? Or have I simply followed the lead of others? And just as importantly, do I freely grant to all other men and women the right to believe as they choose, without rancor? That's an important part of what personal freedom is all about. We recommended the Manus Reader in Direct Line 3. It's a great book to take with you on trips and to keep by your bedside. The articles are short and tremendously interesting and educational, as is the Manus publication, which we also recommended. People who do well in the world, being creative and willing to take a calculated risk, are people who manage to overcome the fear of laughter. Anytime you attempt anything in which you risk failure, you run the risk of having people laugh at you. A college professor worked for many years on an invention. He tramped all over New England trying to interest capital in his device for making the human voice travel along a wire. The people laughed at him. It was, of course, plumb idiotic, they said, to suppose that the human voice could be carried along a wire and heard for many miles or even for a single mile. But our old friend and benefactor Alexander Graham Bell could not be laughed out of it, and every time we pick up the telephone, we salute the man who stayed on course despite the laughter. Millions of people laughing in derision could not hurt us an iota, but we stand in mortal terror of it. Men and women who can prove themselves heroes in great crises tremble before derision. It's a queer quirk of human nature we probably develop as children. It has cost much. It's changed the history of the world. Sometimes the price of a laugh has meant the slamming of a door of fame and fortune, or even immortality. Elias Howe invented the sewing machine, but it nearly rusted away before the American women stopped laughing about it and could be persuaded to make use of it. With their sewing done so quickly, they argued, what would they ever do with all their spare time? So a biographer paints a tragic picture. The man who had done more than any other to lighten the work of women was forced to borrow a suit of clothes on an occasion of a public appearance. Men are as bad as women when it comes to resisting new ideas. The typewriter had been a demonstrated success for years before businessmen could be persuaded to buy it. How could anyone have letters to write, they argued, to justify the investment of $100 in a writing machine? Only when the Remingtons sold patent rights to the Telegraph Company and two groups of salesmen worked in competition was the resistance finally broken down. Xerography faced the same kind of problem when it was first introduced, and other inventions have had similar battles. Here's an extract from a notebook of Robert Fulton, who invented the steamship, who changed the world from sail to steam on the oceans of the world. He wrote, as I had occasion daily to pass to and from the shipyard where my boat was in progress, I often loitered near the groups of strangers and heard various remarks as to the object of this new vehicle. The language was uniformly that of scorn, sneer, or ridicule. The loud laugh often rose at my expense, the dry jest, the wise calculations of losses or expenditures, the dull repetition of Fulton's folly. Never did a single encouraging remark, a bright hope, a warm wish cross my path. Never did a single encouraging remark, a bright hope, a warm wish cross my path. And that's about what you can expect when you try something new. Emerson once commented that no one ever falls ill, but that passers-by idly hope that he will die. And the same perversity and built-in envy cause people to think or hope that any new idea or plan that runs counter to established principle will fail. Speaking of Emerson, he also wrote, Pythagoras was misunderstood, and Socrates, and Jesus, and Luther, and Copernicus, and Galileo, and Newton, and every pure and wise spirit that ever took flesh. To be great is to be misunderstood. In his One-Dimensional Man, Herbert Marcuse points out that people now have more opportunity for education, with the classics coming to life and gaining wide distribution, but he says, they come to life as other than themselves. They are deprived of their antagonistic force, of the estrangement which was the very dimension of their truth. The intent and function of these works have thus fundamentally changed. If they once stood in contradiction to the status quo, this contradiction is now flattened out. You know, we tend to forget that the greatest people, the greatest writers, the greatest teachers, were for the most part in violent disagreement with their times and the way things were being done. We seem to have become so flabby in our acceptance of anything that we fail to do anything personally about what we see about it. Norman Cousins has written that the biggest issue of all in the years just ahead is not just the squandering of physical resources, but the squandering of human resources. From the child in school, slowed down to a kind of Disney world of happy passivity, to the now grown adult, we've come to believe that what is best. Have we learned to think? Do we look at our products and services, our jobs, with the glaring, critical eye of suspicion, knowing with every fiber of our being that they're not nearly good enough, not nearly what they can be? We have abundant proof that our system of individual freedom works best, but instead of trying to find ways of making it better, we tend to cling to the ways of the past. What constitutes failure? What does a person have to do or not do in order to fail? Herman Melville died in 1891. He wrote the book Moby Dick, the whaling epic, with its tremendous metaphysical concept of evil, at the age of 30. The book was published in 1851, sold a few copies, and then was promptly forgotten except by the limited connoisseurs of creative writing. Melville lived 40 years beyond publication of Moby Dick. He considered himself and his book a failure, and from a publisher's point of view, Melville was right. Of his other novels, Billy Budd remained unpublished for 40 years after his death, and like Moby Dick, has since become a literary classic. Today, sales of Melville's works run into the millions, but there is no retroactive compensation for the author's troubled soul or shoddy purse. How then shall we measure values, assay excellence, and compensate for obvious neglect and public apathy? Moby Dick the White Whale is dead, but Moby Dick the novel lives in imperishable print, and with it Melville moves into the company of the literary immortals. That sort of posthumous fame was by no means restricted to Herman Melville. It's happened to a great many men and women. It was true of Henry Thoreau and Edgar Allan Poe. It was also true of Jesus Christ. So what is failure? Failure does not come to a person because he is not recognized by the multitudes during his lifetime or ever. Our success or failure has nothing to do with the opinions of others. It has only to do with our own opinion of ourselves and what we're doing. Getting back to Thoreau for a moment, when he had to take most of his unsold books back home from his publishers, it didn't seem to bother him at all. In fact, he made the comment that he had a library consisting of over 700 volumes, most of which he had written himself. The only person that could be called a failure is that person who tries to succeed at nothing. Success, as far as a person is concerned, does not lie in achievement. It lies in striving, reaching, attempting. Any person who decides upon a course of action he deems to be worthy of him and sets out to accomplish that goal is a success right then and there. Therefore, failure consists not in failing to reach our goals, but rather in not establishing them. Failure consists of not trying, and certainly Melville and all the others who were not recognized until long after their death were successful during their lives because of the fact that they strove all of their lives and gave to their work the best that was in them. And for every Melville that we read about, there have been millions of men and women equally successful, of whom we'll never hear. People who didn't write books or try to save the world, but who, in their own quiet way, in their own places, gave to what they had chosen the best that was in them. Melville must have known deep within himself when he finished the last page of Moby Dick that he had not failed, just as each of us knows how much of himself he's giving to what it's been given him, what he has chosen to do. As we pointed out in the beginning, among all living creatures, man alone is placed on earth without a built-in book of instructions for successful living. He must create his own world within the parameters of the society in which he finds himself, and he can create a good world for himself if he will become free and look for quality in everything he does, if he will learn to think, if he will examine with faint distrust everything he hears and sees and look for a better way. In whatever field he finds himself, he will say to himself every day, there are better ways of doing this. My job is to seek them out, and make as his guidelines in seeking a better way those two unfailing guideposts, quality and simplicity. The force behind every human action is its goal. What's your goal? Is it clear in your mind? And we should not let the doubt and criticism of others shake our self-confidence. Self-confidence is like a psychological credit card. It's good wherever it's presented, and it can command in time unlimited credit, unlimited opportunities. And for every one of our problems, there is a corresponding opportunity for a great career in business or in government or the social services. When something angers you, you're face to face with opportunity. The thing that made Mark Twain so great was his great burning anger at the inhumanity and ridiculousness of man. The same was true of Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, and Voltaire. And behind every improvement of man was a dissatisfied, critical mind. Advances don't come from groups of happy, well-adjusted, well-integrated people. They come from nonconformists who refuse to buy the status quo, people with a healthy curiosity, a wonderful freedom of mind, and the inner security to take a chance. Here are some interesting questions for you. You might want to try answering them. 1. If you could completely change places with any other person in the world, would you do it? And who would that person be? 2. If you could work at any job you could choose, would that work be different from the work you're now doing? 3. If you could live in any part of the country you want to live in, would you move from where you're now living? 4. If you could go back to age 12 and live your life from that point over again, would you do it? Studies indicated that the great majority of people, even though they evince a certain amount of dissatisfaction with their present lives and don't seem to be as happy as they might be, will answer no to all 4 questions. What brought this to mind is an attorney friend of mine who confided that now that he's accomplished everything he's worked and struggled for so long to achieve, he finds himself depressed more and more of the time. He has a fine practice and an excellent income, a beautiful home, a wife and children to whom he's devoted. In fact, everything is finally just as he'd planned it for so many years. And for no reason that he can put his finger on, all the fun and enthusiasm has strangely disappeared. He's listless and unhappy, and he can't think of a single reason why. This has become a common modern melody, and it's what so often happens when a person runs out of goals. This is when the game of life begins to go to pot, and the person needs to remind himself of some of the basic rules for successful, enthusiastic living. And the first rule is that a human being must have something worthwhile toward which he's working. Without that, everything else, even the most remarkable achievements of the past and all the trappings of worldly success, tend to turn sour. Achieving our life goals can be compared to opening our presents on Christmas morning and watching those we love open theirs. We look forward to the day, plan, and work toward it. Suddenly it's there. All the presents have been opened, and then what? Well, we must then turn our thoughts and attention to other things. The successful novelist begins planning his next book before he completes the one he's working on. The scientist always has something new and challenging to turn to when he completes a project. The teacher has a new class coming up. The young family has children to raise and get through school, the new home to buy, the promotion to work for. But for millions who reach their 40s and 50s and find they've done all they set out to do, and that there are no new challenges to give them stimulus and direction, there often comes the most trying time of their lives, the search for meaning, for new meaning. And it must be found if the old interest and vitality are to be restored to their lives, if they're to achieve renewal as persons. If they understand this, even the search for new meaning can bring new interest into their lives. They've got to say to themselves, all right, I've done what I set out to do. Now I must find something new and interesting to do. Getting back to our questions, the thought of going back to age 12 fills most people with a dread bordering on horror. They wouldn't do it for anything. And the upshot of the whole thing is that most people are living lives they themselves have fashioned and have or are getting what they really want, or at least what they're willing to settle for. And when this is brought to their attention, they often begin to get a lot more enjoyment from the life they've got. They begin to enjoy themselves more and realize that things aren't so bad after all. They also begin, the study showed, to look at each other, their marriage partners, and their children in a new light. As one man put it had never occurred to me before that my wife had, by marrying me, dedicated her entire life to me, our home, and children. This is an enormous commitment, a total commitment. I realized I'd been treating her far too casually, that I'd been taking too great a gift for granted. We talked it over and got on much better, much warmer terms with each other. It goes to prove that a reassessment of ourselves and our lives is a good idea from time to time. It makes us realize how much more we can do with the lives and circumstances we've got, how we can improve upon them and embellish them with a little thought and creativity. It's been written that life is divided into 3 terms: that which was, which is, and which will be. Let us learn from the past to profit by the present, and from the present to live better in the future. Many years ago, while I was recuperating from an operation, someone sent me a little piece I enjoyed very much. It's titled, "Slow Me Down, Lord," and it goes like this. "Slow me down, Lord, ease the pounding of my heart by the quieting of my mind. Steady my hurried pace with a vision of the eternal reach of time. Give me, amid the confusion of the day, the calmness of the everlasting hills. Break the tensions of my nerves and muscles with the soothing music of the singing streams that still live in my memory. Help me to know the magical restoring power of sleep. Teach me the art of taking minute vacations, of slowing down to look at a flower, chat with a friend, to pat a dog, to answer a child's question, to read a few lines from a good book. Remind me each day of the fable of the hare and the tortoise, that I may know that the race is not always to the swift, that there is more to life than increasing its speed. Let me look upward into the branches of the towering oak, and know that it grew slowly and well. Slow me down, Lord, and inspire me to send my roots deep into the soil of life's enduring values, that I may grow more surely toward the stars. Thank you.
What would it be like to be a fully mature, self-actualizing, fully functioning human being? This is the ideal, busy, happy person with all his faculties smoothly functioning in perfect cooperation. No wars going on inside, no hang-ups, no neuroses. The ideal productive person. The late Dr. Maslow made a study of self-actualized people, and they stack up this way. First, these superior people have the ability to see life clearly, to see it as it is rather than as they wish it to be. They are less emotional and more objective about their observations. They're far above average in their ability to judge people correctly and to see through the phony or the fake. Usually their choice of marriage partners is far better than average, although by no means perfect. These self-actualized people are more accurate in their prediction of future events. They see more fully, and their judgment extends to an understanding of art, music, politics, and philosophy. Yet they have a kind of humility, the ability to listen carefully to others, to admit they don't know everything, and that others can teach them. This concept can be described as a childlike simplicity and lack of arrogance. Children have this ability to hear without preconception or early judgment. As the child looks out upon the world with wide, uncritical, innocent eyes, simply noting or observing what is the case, without either arguing the matter or demanding that it be otherwise, so does the self-actualizing person look upon human nature in himself and in others. Without exception, Maslow found self-actualizing people to be dedicated to some work, task, duty, or vocation which they considered important. Because they were interested in this work, they worked hard, and yet the usual distinction between work and play became blurred. For them, work is exciting and pleasurable. Maslow found creativity to be a universal characteristic of all the self-actualizing people he studied. Creativeness was almost synonymous with the terms healthy, self-actualizing, and fully human. And here again, the creativity of these people is similar to that of little children before they learn to fear the ridicule of others. Maslow believes this to be a characteristic which is too frequently lost as we grow older. Self-actualizing people either do not lose this fresh, naive approach, or if they lose it, they recover it later in life. Spontaneity is typical of this person. Self-actualizing people are less inhibited, therefore more expressive, natural, and simple. And of course, they have courage. The courage that's needed in the lonely moments of creation. This is a kind of daring, going out in front all alone, a defiance, a challenge. Thus, while these persons are humble in that they're open to new ideas, they're willing to forego popularity to stand up for a new idea. The self-actualizing person is a hard worker. Inspirations are a dime a dozen. The difference between the inspiration and the finished product, for example, Tolstoy's War and Peace, is an awful lot of hard work. To go on, the self-actualizing person has a low degree of self-conflict. He's not at war with himself. His personality is integrated. This gives him more energy for productive purposes. As Maslow puts it, truth, goodness, and beauty are in the average person in our culture only fairly well correlated with each other, and in the neurotic person even less so. It is only in the evolved and mature human being, in the self-actualizing, fully functioning person, that they're so highly correlated that for all practical purposes they may be said to fuse into a unity. The psychologically healthy person is both selfish and unselfish, and in fact these two attitudes merge into one. The healthy person finds happiness in helping others. Thus for him, unselfishness is selfish. They get selfish pleasure from the pleasures of other people, which is a way of being unselfish. Or saying it another way, the healthy person is selfish in a healthy way, a way which is beneficial to him and to society too. Research indicates that the healthy person is most integrated when facing a great creative challenge, some worthwhile goal, or a time of serious threat or emergency. The mature person has a healthy respect for himself a respect based upon knowledge that he is competent and adequate, and while not dependent upon it, frequently receives deserved respect from others. Such a person does not need or value unwanted fame or notoriety. He's in control of himself and his destiny. He's not afraid of himself, ashamed of himself, or discouraged by his mistakes. He makes mistakes, but takes them in stride. The psychologically healthy person is highly independent, yet enjoys people. He's free. He resists the dictates of culture when it does not agree with his point of view. The average person is motivated by deficiencies. He seeks to fulfill his basic needs for safety, belongingness, love, respect, and self-esteem. The healthy person is motivated by a desire for self-actualization or growth. A man has a hierarchy of needs. As one is satisfied, a new one pops up. The needs start with the purely physiological: food, liquid, shelter, sex, sleep, and oxygen, not necessarily in that order. For the man who's extremely and dangerously hungry, Dr. Maslow said, no other interests exist but food. He dreams food, he remembers food, he thinks about food, he emotes only about food, he perceives only food, and he wants only food. But what happens to man's desires when there's plenty of bread, and when his belly is full? At once, other and higher needs emerge, and these, rather than physiological hungers, dominate the organism. And when these in turn are satisfied, again new and still higher needs emerge, and so on. Maslow contends that throughout his life the human being is practically always desiring something. He is a wanting animal, and rarely reaches a state of complete satisfaction except for very short periods of time. As one desire is satisfied, another pops up to take its place. Once the physiological needs are fairly well satisfied, safety needs arise. Now, since the safety needs are generally fairly well satisfied in the healthy, normal adult, they can be best understood by observing children or neurotic adults. Child psychologists and teachers have found that children need a predictable world. A child prefers consistency, fairness, and a certain amount of routine. When these elements are absent, he becomes anxious and insecure. Freedom within limits, rather than total permissiveness, is preferred. In fact, is necessary to develop well-adjusted children, according to Dr. Maslow. Insecure or neurotic adults behave much like insecure children. Such a person, says Maslow, behaves as if a great catastrophe were almost impending. He's usually responding as if to an emergency. That is to say, a neurotic adult may be said to behave as if he were actually afraid of a spanking. The insecure person has a compulsive need for order and stability and goes to great lengths to avoid the strange and the unexpected. The healthy person also seeks order and stability, but it is not the life or death necessity that it is for the neurotic. The mature person also has an interest in the new and the mysterious. When the physiological and safety needs are met, needs for love, affection, and belongingness emerge. The person now strives for a place in his group, and he'll strive with great intensity to achieve this goal. It suddenly becomes more important than anything else in the world, and the person may even forget that once when he was hungry, he sneered at love as unreal or unnecessary or unimportant. Love in the sense of being deeply understood and deeply accepted, Carl Rogers' definition. Following this is the need for personal development and the utilization of one's potential. On and on the needs of humankind go. The need for identification, the need to understand the unknown, the need to transcend whatever has been accomplished in the past. They're never ending. In trying to understand what motivates people, it's important to remember that once a need has been gratified, it has little effect on motivation, at least for a while. As Dr. Maslow has said, a want that is satisfied is no longer a want. As long as we want things and are motivated toward their achievement, we are alive, interested, motivated. If we run out of wants or lose all hope, an unhealthy situation develops. Dr. Maslow talks of clinical experience with cases in which previously healthy adults suffered boredom, loss of interest in life, depression, and self-dislike. Such symptoms, when they appear in apparently intelligent people, are often brought about when, in Maslow's words, people are leading stupid lives in stupid jobs. I've seen many women, Maslow goes on, intelligent, prosperous, and unoccupied, slowly develop these symptoms of intellectual inanimation. Those who followed the recommendation to immerse themselves in something worthy of them showed improvement or cure, often enough to impress me with the reality of the cognitive needs. One of the major problems of the growing adult, the adult who aspires toward fulfillment and self-actualization, is the choosing of new, meaningful goals as his former goals are accomplished, and, being accomplished, no longer motivating. It's important that we do not stop along the line and sit down for too long. To remain healthy and alive, a person needs a new interest, a new challenge as he satisfies the old ones. If a person aspires to a certain level in the business world, a certain income, and reaches it, and if it's quite adequate for his needs, it won't motivate him for very long. Something new must be introduced. If the man doesn't find it, then management should, if the man is to continue to grow and make a major contribution to the organization and to himself. Motivating people is as important for the people as it is for the vitality of the organization, whether the organization is a family unit, a school class, a research organization, or a business concern. Some people are self-motivating. We all know such people. They're always off on some interesting new endeavor, but I'm afraid a large percentage are not. They seem to lack the curiosity or the creativeness or the knowledge to seek out new motivating challenges for themselves. Our lives are full of things, our pasts full of events that were once the most exciting things that buoyed us up to great heights of expectation and filled our lives with fresh new interests. Today, well, they're old hat, like the 3-year-old car or the 10-year-old home. They no longer suffice to motivate us. And what's the busy wife and mother to do when the last of her kids marries and moves away, or when her husband retires from his job of 30 or 40 years? We must consciously see to it that we do not run out of wants, that we can still sit down and make out a want list and find ourselves getting that old excitement again for something new to plan and work for. The human being needs, desperately, that carrot on the stick. Dr. Maslow said to his students, if you deliberately plan to be less than you are capable of being, then I warn you that you'll be unhappy for the rest of your lives. You'll be evading your own capacities, your own possibilities. Henry James, the very prolific American novelist, brother of William James, who is often called the father of American psychology. In fact, the James family remained outstanding for generations. Henry James once wrote in The Ambassadors, live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you've had your life. If you haven't had that, what have you had? What one loses, make no mistake about that. The right time is any time that one is still so lucky as to have. Live. Well, that wouldn't be a bad piece of advice to have framed and placed in a conspicuous place, would it? Live all you can. It's a mistake not to. But it seems that relatively few people are aware of living, as they take so many important things for granted. They wake up, go about their days, go back to sleep without once having thought, I am alive, and I'm sensing this day. It is only when life begins to reach its conclusion that people become aware of the importance of living. It's like those people who have to be sick to appreciate good health, or deprived of their freedom in order to realize its value. People who are aware of living, of enjoying living, are like sponges. They soak up all that goes on around them. They're aware of other people, of what's being said. They're observers of their environment. Their eyes are everywhere. I played golf once with a man who often stood with his eyes squinted, staring for long moments at the trees or a particularly pleasant view. I asked him about it. He said, now look at that grove of trees over there and squint your eyes. Look at the rich black shadows underneath them. And then he said, black is the mother of all color. It was a curious thing. And so I stood and squinted my eyes, and sure enough, the sight appeared as a painting, and the shadows did deepen. Everyone else on the golf course was simply playing golf. This man was acutely aware of everything going about him as well. He was living more than we were. He was getting more out of his life than we were. As Henry James said, the right time is any time that one is still so lucky as to have. The right time is while we're working, or driving, or with our loved ones, or alone. The right time is the only time we've got, which is now. And if we haven't learned to live now, we'll always be living on the hope that perhaps the future will be somehow better. Now is the future we were thinking about last year, and if you don't make it into tomorrow, will you have enjoyed? Will you have been aware of today? Well, it's worth thinking about. Anything that can make life more interesting, more vivid, is worth giving some thought to. Older people are always saying to younger people, you don't realize how lucky you are, which I suppose means that they didn't either. Robert Jones Burdett wrote, there are 2 days in the week about which and upon which I never worry. 2 carefree days kept sacredly free from fear and apprehension. One of these days is yesterday, and the other day I do not worry about is tomorrow. It isn't the experience of today that drives men mad. It's the remorse for something that happened yesterday and the dread of what tomorrow may disclose. That's good, isn't it? It reminded me of the line in Matthew in the New English Bible in which Jesus is quoted as saying, so do not be anxious about tomorrow. Tomorrow will look after itself. Each day has troubles enough of its own. If a person could take Robert Burdett's advice to heart, if he could keep those 2 important days free from fear and apprehension, if he could never be remorseful about yesterday or concerned about tomorrow, it would do a lot more than lift a great load from his mind. It would cause him to concentrate on the only time we have, which is right now. If we handle today properly, we need take no thought about tomorrow. When tomorrow comes, we can handle it as best as we can, and it'll take care of the day after. This is not to say that we should not set goals for ourselves. I think we should, most definitely. But once we know what our goals are, we can quit worrying and set ourselves to today's task in the calm assurance and expectation that we'll reach the goals we've set in good time. Living is like building a house with bricks. You can set only 1 brick at a time. You can live only 1 day at a time. We all know this. Understanding it is not difficult, but doing it is something else again. We need, I think, some kind of reminder every morning, perhaps at many times during the day, until we can form the habit of living in which someone called daytime compartments. This is a panic-proof way to live, because we can almost always handle the events of today. It's the imagined disasters of tomorrow or next week or next year that tend to wear people down and make negative misfits of them. Moreover, by living today and doing the best we can with today, we won't have remorse tomorrow. We'll tend to be satisfied with what we're doing, even as we strive to improve. Each of us has 1,000 times approached a period of his life with fear and apprehension, only to find the problem solved one way or another on the appointed day. Perhaps we were not always happy with the solution, but the problem was met, resolved, and we moved on by it. If we had not worried about it, we would have spared ourselves many unnecessary hours of fear and upset. We need only do the best we can to handle the problems of today, and in so doing prepare ourselves for the tomorrow we hope will make its appearance. Burdett's quote, there are 2 days in the week about which and upon which I never worry. 2 carefree days, kept sacredly free from fear and apprehension. One of these days is yesterday, and the other is tomorrow. I was chatting with a West Coast psychologist and management consultant the other day. He's also an author of some note, and he happened to mention that he's conducted classes in prosperity. That is, he's tried to teach poor people how to become well-to-do and prosperous. How well he succeeded at that, I have no way of knowing, but I have little doubt that this subject can be taught. There are thousands of books on how I made $1 million in the stock market, or in raising chickens, or in real estate, or in mail order. It isn't so much the kind of business chosen or the line of work. It's possible to become prosperous in any line. It isn't what you do that's so important. It's more a matter, at least in the beginning, of our attitude. As the late Ernest Holmes once put it, prosperity just doesn't happen. It's at first a state of mind. Do you remember that famous comment of Mike Todd's? He said, being broke is a temporary situation. Being poor is a state of mind. Surveys have indicated that most people equate happiness with enough money to live well. Other surveys have proved that people who are well-to-do are generally happier than poor people. That makes sense. They have fewer worries. But you run into a great deal of skepticism when you tell poor people that prosperity depends more on the state of mind than on anything else. Few other objects are surrounded by as many myths, misinformation, and old wives' tales as is the subject of how to become prosperous. And my friend the psychologist told me that a series of questions can usually determine whether or not a person is going to make his mark financially. One is to ask the person how much money he intends to be worth by the time he's reached a certain age. This is followed by a question which asks, how much money do you wish you could be worth by the same age?
If the two figures are the same, if the person being questioned intends to be worth the same amount he would wish to be worth, chances are he'll make it. He's serious about it, and he has the attitude that says, I will, not I hope I will. As Ernest Holmes put it, are you interested in making money and running your business successfully and getting a better salary? Of course you are. You want to be prosperous, and this is only right and sensible. The plain, practical, everyday problem of money-making is a definite part of living. The answer to it is summed up in these words. Prosperity awaits man's recognition and acceptance of it. Or it can be stated another way. Your financial success already exists, but it's waiting for you to see it and accept it as your own. Just decide on what is prosperity for you, and then head out, get busy. And it's usually a good idea to start where you are. There's possibly more opportunity lurking within your present environment than you can imagine. Once you create the proper mental attitude, the ideas you need will be attracted to you. They'll come right out of your own subconscious. Then if your attitude is still right, you'll act upon your ideas. But it all starts with the right attitude. As scientists delve deeper into the nature of what causes things to be as they are, they find themselves immersed in an unseen world of infinite intelligence, acting in a lawful and purposeful manner. What we encounter in the physical world appears to be but a manifestation of invisible cause. The distinguished psychologist and incidentally the inventor of the famous lie detector, William Moulton Marston, wrote, For years as a psychologist, I've sought in the careers of great and everyday people the inner springs that make for successful living. There are two which seem to me of prime importance. The first is plain old hard work, governed by cool, logical thoughtfulness. The other is sudden, warm, impulsive action. Admitting that I can't name a single person of true accomplishment who hasn't forged success out of brains and hard work, I still hazard the sweeping assertion that most of the high spots and many of the lesser successes in their careers stem from impulses promptly turned into action. Most of us actually stifle enough good impulses during the course of a day to change the current of our lives. These inner flashes of impulse light up the mind for an instant, then, contented in their afterglow, we lapse back into routine, feeling vaguely that sometime we might do something about it, or that at least our intentions were good. In this we sin against the inner self, for impulses set up the lines of communication between the subconscious mind and daily action. Said William James, every time a resolve or fine glow of feeling evaporates without bearing fruit, it's worse than a chance lost. It works to hinder future emotions from taking the normal path of discharge. Thus we fail to build up the power to act in a firm and prompt and definite way upon the principal emergencies of life. Well, Dr. Marston wrote, once in Hollywood, where Walter B. Pitkin and I were retained by a motion picture studio, a young promoter presented an ambitious production idea to us. Well, the plan appealed to both of us. It was, I thought, distinctly worth considering. We could think it over, discuss it, and decide later what to do. But even while I was fumbling with the idea, Pitkin abruptly reached for the phone and began dictating a telegram to a Wall Street man he knew. It presented the idea in the enthusiasm of the moment. It carried conviction. To my amazement, a $10 million underwriting of the picture project came as a result of that telegram. Had we delayed to talk it over, we might have cautiously talked ourselves out of the whole idea. But Pitkin knew how to act on the spur of the moment. He had learned to trust his impulses. Behind many an imposing executive desk sits a man who is there because he learned the same lesson. The person who follows his impulses is not necessarily flighty, far from it. The timid soul, however, is fearful lest impulse lead him into all manner of mistakes. Mistakes are inevitable. We're bound to make them, no matter which course we take. Some of the worst mistakes in history have followed consciously reasoned decisions. The mistakes of inaction, flanked by heavy reasoning, are likely to be worse than the mistakes of genuine impulse. The life stories of successful people are full of episodes that have marked turning points in their careers. True impulses are intelligent. They reveal the basic interests of the unconscious mind. In the winter of 1969, Stanford University printed an article by Dr. Willis W. Harmon, which I found to be of tremendous interest. Dr. Harmon suggests that when future historians look back on our times, it will not be the wars, riots, student protests, or even our technological and scientific advances they'll remember.
He suggests that it will be something quite different from any of these, an event perhaps well symbolized by an obscure scientific conference held in Council Grove, Kansas in April of 1969. He further suggests that the consequences may be even more far-reaching than those which emerged from the Copernican, Darwinian, and Freudian revolutions. It has to do with transpersonal psychology, that field of inquiry which deals with man's subjective experience, especially the transcendental kind. Early writing in this field were F.W.H. Myers' Human Personality and Its Survival of Bodily Death, Richard Buck's Cosmic Consciousness, William James' Varieties of Religious Experience, and Patiram Sorokin's The Ways and Power of Love. This new age we're moving into, Dr. Shapley of Harvard calls it the psychozoic age, is based on several propositions, the most important of which is that the potentialities of the individual human being are far greater in extent and diversity than we ordinarily imagine them to be, and far greater than currently in vogue models of man would lead us to think possible. Another is that a far greater portion of significant human experience than we ordinarily feel or assume to be so is comprised of unconscious processes. Now, this includes not only the sort of repressed memories and messages familiar to us through psychotherapy, it includes also the wisdom of the body and those mysterious realms of experience we refer to with such words as intuition and creativity. Access to these unconscious processes is apparently facilitated by a wide variety of factors, including attention, free association, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, special drugs, and others. Now, included in these partly or largely unconscious processes are self-expectations, internalized expectations of others, images of the self, and limitations of the self, and images of the future, which play a predominant role in limiting or enhancing actualization of one's capacities. These tend to be self-fulfilling. Much recent research has focused on the role of self-expectations and expectations of others in affecting performance, and on the improvement of performance level through enhancing self-image. The validity of the self-fulfilling prophecy and the self-realizing image appears to grow steadily in confirmation. That April 1969 Council Grove, Kansas conference on voluntary control of inner states, co-sponsored by the Menninger Foundation and the American Association for Humanistic Psychology, represented an unprecedented assemblage of scientists working with altered states of consciousness. Now, what we're seeing is the scientific stamp of approval and deepening interest in what the ancient prophets told us we could do. We're beginning to find a new image of man. We will begin the cultivation of an enhanced self-image in each individual child. Perhaps now at last men will begin to truly discover who he is and what his true powers are. Sometime back, my old friend Dr. Herbert Otto wrote an article in the Saturday Review in which he pointed out how greatly we underestimate our true potentialities, and he explained why so many millions tend to withdraw from the world. It's because we are members of a pathology-oriented culture. Psychological and psychiatric jargon dealing with emotional dysfunction and mental illness has become the parlance of the man in the street. In addition, from early childhood in our educational system, we learn largely by our mistakes, by having them pointed out to us repeatedly. And all this results in early negative conditioning and influences our attitudes and perception of ourselves and other people. An attitudinal climate has become established which is continually fed and reinforced. As a part of this negative conditioning, there is the heavy emphasis by communications media on violence in television programs and motion pictures. The current American news format of radio, television, and newspapers, the widely prevalent idea of what constitutes news, results from a narrow, brutalizing concept 30 or 40 years behind the times, and is inimical to the development of human potential. The news media give much time and prominent space to violence and consistently underplay good news. This gives the consumer the impression that important things that happen are various types of destructive activities. Consistent and repeated emphasis on bad news not only creates anxiety and tension, but instills the belief that there's little except violence and disasters and accidents and mayhem abroad in the world. As a consequence, the consumer of such news gradually experiences a shift in his outlook about the world, leading to the formation of feelings of alienation and separation. The world is increasingly perceived as a threat, as the viewer becomes anxious that violence and mayhem may be perpetrated on him from somewhere out of the strange and unpredictable environment in which he lives. There slowly grows a conviction that it's safer to withdraw from such a world, to isolate himself from its struggles, and to let others make the decisions and become involved. As a result of the steady diet of violence in the media, an even more fundamental and insidious erosion in man's self-system takes place. The erosion affects what Dr. Otto calls the trust factor. If we've been given a certain amount of affection, love, and understanding in our formative years, we're able to place a certain amount of trust in our fellow man. Trust is one of the most important elements in today's society, although we tend to minimize its importance. We basically trust people. Now, the consistent emphasis in the news on criminal violence, burglarizing, and assault makes slow but pervasive inroads into our reservoir of trust, as we hear and read about the acts of violence and injury man perpetrates upon one another year after year with so little emphasis placed on the loving, caring, and humanitarian acts of man. We begin to trust our fellow man less, and we thereby diminish ourselves. By undermining our trust, we become estranged from each other. Existing in a setting that provides as consistent inputs multiple irritants, ugliness and violence, and lack of close, meaningful relationships, man is in danger of becoming increasingly irritated, ugly, and violent. Maybe you saw the news item some time back about a Canadian farmer who sold his Stradivarius violin for, I think it was in the neighborhood of $60,000. He sold it to the same New York City dealer he had bought it from many years before. The dealer paid him more for it than he'd paid. That's because the violin has appreciated in value over the years and because of the shrinking buying power of the dollar. But the farmer sold his precious violin by the world's most famous violin craftsman because, as he put it, "I'm getting old and I have no children to leave it to." By getting it back in the hands of the dealer, he knew that it would wind up in the hands of someone who would treasure it as he had, and he could use the cash. Antonio Stradivari, the Italian violin maker, lived from 1644 to 1737. That's 93 years at a time when the average life expectancy was around 30, and there's a story there. He worked alone, although later in his life his sons helped him. No committee advised him. No one made decisions for him. His tools were primitive, but that was not important. He put himself into his work. All the world's tools couldn't make up for that. When he was finished with an instrument, when he was sure that his work measured up to his own personal standards, he signed his name to it. And still today, more than 200 years later, his name is a household word all over the world. Ask anybody if he's ever heard of Stradivarius, which is the Latin pronunciation of the name. Throughout history, there have been many men with similar standards of excellence. Authors such as William Shakespeare, artists like Leonardo da Vinci, craftsmen like furniture maker Thomas Chippendale, and silversmith Paul Revere. Everything they did was done well, not because it had to be, but because they wanted it to be. They had only to please themselves, yet the products of their fertile minds and skillful hands are still collected and admired today. Now, what is it that causes one person to take pride in what he does, while others give little or no thought to the quality of their work? Do you know? Of course, when we were talking about Stradivari or Da Vinci, we were talking about great geniuses, towering talents who found their media and became great in them. There have been many other fine violin makers and artists who took just as much pride and care in their work, but lacked the same quality of talent. There are even today many thousands of craftsmen who will not turn out shoddy work, who would be glad to sign their names to their work. But I think you'll admit that they're in the minority. Perhaps they've always been in the minority. But the respect for quality never changes. It still commands the highest price. It is still revered wherever we find it. And the person performing it has gained for himself two precious assets. One, he's built the kind of security that lasts a lifetime. He need never worry about his income. And two, his work is a source of satisfaction and joy to him. He derives deep satisfaction from being an uncommon person. There are people who set their own high standards to which they make themselves measure up. They're quite happy to put their names on their work, and their work will stand the test of time. A DePaul University psychologist, Dr. Irma Halfter, has proved beyond any question of a doubt, through years of carefully documented studies, that our ability to learn improves with age. In other words, the old saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, may pertain to dogs, but does not apply to human beings. Someone once used that saying to Dr. Robert Hutchins, I believe it was, and he replied, people are not dogs, and knowledge is not a bag of tricks. Dr. Halfter has given new hope and renewed ambition to older people who thought the world had passed them by and that they can never compete mentally with the young. So significant are her findings that more than 600 schools, colleges, universities, government departments, and other interested organizations have asked for copies of her studies, which began when she was a candidate for her doctorate at the University of Chicago. According to Frank Hughes, who dug up the story, she has proved that older adults do about 10% better in the same circumstances, the same classrooms, than their younger companions. Now, her study of learning ability covered virtually every field of human activity: business, communications, education, humanities, modern languages, natural sciences, mathematics, nursing, professional art, professional music, and social studies. She experimented with groups of older women, but she's proved the same story with men. Sex makes no difference in learning ability. As the doctor reported on her tests with women, older women gave a superior total performance and a superior performance in each of the fields of study. In particular, the older women earned more A's than the younger women and had approximately equal percentages of B's and C's and a lesser percentage of D's and F's. One of Dr. Halfter's pet peeves is this business of college for everybody. She says, one of my pet gripes at industry is that they don't need college graduates. They have so routinized industry that the college degree is really foolishness. I think all of society is on the wrong kick on this. College is a way to keep young people out of the labor force, but industry has so routinized jobs that decision-making is gone. So what do you think of that? Her important contribution is that our ability to learn is not impaired with the advance of the years. On the contrary, it gets better. People going back for their college degrees in their 60s find little difficulty in keeping up with their younger classmates. So it isn't your chronological age that matters in the learning process, it's your functional age. And if you're functioning normally, you can learn anything you want to, and on the average, you'll do better than you would have done in your late teens and early 20s. And I think this is good to know. I'm sure the very young are as glad to learn about this as are their parents and grandparents. So if you hear anyone saying, I'm too old to take that up now, you straighten him out. Remember Dr. Hutchins' comeback. The next time you hear someone say you can't teach old dogs new tricks, tell him that people are not old dogs, nor knowledge a bag of tricks. I ran across a quotation that's just too good to pass up. It's by George Bernard Shaw from Back to Methuselah. Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire, you will what you imagine, and at last you create what you will. One of our major problems as persons is that we so often permit our imagination to be confined by our environment and conditions. One of the wonderful things about human imagination is that it can break out of the barriers that tend to limit us physically. It can fly away to greener hills. It can see things not as they are now, but as they can be. It can foretell the future, at least as far as we as persons are concerned, to an altogether unsuspected extent. It can draw the colorful mental images that we hope someday to turn into reality. Imagination is the beginning of creation. We imagine thousands of things, of course, but if we understand the power of imagination, we realize that that upon which our imagination becomes fixed tends to turn into reality. This is good and bad. Just as we can imagine wonderful things and conditions, we can also imagine unhappy, tragic situations. And whatever our imaginations become fixed upon will tend to become real in our lives. That's why control of the mind is so important. Control in the way we control a car. We want it to take us where we want to go. We don't want it to take us into a ditch or into another car. And so we're alert, and we control its speed and direction. It's the only way to drive successfully. Controlling the imagination, or freeing it along positive, growth-directed lines, will lead us in that direction. If we decide upon a goal we think is right and worthy of us, our imagination becomes like a pair of hands holding the picture in our minds, holding it and feeling every part of it, exploring it, turning it over, loving it. And as we hold that picture in the hands of our imagination, we're led toward it. The enormous power of our minds is set the task of achieving it, and the amazing answers begin to come to the surface of our minds. Soon, depending upon the difficulty and complexity of the image, it is ours. It's real. It exists in the world. It is an entity, where before it was only a picture in our imagination. Children have an overabundance of imagination, but it's rampant and uncontrolled, which is as it should be as children. As we grow older, we can put the power of our imagination to marvelous use. We can make of it a servant, a genie, to bring us anything we seriously decide upon, or its equivalent. George Bernard Shaw knew this when he wrote those lines. It's not a new formation, it's as old as philosophy itself. But few of us realize we can put it, this self-fulfilling prophecy, to use for good in our lives. Let me give you that quotation again. Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire, you will what you imagine, and at last you create what you will. My old friend Commander Edward Whitehead, chairman of the board of Schweppes USA Limited, made a talk some time back before the United States Naval Institute, which was so popular they printed it. And in this speech, he talked of the difficulty in finding the kind of men who can make it into top management. The title of his speech was How to Succeed by Really Trying. And in it he said, trying, sustained effort, guts, resilience, the ability to spring back after defeat and discouragement, as well as some measure of ability, are the prerequisites of success. He said moral courage, a vigorous approach to problems, coupled with some degree of tact and preferably some personal charm, marks out the individual from the herd. As an employer, I can tell you that I'm immediately impressed by a young man who differs with me, who takes a different standpoint and does not hesitate to say so. Clearly, if he's going to survive, he must be right on at least some occasions. Also, his manner and approach must be respectful. But it never ceases to amaze me how few are willing to question, to challenge, still less reject the viewpoint pontificated by the boss. In the BBC broadcast Talk on Management Succession, his late boss, Sir Frederick Hooper, Commander Whitehead said, who is regarded as something of an expert in this field, referred to the difficulties of finding the right men to succeed in top management. He explained why he had learned to reject the specialist, the expert who developed such a penchant for his own particular field that he was seldom able to see a thing whole, to take the broad view. Even the all-rounder, the solid, reliable, capable administrator who ponders each and every problem and eventually comes up with an answer that is probably right, is not the man for top management, he said. The best candidate is likely to be the difficult, intractable fellow who gets under the skin of those above, below, and around him. The chap with insatiable curiosity, who challenges accepted notions, who will never accept anything, who always asks questions and wants to know if there might not be a better way. The Spanish adjective simpatico cannot be translated directly into English, but the man who can be so described, and who also possesses sensitivity and empathy, is certainly a jump ahead of the field. The capacity to get quickly on terms with the other person, to tune in on his wavelengths, to be able to judge his reactions to what you say is an invaluable attribute. If you have it, you know at once how far you can go, whether to suggest, persuade, flatter, cajole, or beat him over the head. This tells a young man full of steam and ideas how far he can go in forcing them upon a reluctant boss. The extent to which this quality is present is immediately conveyed to the man whose opinion you're trying to influence. If it's there, if he feels that you are simpatico, he will listen and be disposed to do what you want him to do. Some ideas on how to get to the top, or how to pick people for top management jobs. The best candidate is likely to be the difficult, intractable person who gets under the skin of those above, below, and around him. The person with insatiable curiosity, who wants to know if there might not be a better way. Many people, seeing Commander Whitehead in the well-known television commercials, do not realize that behind that famous beard and rich British accent is one of the finest minds in modern business management. His success in introducing his product to the world outside of England, Schweppes Tonic, is legendary. In his talks, he stresses the need for vigor, physical and mental. Feats of creative genius have been performed by ailing men, he said, men who were barely alive. But ordinary mortals cannot hope to emulate genius. For us, it's fair to assume that we can do a good day's work only when we're fit. The mind is a part of the body. It is all of a piece. And only if the body is in good shape does the mind continue to initiate things and function to maximum effect. Going further than that, prodigious efforts, great works, can only be done by a man with a superabundant energy and vigor. This comes sometimes as a gift from God, but if that is not the case, only hard work, years of discipline, years of training will produce the same effect.
He goes on to say, personally, I can't even pretend to function efficiently if I'm feeling under the weather. I know, however, that when I'm in normal health, I function almost aggressively, laying about me in all directions at quite a pace. It's tough on my staff, but it gets things done. This vigor stems, I think, from being fitter than most of my contemporaries, and it's not happened by accident. I train for the job. Moreover, I promised myself many years ago that, God willing, I'd live to reap the benefits of my labors. My experience, he goes on to say, indicates that considerations of this kind arise too frequently when it's too late, when a man has exhausted his reserves by years of abuse. Beyond a certain age, it is too late to repair the damage. I attach enormous importance, he said, to this attribute for reasons closely connected with that vital characteristic, resilience, the ability to spring back after defeat. A man needs vigor to stay the course. He must be bursting with it to enable him to ignore setbacks, disregard discouragement, and rise above inevitable deterrence to action, the sheer inertia or the indifference of others. Only a man of vision, which is an unquenchable spirit and immense vigor, will press on with his cause in the face of the apathy of those whom he's trying to persuade. Any person who has set out to achieve something that he considers to be worthwhile, whether it be a sacred cause or a personal ambition, will know exactly what I mean. Well, I could not agree with him more. Getting a good idea across to others, getting it implemented, getting it from the idea stage into concrete expression is one of the world's toughest jobs, and it takes a person in good physical condition to do it. As a general rule, people in top management positions are in surprisingly good condition. Dr. Gene Mayer, professor of nutrition, Harvard University, in a speech before the Charles Allen Thomas Science Symposium in St. Louis, pointed out the sad fact that the United States is constantly slipping with respect to the rest of the world for the average remaining lifetime for men at age 40. We've gone from 11th in 1966 to 40th and 9th to 23rd for women. And of all causes of death, cardiovascular death is the big problem. 1 million such deaths in each of the past 3 years, with 3/4 of these having been coronaries. That for almost half of our men in the 40 to 60-year range, death as a result of heart disease, means that we have returned unwittingly to the days of the great pandemics, like the great plagues of the 14th century, when 1/4 or 1/2 of the population died of one disease. And this American phenomenon is probably a preview of what will happen in all industrial societies eventually. Dr. Mayer went on to point out that among causes of cardiovascular death and crippling, obesity is the major factor, as it is with diabetes and liver disease. Obesity is a complex syndrome where genetic and environmental factors interact, and in some cases, traumatic factors are also involved. Our studies show that it can be due to disturbances in the function of regulatory mechanisms, of which the better known are situated in a part of the brain known as the hypothalamus. We're beginning to understand the mechanism of action of these centers well enough to imagine the possibility of a magic bullet depressing the action of the so-called feeding centers. Most obesity, however, appears to be directly the result of our mode of life. She said, I have shown a number of years ago that the mechanism of regulation of food intake works poorly or not at all at very low levels of energy expenditure. As physical work decreases below a certain critical level, determined for each individual by heredity and clearly associated with body type, food intake stops decreasing correspondingly, or decreasing at all, and the individual becomes fat. Obesity is, for many, and probably for most of our overweight population, the result of a technology which, by emphasizing door-to-door individual transportation, labor-saving devices, and televised spectator sports, is affecting unfavorably the health and appearance of close to half of our adults. Lack of exercise does more than lead to obesity. Again, our research shows that hard and prolonged exercise protects against the hypercholesterolemic effects of a high diet in saturated fat, and to a certain extent against hypertension. In the presence of a significant narrowing of the arteries of the heart, it also leads to the opening of collateral vessels, and thus may avert a fatal coronary. It is thus not enough to mention technological approaches to preventing the number one killer and crippler of men in industrial societies. It's even more important to understand that the pandemic prevalence of cardiovascular disease is to a large extent the result of our uncontrolled technology. All of which means, if you want to live a full lifespan, take care of your heart by daily exercise and keep your weight down.
So check with your doctor, watch your weight, and exercise every day. It isn't that we want to live forever, but why sacrifice 10 or 20 years of life just because of modern technology? A very interesting United Press International story appeared recently, Dateline New York. It seemed that many companies are faced with the problem of executives who resist taking vacations. According to Dr. Smith Montgomery of Personnel Psychology Center, New York City, and other business psychologists, the man who wants to skip his vacation nearly always is a risk of some kind to the company, and himself. Rarely is his excuse for staying on the job valid. According to Dr. Ralph Collins, consulting psychiatrist for Eastman Kodak Company of Rochester, New York, this executive likely will become dogmatic and irascible at the office, reducing morale and efficiency in his department. There are many executive types who want to skip vacations, virtually all bad, Montgomery said. One is the fellow who's afraid somebody else will be sitting at his desk permanently when he gets back. There's the man who's been covering his mistakes and fears the boss will find him out if he goes on leave. There's the spendthrift who can't afford a vacation. Often he covers up by pretending the company can't spare his services. He manages to have some large project on hand to look after during vacation season. There are those who really think they're indispensable, that the department couldn't get along without them for a few weeks. Another is the fellow who has a business of his own on the side which he can't leave. If he can't get away for a trip, he can't see any sense in taking leave from his regular job either. And finally, there's the occasional till-tapper. He's the one who has been doing some stealing and juggling the books and is afraid a surprise audit during his absence would mean prison. Employers are not entirely blameless for this vacation problem, said Montgomery. Business psychologists now and then encounter employers who intimidate employees into not taking vacations in order to save the cost of extra summertime help, or to avoid losing the sales or services of a valuable employee. This is a good way to lose him permanently. I've known businessmen who refuse to take vacations on the theory that they just can't get away, but I've never known of a really valid case. By not taking his vacation, the boss deprives his family of their vacation fund and deprives the employees the pleasure of his absence for at least a short time during the year. As to being indispensable, that's so much papaya juice. Nobody is indispensable, as much as he might like to think he is. Quite often, much to the consternation of the boss, sales increase during his absence. Things actually run more smoothly, and overdue improvements can often be made. So take your vacation, get away from it all and get a change of scenery, a fresh attitude, and quite often, some excellent ideas you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Yes, Virginia, there are those who resist taking vacations, and where you find them, you will also find problems of various kinds. There was once a manager who had all the tact and consideration for the feelings of others as a wounded wolverine. To him, there was only one way to do things, and that was his way. As far as he was concerned, all other human beings, but especially those in his charge, were revolving morons. The slightest mistake found him frothing at the mouth, cursing, shouting, running around like a crazy wind-up toy with hypertension. The turnover rate in his department was practically 100% per year. He belonged to the old school that's fond of saying, if you want something done right, do it yourself. That statement, incidentally, is the most blatantly conceited, stupid remark ever uttered by a creature famous for making stupid remarks. It assumes that no one else on earth can do a particular job as well as I can. That has to be false on the face of it. What the person who says that really means is, if you want something done the same old way, the way you like to see it done, then do it yourself. Anyway, this manager of whom I speak was a problem for the whole company and was fast becoming about as popular as a cute athlete's foot. Finally, it was suggested to him that he have a frank evaluation session with his people, with the idea of reaching better accord and bringing more peace and productivity into his department. The suggestion was made to him by a person of higher authority, so he went along with it. He got his people together and leveled with them. He wanted their opinions of him and their suggestions as to how their department could be more efficiently operated. Well, it was a revelation. The manager learned that he was not held in high esteem by his people, that they only tolerated his thoughtless and dictatorial methods because of the paycheck. But the most revealing and interesting question came from one of the youngest men in the department. He asked, "Where did you learn to manage others?" Well, this brought about a deep and prolonged silence. And it turned out that this manager had never studied management at all. He had never in his life read a single book on management techniques or how to get along well with other human beings.
It seems that he had taken it for granted that management ability came along as standard equipment, like a navel at birth. He learned, in fact, that he didn't know the first thing about managing others, and that it might be a good idea if he gave a little thought to the subject, which he did. He began to study everything he could find on the subject. He built a fine library of materials on good management and became, in the process, a very good manager. The turnover in his department dropped to normal, people walked around smiling and whistling for a change, and productivity soared. The moral of the little story is that if you're a manager, have some frank, no-holds-barred evaluation sessions with your people. Tell them that what they say will have no effect on their jobs, and then listen. Getting along well with other people is still the world's most needed skill. With it, there's no limit to what a person can do. We need people. We need the cooperation of others. There's really very little that we can do alone. A really good novel is a rare and wonderful thing. We look forward to getting back to it, and we hate to put it down. Even though we rush through it, we hate to see it come to an end. You'll occasionally hear someone make the comment that he reads only non-fiction. In non-fiction, we seldom see the real truth, as far as people are concerned, except for those books about people written by experts. It is in fiction that the truth may be told. We can easily speak the deepest truth about ourselves when we're putting the words in the mouth of a so-called fictional character. Fictional characters can do or say anything, and we are safe and can say, well, it's only fiction. About the novel Henry James wrote, the advantage, the luxury, as well as the torment and responsibility of the novelist is that there's no limit to what he may attempt as an executant, no limit to his possible experiments, efforts, discoveries, successes. This is what makes writing a novel so exciting a thought to so many people. There's simply no limit as to what may be attempted. But, and this is the but that usually stands between the so-called novelist and his readers. Henry James also said, the only obligation to which in advance we may hold a novel without incurring the accusation of being arbitrary is that it be interesting. To be interesting, there's the rub. Because to be interesting, you've got to be good. You have to write in such a way that the words themselves, the little black marks on the printed page, disappear, and only the thoughts and ideas and action in the drama, the smoothly flowing dialogue come through. The legend at the beginning of a good novel, the disclaimer about the characters being fictitious and any resemblance to persons living or dead being purely coincidental, is, of course, so much hogwash. The characters are not fictional. They're real. They are people we've met many times or read about in our daily newspaper. Novelists take their characters from real life, changing only the names and places to avoid suit for libel, not for misrepresentation, but for all too accurate a picture of the real person. To get an education, we've got to read a great deal of non-fiction. To be a successful writer, one needs reference books of various sorts, the more the better, all of which are non-fiction. Most of our reading is non-fiction, and that's fine. But if you've never tried good fiction, or have gotten out of the habit of reading good fiction, try it again. I had a letter the other day from a woman, a widow who lives in the South. She said she found much of her existence rather bleak. Good fiction will bring a whole new, exciting, colorful world into our lives. The person who loves books is never very lonely for long. The pages of his books are filled with interesting people who wait his pleasure, ready to entertain at a moment's notice. Yes, a really good novel is a rare and wonderful thing. I've finished 3 excellent novels in the past couple of weeks, and I always keep a couple in my briefcase when I travel. In Saul Bellow's excellent novel, Mr. Samler's Planet, published by Viking, he writes, underneath there persists, powerfully too, a thick sense of what is normal for human life. Duties are observed, attachments are preserved, there is work, people show up for jobs. It's extraordinary. They come on the bus to the factory. They open the shop, they sweep, they wrap, they wash, they fix, they tend, they count, they tend the computers. Each day, each night. And however rebellious at heart, however despairing, terrified, or worn bare, come to their tasks. Up and down in the elevator, sitting down to the desk, behind the wheel, tending machinery. For such a volatile and restless animal, such a high-strung, curious animal, an ape subject to so many diseases, to anguish, boredom, such discipline, such drill, such strength for regularity, such assumption of responsibility, such regard for order, even in disorder, is a great mystery, too. Oh, it is a mystery.
One cannot mistake this for thorough madness, therefore. One thing, though, the disciplined hate the undisciplined to the point of murder. Thus the working class, disciplined, is a great reservoir of hatred. Thus the clerk behind the wicket finds it hard to forgive those who come and go in apparent freedom. And the bureaucrat, glad when disorderly men are killed. All of them. Killed. Well, that's one of the best pieces of writing I've come across in some time, and it's one of the reasons I like to read Saul Bellow. He makes you think. He makes you go back and read a paragraph over again. He pulls you up and puts all your mind to work. Surely we've all wondered why people stay in their traces instead of jumping out of them. People show up for jobs. It's extraordinary. They open the shop, they sweep, they wrap, they wash, they fix, they tend the computers, each day, each night. And however rebellious at heart, however despairing, terrified, or worn bare, come to their tasks, up and down in the elevator, sitting down to the desk, behind the wheel, tending machinery. Yes, it's a great mystery. Except that they do what they have been taught to do. They follow the examples of those who have gone before. Once in a great while, a bus driver will take off for Florida with his bus, or a newspaper man will sail alone across the Atlantic, but 99.99%, however rebellious at heart, however despairing, terrified, or worn bare, come to their tasks. How about you? Love your work? Love your life? Happy, like the old neighborhood, the town, the part of the country? Man has been called the responsible animal. As a rule, he sticks with his family, his friends, and his work, and tries to find meaning in it all. And it's a good thing he does. But reading Saul Bellow's words makes you think, doesn't it? And it is true that disciplined hate the undisciplined to the point of murder. Thus the working class, disciplined, is a great reservoir of hatred. And the clerk behind the wicket finds it hard to forgive those who come and go in apparent freedom. In a great city, you see the teeming millions working in such order, commuting to and from work, tending their families and mowing their lawns and shoveling snow without question. It's marvelous. I was in San Francisco the other day, and an item in the San Francisco Chronicle caught my eye. It was about a woman who had earned a fortune designing and selling clothes for the children of the well-to-do. It said her secret was in the simplicity of the clothes she produced. The story carried a headline that read, "Children's Styles That Last Forever." The article, written by Joan Chatfield Taylor, began, "It's often true that the simplest things cost the most money, and nowhere is it truer than in children's clothes. If it's ruffles, bows, trendy colors, and faddy styles you want for your little darling, you can just stroll down to your five and dime mail-order catalog or discount store. If it's an absolutely plain dress or play suit you want, you may have to go to the 7th floor of I. Magnin to buy a Florence Eisman." Florence Eisman has been called the Norell of the children's wear industry. Like Norell, she specializes in rather simple shapes, perfectly executed in the best available fabrics. Also like Norell, she makes clothes that don't go out of date. The clothes she designed in the 50s could be worn by children today. Florence Eisman believes in utterly simple dresses, preferably without belts or waistlines, in clear, bright colors or classic neutrals like gray, navy, and black. The declining birth rate has been hard on the children's wear industry, but Florence Eisman continues to thrive. The high quality of the fabrics, most of which are imported from Europe, and the workmanship, all of which is done at the Eisman factories in Milwaukee and Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, are two reasons for the durability of Eisman designs. Well, in reading that story, I was struck by how much we can learn from it. It's a story that has to be told and learned over and over again. First, simplicity of design. Design following function. What is the product supposed to do? It's supposed to clothe small children who must not only look good in their clothes, but who spend a good deal of their time running, playing, squirming, climbing, sliding, staining, straining, and subjecting to every torture test possible the clothes they wear. Children don't change. They are much the same today as they were 10,000 years ago. Secondly, quality of materials and workmanship. Incidentally, I mentioned that I wanted to use the Florence Eisman story for direct line to my wife, and she informed me that our little boy, Ted, wore nothing but Florence Eisman clothes when he was small, and that the clothes are still in service with various relatives. As I read the Florence Eisman story, it reminded me of a Sidney J. Harris column I had read and clipped the week before. Mr. Harris had predicted in a column written nearly 30 years before that the men's hat industry would very likely come to an end during his lifetime. After the column appeared, he'd received a stiff letter from the president of the Stetson Company taking issue with him and telling him he didn't know what he was talking or writing about. Well, last year, the Stetson Company went out of business.
A few months later, HCA, the largest volume hat maker in the United States, announced that it intended to sell out. Sid Harris went on to point out that today about 1 man in 30 buys a hat, while at the turn of the century almost every man did. And he said, "I have long maintained that the so-called practical businessmen often don't know their own business, and that social theorists, poets, and even vagrants could sometimes tell them more about what's happening or going to happen than they learned from interviewing one another in the 537 club car back to the Ivory Suburb." In his column, written back in 1944, Sid Harris suggested that the American male was seeking a new masculine image, and that the traditional hat foisted on him since Victorian times made him feel foolish, pompous, and inept. I and all my friends under 30 at the time wouldn't be caught dead in a hat. But the hat makers blindly persisted in relying on classical styles when the whole mood and tempo of life had shifted into a higher gear. It was not lack of funds or facilities, as much as lack of imagination, that presaged the doom of the conventional American hat. Beginning after World War II, the American man resented the bland uniformity of the dumb-looking hat, which not only failed to make him look dashing and virile — in the past his father wanted only to look respectable — but also blew off in the slightest wind, failed to provide warmth and comfort, and became permanently misshapen in the first rainstorm. Florence Eisman waxed prosperous in the world's most competitive business, while the giants in the men's hat business, with all the wealth and facilities at their beck and call, failed. Florence Eisman makes simple, well-designed children's clothes that appeal to the good taste of discriminating adults and the functional needs of children, fashioned from the finest materials and sturdily fabricated to take such punishment for many years. The men's hat industry, on the other hand, it seems to me, did not ask, how can we design hats to fit the needs and desires of a changing market? Instead, they tried to sell a changing market an unchanging product. I think the American automakers missed the boat on the small, inexpensive to buy and operate car for the same reasons. The hat makers blindly persisted in relying on classical styles when the whole mood and tempo of life had shifted into a higher gear. I think that what Sidney Harris wrote about the hat business in 1944 is true of the world automotive market today, in which there's been a very obvious change going on for some time. I think many of the products turned out by the major automakers are as obsolete today as the Victorian hat, and I think the first one that applies the common sense, good taste system of Florence Eisman will capture an inordinate share of not just the American market, but the world auto market as well. Now, how about what we do? How can we apply the Florence Eisman formula to what we produce? It isn't her formula at all, really, as I'm sure she'd be the first to admit. It goes all the way back to ancient Greece. She and the few others like her have simply had the good judgment and good taste to apply the formula and reap the inevitable rewards. It will perhaps pay us to take a new look at what we do and ask some important questions, such as, 1, what is my product or service supposed to do? What is its real function? 2, is it doing that in the best and most direct way possible? 3, is it simple, uncluttered, in good taste, and of the best materials available to me? 4, does it meet the needs of my customers and prospects, and will it continue to meet their needs for many years to come? 5, is it the very best we can produce to do the job it is intended to do? 6, do we have our customers' best interest in first place, or have we made them subordinate to profits? The test of a good or great product is that it tends to remain in style for many years, even centuries. The architecture, statuary, and literature of ancient Greece is still right up to date, as interesting and as valuable today as it was 2,000 years ago. A Stradivarius violin or a painting by one of the masters, good crystal, silver, and china, all have appreciated over the years like good real estate. Now, how about what we do? Will it meet the test of greatness, or be so much useless junk in a few short years? I know a man and his wife who migrated from a small town in Oklahoma to the big city of Los Angeles. When his friends asked them what they were going to do out there, they told him that they were going to stay in the same business, which was operating a medium-sized eating place. Nothing fancy, just hamburgers, fried chicken, and shrimp, soft drinks, and coffee. Well, as friends do, they shook their heads and did their best to dissuade them. They told my friends that there were almost as many eating places in Los Angeles as there are people. One report even says that there's more. Why, on just one boulevard, you know, the one that's hard to pronounce, there are 1,000 eating places lined up on both sides of the street so close together they breathe on each other with their exhaust fans. But undaunted, the couple moved to the great sprawling city with its teeming millions of people and ubiquitous eating places. In an undistinguished part of town, on an undistinguished thoroughfare, they rented a very small, vacant store. They equipped it with the necessities for such a place, with only 4 or 5 rough tables and benches, put a small identifying sign out front, and opened for business. Within 60 days, they were operating a gold mine. They had planned to be open 7 days a week until they found which day was the lightest, and then they'd close on that day. There were no light days. Every day was busy, and the little cash register rang from morning to night. They were so busy cooking hamburgers they didn't have time to clean off the tables, so the customers did it for them, putting the paper cups and plates and napkins into the trash can for them. They then hired a boy to keep the place clean and generally help around the place. Every night, they'd go home exhausted but happy. Their business is a big success. Right across the street from them, a large, nationally syndicated and advertised drive-in has been in operation for several years. Soon the manager of that place was sneaking into my friend's place to eat his lunch, and his employees dropped in after their shifts. Working people from as far as 10 miles away drive to my friend's place for hamburgers. A couple from a little town in Oklahoma have become a hit in the big city with the thousands of eating places. How did they do it? Charge less for their hamburgers? No, theirs actually cost more than the average. But instead of competing with all the other eating places in the city, my friends created. Instead of buying the uniform little hamburger patties from the wholesaler, as most everybody else does, so that every hamburger tastes exactly alike no matter where you go, my friends buy their hamburger from a local supermarket and make their own, 4 to the pound. Each hamburger has a 1/4 pound of meat, is served on a 5-inch toasted bun with crisp, fresh lettuce, garden-grown tomatoes, and thick, juicy slices of onion. Their secret? It's simple. They just serve the best hamburgers anybody ever ate. They'll never sell as many as the big place across the street, maybe, but they sell all they can cook, and the little cash register rings all day long. Will Durant, the famous philosopher, has written that human beings can be divided into 2 main categories, negative and positive. Now, we all know there are people who have more positive impulses than negative impulses. With these positive people, the tendency is to approach, to seek, to overcome, and to possess. These are the positive characteristics. And there are others in whom the negative impulses predominate, people in whom the tendency generally is to hesitate, to retreat, to find shelter and safety, to submit. And it's these people the philosophers call the negative characters. Now, no person is entirely all of one or the other. Each of us has some of both, but we lean heavily toward one or the other. Dr. Will Durant says the negative character tends to be undersized, and though he admires very much every redeeming quality of his face, his form, his mind, he's always awkwardly conscious of his physical inferiority and looks enviously out of the corner of his eye at the tall and vigorous workman or the man of affairs who passes by erect in the pride of stature and health. What the negative person lacks above all is body, energy, horsepower, according to Durant. He seems not to have enough blood. At the table, he has no appetite. He's finicky with food and easily disgusted. He worries about whether he left a big enough tip. He walks from the room as if he hoped no one would see him and feels as though everyone is looking at him. If insult or danger comes, he trembles with surprise and fear. He does not feel active anger, but is consumed with a fretful resentment. His violence is the mask of one who knows that he will submit. He shrinks from responsibility and trial and longs for the quiet security and retreat of his home. He admires the cowboy and the Superman. He believes that the world would trust him with leadership if it had intelligence. If he succeeds in anything, he credits himself. If he fails, he's not guilty according to him. He blames the environment or the stars. He never blames himself for failure, but gets bitter toward the world instead. Nevertheless, he may be great by the very force of that unrestrained imagination that always seems to go along with negative characters. At his height, he may become a poetic genius. At his lowest, he is an intellectual, not a thinker. He never walks if he can ride. He never stands when he can sit, and he never stays awake when he can sleep. Because of this, he cannot sleep well. He hasn't been awake enough to bring on restful sleep. His nerves are tired, but his flesh is not. He's always on edge. He is social in his hunger for popular approval. He conforms timidly to the conventions. Withal, he is kindly and affectionate, grateful, loyal, and reverent. There is no cruelty in him, and little coarseness. He is restless,
though always seeking rest. He passes discontent from project to project and from place to place. He is a ship that never makes a port while its cargo rots. He is given to bursts of passion that simulate strength, but they end in quick exhaustion and accepted chaos. He has 1,000 wishes, but no will. Will Durant's bleak description of the negative character. Now, here's his description of the positive character. The positive person has health and vigor, a sufficiency of flesh and blood to warrant him looking straight into the eyes of the world and wearing his hat as he likes. If he looks at you, it's face to face. But he does not look at you. He is absorbed in his enterprise, intent on his goal. He is less interested in persons than in purposes. All the impulses of approach are strong in him. He eats with gusto. He has a passion for acquisition and possession. His motto is to have and to hold. And because he's more self-assertive and successful than a negative man, he makes every modern nation into a replica of himself, rapaciously acquisitive. Or maybe he has an extravagant wife. In olden days, he would have been a feudal baron or a soldier, but today he's an executive, and just as positive as when he brandished a javelin. In him, desires are not timid aspirations. They're unavoidable impulsions. For their sake, he will accept responsibilities, dangers, and wearing toil. He has more courage than virtue and less conscience than pride. He has powerful ambitions. He despises limits and suspects humility. If he meets a man stronger or firmer than himself, his impulse is not to bow down before him, but to honor him with emulation and rivalry. If he is defeated, it is after a struggle to exhaustion. He is curious. All processes lure him, and his mind plays actively about strange and novel things. He believes in action rather than in thought, and like Caesar, he thinks nothing finished if anything remains undone. He likes a tumultuous life and is not tempted by rural simplicity and peace. Peace, he thinks, was made for old age and does not become a man. He is domineering and likes to feel that men are bricks to his trowel, to build with them what he likes. And they find a secret zest in being led by him. He's so certain, so confident, and so cheerful. His activity makes him healthy and leaves him no time for thought or gloom. He enjoys life, bad as it might be, and does not ponder much on the future or the past. Nevertheless, he's a man of ideas, not a poet, nor a painter, nor a theoretical philosopher, nor a scientist, but an inventor, an architect capable of original designs, an engineer brave enough to span great rivers with poems of woven steel, a sculptor commanding marble into life, a scientist willing to face all the world in defense of a new truth. When his wife irritates him, he goes to his club. When the club bores him, he forgets himself and his work. His active life defends him against nerves. What he has above all is will. Not wills, but will. Not a medley of ambitions and desires canceling one another in unreconciled hostility, but a unity of aim, an order and perspective of purpose. He dies never doubting that life was a boon, and only sorry that he must leave that game to younger players. Each of us has some of the positive and some of the negative in our makeup. The idea is try to make the best use of the good qualities of both. Here's some information about an unlooked-for but exciting development. We're not just having a population explosion in the world, but here in America and in other Western countries, we're having an explosion of geniuses. And it makes for an interesting future, an acceleration of the times which are already stunning in the fields of science. Time magazine reported some time back that one of the delights of coeducation and rising college entrance standards is that the smartest 10% of young Americans are now thrown together on campuses at the most susceptible age for romance and marriage. The genetic consequence, reports physicist John R. Platt in the University of Chicago magazine Context, is a zooming output of high IQ children. These marriages are now producing 5 or 10 times the total number of youngsters with IQs of 150, for example, that we would get from perfectly random marriages in the normal population, where IQs average 100. He says that even more spectacular children may be coming out of the intellectual colonies like Oak Ridge or Los Alamos, where 1 man in 6 has a PhD, and out of the faculty communities of the great universities, where all the men and many of the women have advanced degrees. In the schools of such centers, says Platt, whole classes of 130s and 140 IQs may be seen from kindergarten through high school. Among the results can be found a 13-year-old studying atomic physics seriously, an 11-year-old doing graduate work in mathematics.
In the general population, only 1 person in 300 reaches the 140 level. But if whole communities reach an average of 140, asks Platt, does 1 child in 300 reach an IQ of 180, and 1 in 2,000 reach 190? If this turns out to be so, we may not have to wait centuries for the next Newton. We may have a dozen within 20 years. The number of 180s getting out of college in the next few years may not be a mere dozen, but hundreds. It could be an explosion of genius, such as the world has never seen. It's an exciting idea, isn't it? You know, science and the arts don't move ahead steadily. They don't progress automatically, linearly. They move ahead in spurts, as here one person and there another makes a breakthrough. It's always a single individual, never as a group, that makes an important discovery or improvement of an old principle. But they seem to come in batches. And with so many brilliant young people coming into the fields of science and industry and government, we can look for a definite surge in creativity in the solving of old problems. This will be reflected in every facet of our world, from furniture to automotive design and education, the arts, space technology, medicine and manufacture, distribution and sales of products, and the improvement of services. And this great new crop of geniuses will produce still more, of course. As physicist John Platt says, it could be an explosion of genius, such as the world has never seen. A doctor was doing some generalizing one day, and he said, people have headaches generally because they don't avoid them. And a man named Kenneth Good says that people lose mostly because they won't take the trouble to win. It's all based on the answer one man got when he asked a friend of his, how many people work down where you're employed? And his friend answered, oh, about half. It seems that, except under the stress of a lot of emotion, fear of failure, heat of competition, or contest promoted to stimulate artificially these emotions, most people, including top business executives and men in the professions, rarely make any appreciable effort to improve their daily working methods beyond the minimum necessary to overcome each new emergency. This is according to Professor E. Lewis Swift of Washington University. The Chicago Sales and Marketing Executives Club made an analysis some years back that proved that more than twice as many salesmen are fired for lack of effort than they are for illness, dishonesty, drinking, and gambling combined. And as for the rest of the people, an expert on scientific management, Mr. Frederick W. Taylor, proved that men and women are perfectly content to coast along on methods several times short of their best. According to Dr. William James, the wise old Harvard professor called the father of American psychology, compared with what we ought to be, we're only half awake. Powers of various sorts we habitually fail to use. And Walter Dill Scott of Northwestern University said, many of us never know our possible achievements because we've never warmed up. It is more than probable that the average man could, with no injury to his health, increase his efficiency 50%. Which all goes to prove that the human race is fixed, not to prevent the strong from winning, far from it, but fixed to prevent the rest from losing. It's a fact that to get ahead in the world these days, an average person needs neither the industry of Edison, nor the ambition of Napoleon, or the cunning of Machiavelli, or the wiles of Lucretia Borgia. Just the opposite is true. Any man or woman going seriously to work, just seriously, mind you, will, as a rule, encounter unbelievably little opposition. He will, in fact, find his fellow citizens slowed way down for his benefit. Because most people work half-heartedly, using only a fraction of their potential powers, putting a man or woman with even a little ambition and a serious attitude toward his or her future into this group is like dropping a greyhound into a race of snails. And it's believed that the majority does not take a serious attitude toward the future, because the majority fails to decide upon one. Not knowing where they're going, they have no reason to hurry. It's easier to win than to lose. Easier to succeed than to worry. The reason most choose the latter is because they can be done sitting down. We have more mental infirmities than all other illnesses combined. Dr. Charles H. Mayo once said that half the beds in our hospitals are filled by those people who worried themselves into them. You know, the mind is like an adding machine. Before you can solve a problem with it, it must be cleared of all previous problems. Worry jams up the mechanism. It short-circuits the whole operation, and the most valuable mechanism on earth just sits there and hums, feeding upon itself. It can't possibly solve your problems until it's been cleared, until worry has been cleared away. It's been proved many times that by a simple change in attitude, in mental outlook, that the same amount of time and energy devoted to worry could be used to solve our problems. Instead of worrying about the bills that have to be paid, shift gears and think creatively about ways of making more money. Instead of constantly stewing and worrying about a problem, we should try to think of ways of solving it. Creative people look at problems as challenges. They realize that without problems, everything would come to a stop. Problems are what keep the race moving forward. They're responsible for every forward step we've ever taken, collectively or individually. All industry exists solely for the solving of our problems, as does agriculture, education, and government. A person goes to school to learn to solve his problems and the problems of others. Where would the doctors be if there were no health problems, or dentists, or lawyers, or businessmen, or teachers, or workers? A woman wants to change the color scheme of her bedroom, and a painter gets a day's work. A paint company sells some paint, and so on. We've all got problems, and that's good. Without them, we'd still be swinging through the trees and living in caves, and all problems are temporary. As the wise man said, this too shall pass. So if you want to have a lot more fun and a lot less worry, try to put your problems in their true perspective. See yourself as a part of the world as a part of the universe, and the universe as a part of a great and mysterious living picture. Seen in their true light, most problems shrink to their true size. Then, don't worry about it. Shift your mental gears. Clear your mind of worry and set your mind to the solution of the problem. It has a solution. It will be solved. The same kind of problem has been solved a million times before. But as a wise old man said to me one time, in a life where death is inevitable, never worry about anything. If you come across a plank on the ground, say the plank is 12 feet long and 12 inches wide, you'd have no trouble walking from one end of it to the other. Now let's put that plank 100 feet high and stretch it between two buildings with nothing under it except 100 feet of air and a street down below. Would you walk it now? Same plank, same distance, but a different, more demanding situation. Let's say you're telling your family gathered around the dinner table about something in which you believe, your philosophy of living, for example. Now change the setting to an auditorium with 1,000 people in the audience, with you standing on the stage before the podium. You're saying the same thing in the same way, but the setting's changed. Walking the plank and making the talk are easy for you in one set of circumstances. Without changing your performance at all, but only the setting, a new element is introduced which changes your mental attitude considerably. Fear of what might happen under this new set of circumstances turns two perfectly simple and natural performances into occasions of great risk. So great that you might refuse to do either of them. Not the fear of what will happen, but the fear of what might happen. Now, since you know perfectly well that you can walk the plank if it's on the ground, it stands to reason you can walk the same plank anyplace else. If you can make a talk under one set of circumstances, you can make the same talk under any other conditions. Anyone can see how true this is. But, and it's that but that seems to keep us from taking a formula we know will work under one condition and applying it to a larger situation. The fear of what might happen holds us back. We permit ourselves to fail by default, rather than run the risk of failing as a result of having made the effort to succeed. Now it's not important that we walk the length of a plank, whether it's on the ground or high in the air, and it's not too important whether we make our little talk to the people in the auditorium, perhaps. But how many things are there at which we succeed, at which we could be successful on a much larger scale? It's all a mental game. We play the whole thing out in our minds, and it's there, not in actual practice, that we win or lose. No one can even guess how much is lost by the so-called average person simply because he fears to make the attempt. His fear of failure in his own eyes, in the eyes of his family and friends, and the possible loss of a small stake, raise a formidable wall between his reality and his dream. So he contents himself to peek at his dream over the top of the wall and wait. Wait until conditions are better, until Uncle Charlie dies and leaves all that money. But waiting just seems to make the wall grow higher. Conditions seem to remain about the same, and Uncle Charlie's going to outlive everybody in the family. And finally, even on tiptoes, you can't see over the wall anymore. It's too high now, and it's too late. Well, so what? It was just an idea, a dream. Yes, that's all it was, just an idea, a dream. But what could it have been? What might it have been if you'd scrambled over that wall before it got too high? Bertrand Russell wrote, "Our instinctive emotions are those that we have inherited from a much more dangerous world, and contain, therefore, a larger portion of fear than they should." Here are a few things I've collected over the years. There's a seagull on the Jersey coast who frequents a beach also frequented by couples who go there to park. This bird circles high overhead and drops clams on the tops of automobiles in order to break the shells.
It never drops a clam on a convertible, just solid-top cars. Almost always, the car in which the clam has been dropped can be seen to immediately move away. A larger number of women than men attempt suicide, but men outnumber women by more than 3 to 1 in successful efforts. It seems that women don't really want to destroy themselves, but rather draw attention to their ills or grievances. Women are the beneficiaries of 80% of all life insurance in force in the country. They also receive 71% of the total estates left by men and 64% of the estates left by women. A woman has written that when a man looks a woman straight in the eyes, she'd better do something about her figure. And a woman is perturbed by what a man forgets. A man is perturbed by what a woman remembers. And did you know that a psychoanalytical study has come up with a discovery that the majority of women hate men? It is believed that this hatred is so deep-rooted and is of such long standing that most women aren't even aware of it. But the cause of the whole thing, the authorities agree, has its basic cause in woman's resentment of a male-dominated world, which in turn is founded on the mistaken notion that men are supposed to be endowed with qualities which make them superior to women. The facts prove that this line of thinking is just so much hot air, but for centuries, men forced this belief upon the women who were helpless physically to resist. It's the old story of might makes right. Men subjugated women because they were physically smaller and weaker, and in that day and age, physical strength rather than brains held the balance of power. Alfred Adler, the famous psychologist, points out that this crazy concept that men were supposed to be superior to women causes such extreme tension between the sexes as to seriously jeopardize any really happy relationship between a man and a woman. But if the woman realizes why she has these deep-rooted feelings toward men in general, she can usually overcome the situation and live happily with her man anyway. This is especially true if she's married to a man with some sense who realizes that differences between human beings do not indicate superiority or inferiority, they're simply differences. The wise woman realizes that it's ridiculous to blame her husband for the conduct of other men at other times in history. Her husband can be an honest man even if his grandfather was a horse thief. But the old deluded dogma of male superiority has been rammed down women's throat until she just naturally chokes up with rage. And, as they say, this has been going on since way before the beginning of civilization. I used to wonder why women in general show so little courtesy to men. This must be the reason. They don't like us, and they can't be blamed for it. As our civilization progresses, perhaps gradually we can get rid of women's ancient animosity toward anything wearing pants. We no longer think you're inferior, ladies, nor superior. Here's a question for you. If you had your life to live over, at least that part of it you've lived, would you do the same as you've done, or would you live it differently? Now, I don't mean the little things so much, but rather the big important things. It's a big question, and according to a survey, 1/3 of the women would do differently if they could live their lives over again, and better than half the men would have chosen some other line to follow. Now, at first glance, it appears that women are a lot smarter than men in making the major decisions that affect their lives, but that's not the whole story. Men have a much wider choice as to careers than women. You can say that women have exactly the same choice, but it doesn't work out that way. You don't find many women piloting commercial aircraft, or ships at sea, or playing center for the Chicago Bears, or second base for the Yankees. Most women consider their careers to be marriage, children, and a home, and it's a big enough career for anyone. Psychologists point out, for instance, that great numbers of young people every year give up their dreams for particular careers because love comes along. Now, in a way, this seems to be a victory for the woman in that she has achieved the career of her choice, while her husband has had to give up his. But the facts seem to point out that it's a Pyrrhic victory, and while the cost is deferred, it's nonetheless there and must one day be paid. Psychologists say that after the honeymoon's over and the young couple begin to stare life in the face, economics enters the picture. And this is one of the major reasons why more than half of the men surveyed indicated that they would have done differently if they could live their lives over again. They did not mean they would not have married their present wives necessarily, although I'm sure there were a sprinkling of these, but rather that they would have waited until they got on course before they married. Most of them in a few years wish they'd stuck to their original career decisions. They see then, although it seems they can't at the time of their mistake, that they could have had the career of which they'd planned and dreamed, and the woman to whom they married. They could have had both, but they foolishly gave up one in favor of the other. They quit too soon. Economy is the great modifier of romance, and the girl is very wise who tells her young man to finish his preparation for his career before they marry. If their love is real and strong, it can stand the test of time. Time will only deepen it. If it's not the real thing, waiting will expose its flaws to the benefit of both of them. She will have a much better life, a contented husband, a better place in the community, and very probably more money to spend if she'll concentrate less on victory and more on a peaceful alliance. Occasionally, this picture is reversed, and then the man should be content to wait. A man needs a career outside of his home as well as a wife and children. Young women should remember this and get their starry-eyed young man back on the right track. I have an office in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where I now do most of my writing. It's near a large, popular marina. And during the hour I take off for lunch, I enjoy walking about the marina in the sunshine and seeing what new boats have shown up. The other day, an interesting steel schooner of about 60 feet came in as I stood near the fuel dock. She had obviously been on a long voyage and was from out of the country, as her yellow quarantine pennant signified. I struck up a conversation with one of her 3 young crew members and learned they were British. They had sailed the schooner from England, first visiting Scandinavia and the North Sea, then down the coast of Europe to the Canary Islands, and from there to the West Indies, where they'd spent 3 months island hopping, scuba diving, fishing, and just enjoying themselves. One is a dentist, one an engineer, and the third, who owns the schooner, is a university graduate who is simply looking for adventure. They're all still in their 20s, in great shape from their months at sea, and delightful and interesting young men. My wife and I have had them over for cocktails and dinner and introduced them to a few people in the area. Everyone to whom we've talked about them agrees with us that these young men are doing something more young people should do. They're devoting a year or two to travel and adventure and to getting their heads on straight before entering their careers. Most young people go from school directly into their careers, from one institution right into another, with no breathing and thinking time in between. Now our young English friends are working and saving enough money to continue their cruise. They hope eventually to work their way around the world. And the dentist and engineer are thinking seriously of settling in the United States when their odyssey has ended. Here's an interesting fact, talking about cruising around the world. Of all the water on Earth, less than 1% of it can be used for human and animal consumption. Of this 1%, about 26% of it is found in the United States. 97.2% of all the water on Earth is salt water and found in the great oceans and seas. Now, this leaves only 2.8% that's drinkable, and most of this amount is in glacial ice, which we can't use, at Greenland and the South Pole. The Antarctic ice sheet, the heavy layer of ice covering the South Pole, represents some 90% of all existing ice in the world, and on the average is a mile thick. It's all fresh water, of course, since the great ice cap averages about 6,000 feet above sea level. At the South Pole, the ice is 9,200 feet above sea level. In at least one region, the ice is 14,000 feet thick and rests on land far below sea level. Most of the world's freshwater supply, frozen stiff on the great continent of Antarctica and on Greenland, the world's largest island. Greenland is 50 times larger than the country that owns it, Denmark, about a fourth the size of the United States. 85% of it is covered in perpetual ice up to 10,000 feet thick. It isn't green at all. It was called Greenland as an advertising come-on for settlers. Sort of like selling waterfront lots in Tierra del Fuego. Emerson wrote, "Nature magically suits the man to his fortunes, making these the fruit of his character." You have only to hold an apple in your hand to know that it came from an apple tree. It could not have come from any other kind of tree on earth. For we know the tree by its fruit, and you can tell a lot about a person by his fortunes, because, as Emerson said, they are the fruit of his character, and they are represented by his environment, what he has, what he is, what he does. But most people seem to believe not that their fortunes are only the reflection of what they are, but rather that they are the reflection of their fortunes, and thus they often domesticate themselves to live in an environment and under conditions which they do not like or enjoy because they feel there's no escape. My daughter used to ride in horse shows until she discovered boys are more interesting than horses, and while this is in many cases debatable, it often brought to mind an interesting parallel. Between horse show events, I used to hold and walk her horse for her. He was a magnificent thoroughbred hunter, alive with nervous energy and tremendous power. With one hand, I kept his nearly 1,000 pounds under control as he slobbered down my sleeve, just as my little girl did when she took him over the jumps. The thing was that he didn't know his power, nor that he could be free of either of us. He was controlled by our minds, certainly not by our strength, just as we control all the animals of the earth.
And like the horse, millions, perhaps, are daily led through their paces by an environment of their own creation, never suspecting that they themselves have fashioned the halter and the lead by going along with it. That its strength lies solely in their thinking it controls them. And because they do not understand this, they are held as prisoners of themselves. Spinoza said, "To understand something is to be delivered of it." So then it is not their circumstances which control them. It is their lack of understanding that their fortunes are the fruit of their characters. Are you familiar with Buddha's Eightfold Path? Very little is known by most people in the Western world about this great man who lived 560 years before the birth of Christ. He taught for 45 years. Like so many great teachers, he wrote not a word, and more than 100 years followed his death before the first written records appeared. But let me see if I can give you his 8 steps for enlightenment, what we might call happiness. There are really 9 steps, because one that he stressed that does not appear in the 8 is right association. To understand that good health is as contagious as disease, as are virtue and cheerfulness. So the preliminary step is to associate with those whom you want to be like. Then step number 1 is right knowledge. Anything here would be an oversimplification. Let's just say that right knowledge is an understanding that what is right is natural for us. To follow our natural inclinations and seek truth in everything we do or say. To understand that we can overcome our difficulties by following the right path and by having an ongoing program of continuing education. Step number 2 is right aspiration. To make up our minds as to what our hearts really want. To get on course toward it and stay on course. Step number 3 is right speech. To watch what we say in the understanding that it is an indication of what sort of person we are. To try to speak the truth in everything we say, and to say nothing that will not in some way help a situation or a person. To understand that our speech gives us away not just to others, but if we're wise, to ourselves. It reveals our true character, and like anything else, it can probably stand some improvement. Step number 4 is right behavior, and this includes the 5 precepts, the Buddhist variation on the second or ethical half of the 10 Commandments. Do not kill. Strict Buddhists are vegetarians. Do not steal. Do not lie. Do not be unchaste. Do not drink intoxicants. Step number 5 is right livelihood. By this is meant to work at something which makes a positive contribution to society and is compatible with living the good life. Step number 6 is right effort. Buddha says, those who follow the way might well follow the example of an ox that marches through the deep mire carrying a heavy load. He is tired, but his steady gaze, looking forward, will never relax until he comes out of the mire, and it is only then he takes a respite. Step number 7 is right mindfulness. No teacher ever credited the mind with more influence over life than did Buddha. The best loved of his texts, the Dhammapada, opens with the words, all we are is the result of what we have thought. And step number 8 is right absorption. That is, meditation until you have seen the truth, have received enlightenment. In fact, the word Buddha means enlightened one. His actual name was Siddhartha Gautama. He was born the son of a king and was, according to the legends, a strikingly handsome man who could have been a great king in his own right. But he chose to redeem his world rather than rule it. The power of his teachings are evidenced by the fact that millions still live by them. I read in Manus about a paper by E.F. Schumacher entitled Modern Pressures and Environment, in which it is recommended that we free our imagination from existing systems. I like that. We need to think in new directions. He writes, if still more education is to save us, it would have to be education of a somewhat different kind. An education that takes us into the depths of things and does not spend itself in an ever-extending battle with symptoms. The problem posed by environmental deterioration is not primarily a technical problem. If it were, it would not have arisen in its acutest form in the technologically most advanced societies. It does not stem from scientific or technical incompetence, or from insufficient scientific education, or from a lack of information, or from any shortage of trained manpower, or lack of money for research. It stems from the lifestyle of the modern world, which in turn arises from its most basic beliefs, its metaphysics, if you like, or its religion.
The whole of human life, it may be said, is a dialogue between man and his environment, a sequence of questions and responses. We pose questions to the universe by what we do, and the universe, by its response, informs us of whether our actions fit into its laws or not. Small transgressions evoke limited or mild responses. Large transgressions evoke general, threatening, and possibly violent responses. The very universality of the environmental crisis indicates the universality of our transgressions. It is the philosophy, or metaphysics, of materialism which is being challenged. And the challenge comes not from a few saints and sages, but from the environment. Now, this is a new situation. At all times, in all societies, in all parts of the world, the saints and sages have warned against materialism and pleaded for a more realistic order of priorities. The languages have differed, the symbols have varied, but the essential message has always been the same. In modern terms, get your priorities right. In Christian terms, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things, the material things which you also need, shall be added unto you. They shall be added, we've always been told, added here on earth where we need them, not simply in an afterlife beyond our imagination. Now, at issue here, Manus states, is whether or not nature, the universe, our environmental host, can speak in a language capable of being read in this way. Schumacher believes that it can. He says, today the same message reaches us from the universe itself. It speaks the language of pollution, exhaustion, breakdown, overpopulation, and also terrorism, genocide, drug addiction, and so forth. It is unlikely that the destructive forces which the materialist philosophy has unleashed can be brought under control simply by mobilizing more resources of wealth, education, and research to fight pollution, to preserve wildlife, to discover new sources of energy, and to arrive at more effective agreements of peaceful coexistence. I'm not real certain that he's correct about that, but he goes on to say that everything points to the fact that what is most needed today is a revision of the ends which all our efforts are meant to serve, and I'll certainly go along with that. And this implies that above all else, we need the development of a lifestyle which accords to material things their proper, legitimate place, which is secondary and not primary. The so-called logic of production is neither the logic of life nor that of society. It is a small and subservient part of both. Its destructive effects cannot be brought under control so that the destructive forces cease to be unleashed. The chance of mitigating the rate of resource depletion or of bringing harmony into the relationship between man and his environment is non-existent as long as there is no idea anywhere of a lifestyle which treats enough as good and more than enough as being of evil. And here lies the real challenge, and no amount of technical ingenuity can evade it. The environment, in its own language, is telling us that we are moving along the wrong path, and acceleration in the wrong direction will not put us right. When people call for moral choices in accordance with new values, this means nothing unless it means the overcoming of the materialistic lifestyle of the modern world and the reinstatement of some authentic moral teaching. And Mr. Schumacher turns now to the traditional 4 cardinal virtues: prudence, justice, courage, and temperance, showing their application to the frenzied pattern of consumption which characterizes modern life. The fact is, as Manus points out, that habits of excess and waste have become reflexes in our daily life. Schumacher, in effect, is saying that we must learn thrift, conservation, reverence for the world, love for the earth, and another sort of respect for ourselves, not because supplies are running out all over, which they are, but because it is right to learn these things. And he's saying that we won't be able to do it without a philosophy that gives us reasons, for there are, after all, reasons which correspond to the instructions of the heart. The reasons arising from a sense of wholeness and synthesis are better than the reasons produced by analysis. In talking about the language of the environment, let me read something I wrote the other day in Mallorca, Spain. As I watched the sunset last night, I saw something that saddened and frightened me. The day had been perfectly clear, and at 7:15, as the sun sank toward a great rocky promontory, there was not a cloud in the sky, but the sky was an ugly, murky brown. The horizon was invisible. It was obscured by a thick, opaque layer of pollution, of man-made filth. There was not a seabird in the sky, nor had there been all day. The Mediterranean is a foul, nearly dead body of water, it appears. The only birds I've heard since landing in Spain, I wrote, were in cages at the Madrid airport, and it's the same in Naples, Genoa, Nice, Cannes, Barcelona. Man is in a dialogue with nature, and as Huxley once said, in comparing life to a game of chess, those who play the game well are paid with the overflowing generosity with which the strong delight in strength. But those who play ill are checkmated, without haste, but without remorse. Mankind is being checkmated, inexorably. His science and technology have not conquered nor tamed nature as he once thought. He has only been industriously digging his own grave. The planet can only respond to man through its reactions to his actions, and it is saying, I'm dying. You are killing me. And when man finally succeeds in killing his generous and long-suffering host, he will discover that he has succeeded in killing himself. He has proved to be a brilliant but virulent species, and after he is gone, nature can begin again to clean his nest, and someday, probably surprisingly soon, the sunset over the Mediterranean will again be a thing of beauty. Incidentally, the pollution over the city of Madrid was as bad as any I have ever seen anywhere. It's as bad as it is in Johannesburg, South Africa, and Rome, and worse, I believe, than over most large American cities. Now, what can you and I do about the so-called materialist philosophy in the state of the world? I think we can start by re-evaluating our priorities and getting them in line with those of the rest of creation. My old friend Parky Parkinson of TWA used to make a speech he called The Tyranny of Junk, in which he urged us to clean house of all the junk we've collected, the basement, the attic, and every room in the house. Just get rid of it, recycle it. We can begin to discriminate as to what we're going to purchase with our money. Practice thrift on the one hand, and an avoidance of the continuing collection of junk on the other. We can develop and talk about a reverence for life, for the earth, and for each other. We can tell our kids, no, you can't buy that. Play with that mountain of toys you've already collected. Now, speaking out against materialism in our society is almost a kind of atheism. It's like being against mother and apple pie. And it isn't that we're against the technological industrial structure we've created. It's just that we want to relegate it to its proper place in the order of things. It shouldn't be in first place, not by a long shot. Now, in an earlier direct line, I quoted Mumford's suggestion that we make selective use of the best that our society has to offer. By all means. But we can be very selective. Yesterday I was shopping in the grocery store and picked up a tube of shampoo since it was on my shopping list. When I saw the price stamped on it, I put it back and said to myself, I'll wash my hair with soap. There are so many things we can do without and still live well, even better. Now, we want our great business establishment to flourish and wax profitable. We would like to see it extend its sales and distribution and effects to the four corners of the earth. But let us make it qualify for our business the hard way, by producing a needed or much desired product of the very finest quality. Let's take home no more junk. Let's put ourselves and our kind and our earth and its creatures and beauty back into their proper places. I was reading of a proposal to put into orbit around the earth great reflectors to capture the sun's energy and send it to Earth by microwave. If the plan works, the Earth will have a free, non-polluting source of unlimited energy for at least the next 3 billion years, free at least at its source. It caused me to remember that there's always a way to what we need and want, if we don't stop with early ideas and decisions and get stuck on them. There's not only a way to what we want, but a way that is exactly right and does not demand too great a trade-off. Now, fossil fuels now supply 97% of all the Earth's energy needs. That's practically all of it. In less than 100 years, our dependency on this convenient and heretofore abundant fuel supply has become all but totaled. Now it's running out, perhaps in the nick of time to save the biosphere from lethal doses of hydrocarbon pollution, and we must turn to new energy sources. As we find them, we will wonder at our long dependency on fossil fuels. Now, it's the same with us when we follow the dictates of the voice that speaks to us at quiet times, the voice that is our true selves trying to get through the artificial wall we work so hard to build around ourselves. When we have finally taken the steps we wanted for so long to take, we invariably say, why did I wait so long? What in the world was I afraid of?
We tend to stop at partial solutions in almost everything we do. We get out of school and as a rule let our very partial and incomplete education suffice for the rest of our days. It's no wonder that so many millions are hanging on for dear life to the rudimentary and partial solutions they've managed to find for themselves. Eric Hoffer, in his book The True Believer, has told us that there is a conservatism of the very poor that's as rigid as that of the very rich. They fear any change in the belief that no matter how bad their present situation may be, any change at all might be a change for the worse. We might say the middle class seeks change in that it tends to be upwardly mobile, but change to the middle class consists of a series of quickly grasped stopgap measures based mainly on the direction of the economy. When I read of Edward G. Robinson's death, I learned for the first time that his lifelong motto had been to reach beyond his present grasp. Now, I don't recall the exact words. I should have written them down at the time. It wasn't that he was advocating living beyond our means. It was more a matter of recognizing just what the true extent of our real means are and challenging ourselves to reach more closely toward them. And each of us has a voice bidding him to follow the way that is right for him. That voice is what the ancient Greeks called our soul, the real person lurking behind the facade we present to the world. I think that's why meditation is such a good and constructive practice. When we sit and quietly meditate, clear our minds of all cares, we let that quiet voice come through. Not at first, perhaps, but with a little practice it'll come. Very few people in the Western world meditate, and they often cut themselves off from their true selves by not following this ancient and enlightening practice. Perhaps it's in our childhood that we learn to settle for less than we could really achieve. How does that line go? Men are made into slaves not by heredity, but by the habits bred into them in their youth. We learn as youngsters that it's all right to settle for a passing grade. It's good enough becomes our slogan. And then we find ourselves applying it's good enough to more important things like a job, income, home, neighborhood. Do you like your work? Oh, it's good enough. It's okay. The Earth should not be relying for 97% of its power needs on fossil fuels, the happy accidental residue of prehistoric times. And we will see the move over the next 50 years to new, cleaner, more efficient, more effective, cheaper, and longer-lasting sources of energy. Deuterium from seawater, the harnessing of hydrogen and solar energy. The use of fossil fuel will become a fossil of history, a brief step up from the horse to the automobile and the jet airplane. But for a while, we thought we'd found the answer to man's power needs forever. During the lives of most of us, we'll see the thick, ugly pall of pollution removed forever from the skies and the return of clear sunlight, clean rain and snow, and fresh, breathable air. In his excellent book on becoming a person, Dr. Carl Rogers spelled out some of the characteristics of the new powerful person who is emerging in our culture today and the vital different set of values he both maintains and lives. I stressed, he writes, his hatred of phoniness, this new person, his hatred of phoniness, his opposition to all rigidly structured institutions, his desire for intimacy, closeness, and community, his willingness to live by new and relatively moral and ethical standards, his searching quality, his openness to his own and others' feelings, his spontaneity, his activism, and his determination to translate his ideals into reality. I'm talking, he wrote, about a relatively small number of people, but I believe that these people constitute the change agents of the future. When some part of a culture is decayed at the core, a small group with new views, new convictions, and a willingness to live in new ways is a ferment that can't be stopped. Let's take a look at that new person emerging in our culture and see if you and I qualify. I'd like to think that the total subscription list of Direct Line is made up of these powerful new emerging people. First, his hatred of phoniness. Our new powerful person sees through facades and tinsel, outmoded and ridiculous customs and beliefs. Free of the tyranny of things and the opinions of others, he and his family, she and her family, live in a kind of solid serenity where true values count, where the verities, things like truth and justice, the family and work, take on real meaning. It is in the avoidance of phoniness that real freedom may be found, and one can drop off the rat race with a great sigh of relief. There are no inner circles to which these people need apply for membership. They are the centers of their own circles. This person is opposed to all rigidly structured, closed institutions. Such institutions are saying, by the fact that they're rigidly structured and closed, we have the answers. We need look no further. This is it.
The new powerful person knows that at this early stage of our development, such thinking is infantile. We do not have all the answers about anything. And just as the maturing person is in a stage of growth, of becoming, so is a vital institution. It uses what it has and what it knows as springboards into the future, and assiduously avoids becoming closed and rigidly structured. A good and viable institution, like a self-actualizing person, is always in a state of growth, of becoming. He has a desire for intimacy, closeness, and community, and a willingness to live by new and relative moral and ethical standards. This person has a searching quality and an openness to his own and others' feelings. He's spontaneous, unafraid of what others will say of his enthusiasms and ideas, and is determined to translate his ideas and ideals into reality. Now, of course, these people must constitute a relatively small number of people, a true inner circle, the most important and influential club of human beings on earth. The qualifications for membership are tough. To meet them takes work, thought, and study, a willingness to find oneself and be oneself, but the perquisites of membership are great indeed. One of them is freedom. Another is joy. One of the world's greatest cartoonists, to my mind, is Fernando Cron. Many years ago, I cut one of his cartoons out of the Reporter, which depicted the entrance and exit to a subway. Coming out of the exit is a crowd of adults. Going down into the entrance is a crowd of children. All the children are laughing and smiling and enjoying themselves. But on the faces of the adults coming out of the subway are expressions of anger, boredom, worry, and not one smile or joyful expression in the lot. There's no caption. None is needed. The cartoon very graphically asks the question, what happened to all of those smiles and happy expressions between the ages of childhood and adulthood? Well, what did happen to them? Are we to say that adult life is so full of sorrow and pain and problems that it cannot be experienced in a consistently happy way? No, in fact, a little later I'm going to give you some statistical data pertaining to happiness, who's happy and why. But this group of powerful people, emerging people in our society, while more aware of the world's problems than 95% of their fellows, still enjoy their lives, and do not belong to that sad group coming out of Fernando Cron's subway. I've stood at the exits of subways and watched the people coming up. Nobody expects them to be doubled over with helpless laughter or skipping and playing like children, but their expressions seem to indicate that life for them is an extremely serious and as yet unfathomed riddle, and they give the impression that they're not growing as persons, and are perhaps, in fact, drawing back, shrinking into their little molds and hardening like concrete. Incidentally, my all-time favorite Fernando Cron cartoon portrays a man on the end of a pier who is obviously bent on suicide. He has a rope tied around his neck with the other end tied around a great stone. In attempting to throw the stone over the end of the pier, all he has accomplished is to drop it on his foot. The cartoon shows him hopping on one foot, holding the injured foot in his hands. The caption of the cartoon is simply, incompetence. And if we ever needed proof that the only way to growth and maturity and knowledge lies in the lonely and arduous hours spent alone in thought and study, this thought from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer should convince us. Truth that has merely been learned is like an artificial limb, a false tooth, a waxen nose. It adheres to us only because it is put on. But truth acquired by thought of our own is like a natural limb. It alone really belongs to us. And if you wonder from time to time why so many of the adults you see and know about you shackle themselves with the outmoded ideas of the past, Schopenhauer also wrote, there is no absurdity so palpable but that it may be firmly planted in the human head if only you begin to inculcate it before the age of 5 by constantly repeating it with an air of great solemnity. When a child asks his parents what he should be when he grows up, they often, and with the very best of intentions, try to steer him toward a particular calling or profession. I remember my parents wanted me to be a lawyer. When children seek advice, here's a pretty good answer. Look for the truth. Look for the truth in everything. Spend your entire life looking for truth, and you will have spent it as nobly as any human being who ever lived. And the calling that's right for you will come along. Archibald MacLeish wrote, what is freedom? Freedom is the right to choose. The right to create for oneself the alternatives of choice. Without the possibility of choice and the exercise of choice, a man is not a man, but a member, an instrument, a thing. Dr. Carl Rogers says that responsible personal choice is the most essential element in being a person and is the core experience in psychotherapy. Francis Bacon said, if a person will begin with certainties, he will end in doubts. But if he will be content to begin with doubts, he will end in certainties. Isn't it true that we try to raise our children to begin with certainties in which we ourselves have no deep and abiding faith? And isn't it also true that most people reach adulthood in frustration and doubt and fear because those childhood certainties have crumbled and fallen apart? Could this be why the people coming out of Fernando Kran's subway appear to be marching to a death camp? Now let me read something to you and see what you think of it. 40,000 years ago, in the bleak uplands of southwestern Asia, a man, a Neanderthal man, once labeled by the Darwinian proponents of struggle as a ferocious ancestral beast, a man whose face might cause you some slight uneasiness if he sat down beside you, a man of this sort existed with a fearful body handicap in that Ice Age world. He had lost an arm, but still he lived and was cared for. Somebody, some group of human things in a hard, violent, and stony world loved this maimed creature enough to cherish him. And looking so across the centuries and the millennia toward the animal men of the past, one can see a faint light, like a patch of sunlight, moving over the dark shadows on a forest floor. It shifts and widens, it winks out, it comes again, but it persists. It is the human spirit, the human soul, however transient, however faulty men may claim it to be. In its coming, man had no part. It merely came, that curious light, and man, the animal, sought to be something that no animal had been before. Cruel he might be, vengeful he might be, but there had entered into his nature a curious, wistful gentleness and courage. It seemed to have little to do with survival, for such men died over and over. They did not value life compared to what they saw in themselves, that strange inner light, which has come from no man knows where, and which was not made by us. It has followed us all the way from the age of ice, from the dark borders of the ancient forest into which our footprints vanish. It is in this that Kierkegaard glimpsed the eternal, the way of the heart, the way of love which is not of today, but is of the whole journey, and may lead us at last to the end. Through this, he thought, the future may be conquered. Certainly it is true. For man may grow until he towers to the skies, but without this light, he's nothing, and his place is nothing. Even as we try to deny the light, we know that it has made us, and what we are without it remains meaningless. We have come a long road up from the darkness, and it well may be, so brief even so is the human story, that viewed in the light of history we are still uncouth barbarians. We are potential love animals, wrenching and floundering in our larval envelopes, trying to fling off the bestial past. That's good, isn't it? It's from the book that belongs in your library and mine, The Firmament of Time, by Lauren Isley, published by Atheneum. Dr. Isley taught anthropology at the University of Kansas and Oberlin College before he was named chairman of the Department of Anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania, where he later became provost. This is the kind of book that helps us grow, that helps us move closer to the truth about ourselves. And here's something we should read or listen to once a day for the next 45 years. It was written back at the turn of the century by William George Jordan. He was editor of several magazines during his lifetime, including the Ladies' Home Journal and the Saturday Evening Post. He wrote, "Calmness is the rarest quality in human life. It is the poise of a great nature, in harmony with itself and its ideals. It is the moral atmosphere of a life self-reliant and self-controlled. Calmness is singleness of purpose, absolute confidence, and conscious power ready to be focused in an instant to meet any crisis. The Sphinx is not a true type of calmness. Petrifaction is not calmness, it's death, the silencing of all the energies. While no one lives his life more fully, more intensely, and more consciously than the person who is calm. The fatalist is not calm. He's the coward slave of his environment, hopelessly surrendering to his present condition, recklessly indifferent to his future. He accepts his life as a rudderless ship drifting on the ocean of time. He has no compass, no chart, no known port to which he's sailing. His self-confessed inferiority to all nature is shown in his existence of constant surrender. It is not calmness. The person who is calm has his course in life clearly marked on his chart. His hand is ever on the helm. Storm, fog, night, tempest, danger, hidden reefs, he's prepared and ready for them. He's made calm and serene by the realization that in these crises of his voyage he needs a clear mind, and a cool head. That he has nothing to do but do each day the best he can by the light he has. That he will never flinch nor falter for a moment. That though he may have to tack and leave his course for a time, he'll never drift. He'll get back into the true channel. He'll keep ever headed toward his harbor. When he will reach it, how he will reach it, matters not to him. He rests in calmness, knowing he's done his best. When the worries and cares of the day fret you and begin to wear upon you and you chafe under their friction, be calm. Stop. Rest for a moment, and let calmness and peace assert themselves. If you let these irritating outside influences get the better of you, you're confessing your inferiority to them by permitting them to dominate you. When the tongue of malice and slander, the persecution of inferiority, tempt you to retaliate, when for an instant you forget yourself so far as to hunger for revenge, be calm. When the gray heron is pursued by its enemy, the eagle, it does not run to escape. It remains calm, takes a dignified stand, and waits quietly, facing the enemy unmoved. With the terrific force with which the eagle makes its attack, the boasted king of birds is often impaled and run through on the quiet, lance-like bill of the heron. No person in the world ever attempted to wrong another without being injured in return, some way, somehow, sometime. Remain calm. Now, although that was written at the turn of the century and in language that today might sound a bit affected and archaic, it's a good message. If ever there were a quality needed in the crisis-filled world of today, it's calmness, and the kind of clear thinking calmness produces. Another attribute of that new emerging person we were talking about. I wonder how improved our days would be if we would make it a point to go over that little message every morning. Here's a quotation I like. It's by William Drummond. He who will not reason is a bigot. He who cannot is a fool. And he who dares not is a slave. The distinguished psychologist, the late Dr. Maslow, said something that should be kept in mind by every parent and businessman and executive, teacher, by every person in any sort of position of authority. He said everyone seems to be aware at some level of consciousness of the fact that authoritarian management outrages the dignity of the worker. He then fights back in order to restore his dignity and self-esteem. He will do this actively with hostility and vandalism and the like, or passively as a slave does with all sorts of underhanded, sly, and secretly vicious countermeasures. These reactions are puzzling generally to the dominator, but on the whole they're easily enough understood, and they make very real psychological sense if they're understood as attempts to maintain one's dignity under conditions of domination or of disrespect. In the foreword to his book, If Men Were Angels, Milton Mayer writes of when he was a youngster. His mother would say, "Wear your rubbers." "Oh, gosh, Ma. Don't gosh me. Wear your rubbers." "Why do I have to wear my rubbers?" "Because I say so, that's why." Or to his big brother, "I want you to take care of your little brother this afternoon." "Gosh, Ma, why do I have to take care of him?" "Because I say so, that's why." Now, because I say so has never been a very good reason for doing anything, not as a child and not as a grown-up. Whenever we're faced with arbitrary authority, we burn and rankle. Whether it's a worker, a secretary, a wife, husband, or child, his self-esteem is his most valued possession. If you hurt it, he'll find a way of getting back, of restoring his self-esteem in his own eyes. If not, he will be diminished in his own eyes. The juvenile delinquent, the adult delinquent are examples of this kind of thing. Human beings avoid being manipulated, dominated, pushed around, determined by others, misunderstood. People don't like and will not stand for being a nothing rather than a something, unappreciated, not respected, not feared, not taken seriously, laughed at. People will not tolerate, even though they may appear to be doing so, being ludicrous figures. They don't like being treated as a physical object rather than as a person. As a rule, they don't like to take orders, be forced, used, exploited, controlled. They don't want to feel that they're helpless, compliant, deferent, an interchangeable person. What human beings are seeking is to be prime movers, self-determination, to have control over their own destinies, to determine their own movements, to expect success, to be active rather than passive, to be a person rather than a thing, to have others acknowledge their capabilities fairly. To succeed as a manager of others, in getting along with people generally and our families, we must avoid anything that tends to diminish another person's self-esteem, because people must then find a way to build it back up, and will generally do it in a negative fashion. They will strike back at us directly or indirectly.
People will willingly follow the direction of another who directs them in such a fashion as to bolster, or at least keep intact, their feelings of self-esteem. And one of the ways to keep good employees is to keep the level of noise to the absolute minimum. The German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer wrote, "The amount of noise anyone can bear undisturbed stands in inverse proportion to his mental capacity, and may therefore be regarded as a pretty fair measure of it." Noise is a torture to all intellectual people. A good indication of the truth of that can be observed by watching children grow up. In their first few grades, they shout at each other constantly at the very top of their lungs. Anyone who has had to take a small child to a children's matinee can attest to that, or listen to them on the school playground. As they move up in the grades, though, the noise level drops, and even in a class of very young people, it's generally thought to be true that the quietest children are the more intelligent. And finally, young people in their teens are far quieter than children of 7 or 8, except when it comes to their music. The more intelligent a person becomes, the more his voice will diminish in volume. The quiet, controlled voice is infinitely more effective when dealing with others, small children included. Shouting or loud talking is almost always a sign of inferiority, real or imagined. It hurts the ears and grates on the nerves and causes real fatigue. People who tend to raise their voices when they get angry should try to do just the opposite. They'd be far more effective and would tend to retain better control of themselves. A person's intelligence can be said to be in inverse proportion to the amount of noise he can tolerate. A couple of my acquaintance with 3 small children bought a second-hand limousine with a glass divider between the front and back seats. On long trips, they simply roll it up and drive along in blissful peace and quiet while the kids play, scream, and fight in the back seat. I visited an interesting company in Dallas, Texas some time back whose offices, even though they required several floors of a large office building, had only about 3 traditional offices as such. They were offices, I believe, for the president, the chairman of the board, and the conference room. All the other people occupied spaces surrounded by movable modules. Telephone and electrical cables came down from the ceiling. Now, the entire floors were deeply carpeted with good acoustical material on the ceilings. There was a marvelous silence about the place. After a trial period, the people were polled as to their opinion of the new setup, and they were virtually unanimous in their acceptance of it. It's very difficult to imagine an intelligent, thoughtful, poised person making a lot of noise, shouting or losing control. A person should speak just loudly enough to be heard clearly under all circumstances. A distinguished American psychotherapist has said that no one, as far as we know, is born neurotic. We learn to become neurotic as a result of our upbringing. We are raised by other human beings, and they literally teach us to become neurotic. If a child is raised to believe that intelligence and beauty are worthwhile traits, and that he is bright and handsome, well, he will tend to look upon himself as good and to have a favorable self-concept. But if he's raised to believe that he is stupid and ugly, he will tend to look upon himself as bad and to have a poor self-concept. Our early self-concepts depend upon the concepts that others have toward us. If those who are important in the life of a child generally blame him, he will learn to blame himself. If they consistently accept him, he will learn to accept himself. That does not mean that the self-concept the child first learns is absolutely final and crucial. He can, later in life, change it for better or worse, but it's hard. And this early self-concept is most important, and it does tend to set the pattern for later attitudes and behavior. I read somewhere that self-confidence is like a psychological credit card, and I can still remember my mother telling me that I could do anything I set my heart upon. To tell a youngster he or she is great is to give him the kind of self-image he needs to build a meaningful life for himself. Youngsters will discover their limitations, their blind spots, the areas in which they have little or no aptitude soon enough without our help. Self-confidence is a kind of psychological credit card, and is of far greater value than any other we can carry. When we see someone who is neurotic, it should elicit our sympathy in the realization that the person was not born that way. He was taught to be neurotic by his elders. Neuroses are like chains that are put on children to hinder them in their development and activities. If you'd like to examine yourself for traces of neurosis, Dr. Albert Ellis, in his book How to Live with a Neurotic, gives us a list of popular beliefs, irrational ideas, really, each of which indicates a neurosis. You can check your own against the list. Remember, each of the following statements is false and indicates a neurosis. An adult must be approved of or loved by almost everyone for almost everything he does. What others think of him is most important. Depending on others is better than depending upon oneself. A person should be thoroughly competent, adequate, talented, and intelligent in all possible respects. The main goal and purpose of life is achievement, success. Incompetence in anything whatsoever is an indication that a person is inadequate or valuable. One should blame oneself severely for all mistakes and wrongdoings. Punishing oneself for errors will help prevent future mistakes. A person should blame others for their mistaken or bad behavior. He should get upset by the errors and stupidities of others. One should spend considerable time and energy trying to reform others. One can best help others by roundly criticizing them and sharply pointing out the error of their ways. Because a certain thing once strongly affected one's life, it should indefinitely affect it. Because a person was once weak and helpless, he must always remain so. Because parents or society taught the acceptance of certain traditions, one must go on unthinkingly accepting these traditions. If things are not the way one would like them to be, it is a catastrophe. Things should be better than they are. Other people should make things easier for us, help with life's difficulties. No one should have to put off present pleasures for future gains. Avoiding life's difficulties and self-responsibilities is easier than facing them. Inertia and inaction are necessary and or pleasant. One should rebel against doing things, however necessary, if doing them is unpleasant. Much happiness is externally caused or created by outside persons and events. A person has virtually no control over his emotions and cannot help feeling bad on many occasions. If something is or may be dangerous or injurious, one should be seriously concerned about it. Worrying about a possible danger will help ward it off or decrease its effect. Well, how did you do? That was a list of beliefs indicating neurosis. Getting back to our saying that self-confidence is a kind of psychological credit card, I don't think enough has been said about the power of positive expectation. It's truly amazing, and there's simply no explaining it. When we confidently expect something worthwhile to materialize in our lives, it invariably does. It works like pure, unadulterated magic. It gives each of us a kind of magic wand with which we can bring all sorts of interesting and rewarding events and things into our lives. Those who have cultivated this power, who consciously and actively work at it, regularly do the most amazing things. As with neurosis, we're often taught as youngsters to expect the worst. We have so often heard people say, well, with my luck, the whole deal will fall through, indicating that their luck is usually bad. How many times have we heard someone say, if you don't expect to succeed, you won't be disappointed? And learn to be content with what you get. On giveaway television programs, we watch young people playing it safe. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. I read a financial column in the Miami Herald the other day in which a young man of just 20 wrote of his losses in the mutual fund and commented that he'd been unable to sleep and he'd lost weight over it. The columnist commented that he should never risk his money. He should put it in the bank or the savings and loan where he knows it's safe. I think it's safe to say that the majority of people have a suspicious and negative outlook toward those life situations which, to an intelligent minority, represent virtually unlimited opportunities. Now, this is not to say that positive and expectant people do not occasionally lose money in their investments or have problems. I'm sure they do. It's just that it doesn't bother them the way it seems to bother most people. And over the long haul, well, they're miles ahead of the pack. They face their days with an attitude that expects the best, and that's what they're going to get as long as they can maintain it. What others worry and stew about, they confidently expect a successful outcome, and most of the time they get it. If you have trouble maintaining this powerful force for good in your life, a reminder card, placed where you'll see it every morning when you get up and at odd times during the day, can help you get on course and form a very valuable new habit. My small son, while doing his homework the other evening, whimsically said he wished he had his own private computer to help him. I reminded him that he has between his ears a tool far superior to any computer ever devised. The brain of man has four remarkable powers that far exceed anything yet built into a machine. One, it has the power to absorb, to take in information and knowledge of every kind. We do this by reading, listening, touching, by using all five of our senses. Our minds are like unlimited corrals with the gates wide open. Two, we have the power of retention, the capacity to retain knowledge and recall it. Like a million filing cabinets, the human mind, which can capture, store, recall, and program more than 600 bits of information per second, keeps all of it readily available for recall and use, with unlimited space for additional information.
3, we have the power of judgment, of logical thought. The more facts we feed our brain, the more able it is to reason and judge intelligently. And 4, the greatest power of all, the power of imagination. The ability to think creatively, to create something that's never before existed on Earth, like a computer, to take old ideas and combine them into new relationships, to dream, to think of things that do not now exist, to project ourselves into the future with the automatic time machine of our minds. That's the power that's made man what he is. Our great humming modern computers are nothing more than the abacus was to the ancient Chinese, a better way to do our arithmetic and store information. We'll devise new and far more remarkable machines in the years to come, but we'll never create one as great as the human mind. If a greater agency is to appear on Earth, it will have to come from the stars. As Francis Bacon put it, seek ye first the good things of the mind, and the rest will either be supplied, or its loss will not be felt. Poking through my old files, I came across something I liked very much. It appeared some years back in McCall's magazine, written by Elliot Joseph, and entitled Secret Thoughts of a Happy Husband. A working wife is a gift from heaven. Sleeping late is not harmful. A shopping woman is an unhappy woman. This is a generalization based on the psychologically sound discovery that unhappy wives get rid of their frustrations by excessive shopping. Keep them happy and you'll save some money. It takes only one to make a good marriage. Fresh orange juice is the elixir of love. People who travel are easier to live with at home. And women are night people. It is humanly possible to have a good marriage. A woman with taste is always beautiful. Call your wife anything but mother. I know a man who calls his wife mommy, and every time I hear him do it, I find myself wanting to throw up. Thank your wife after every meal. Large twin beds are twice as good as any double bed. Nothing is more tangible to a woman than love. Never talk about your wife. Fat women are more fun. I don't know how that got in there. Man will remain uncivilized as long as he has to share a bathroom. You know, I've long thought that one of the prime reasons for earning an above-average income is so that a man and his wife can each have his own bathroom. Women don't understand soft-boiled eggs. A gentleman never refuses a lady. Women are usually right, but for the wrong reasons. Living for today builds memories for tomorrow. Women who wear men's pajamas make good companions. One woman is enough for a real man. Nothing can rival home life. Being yourself is always best, no matter how painful. Women have to be awakened with extreme care. And finally, living with a woman is a little like working backstage. Some secret thoughts of a happy husband. A long-time bachelor who finally married was asked some months later what kind of a match he'd made, and he said, well, I really didn't do as well as I expected, and to tell you the truth, I don't think she did either. Some years back, the head of a large, successful business enterprise was faced with the most important decision of his career. At a special meeting of his company's executive committee, there were displayed the products of his largest competitors. His advisors told him that because of recent discoveries, it was now possible to produce the product they manufactured at a tremendously accelerated rate. Not only could their product now be manufactured in far less time, but it would affect enormous savings and thus result in substantially lower prices to the trade and the consumer. This would result, the committee pointed out to him, in mass buying of the product. But more important than that, they said, it was the only way they could remain competitive since their big competitors had now adopted these new discoveries. Well, the president examined the products of his competitors very carefully. There was no doubt about it. It was an ingenious new way to lower production costs. Then he asked the committee, will this new method make the product better, cause it to give better service and last longer? Well, the committee had to answer that it would not. That this new method, while adding greatly to manufacturing efficiencies, could not hope to match the quality of their present method of manufacturing. Then we shall continue to build our product as we have in the past. All the arguments about how the buying public would quickly shift to the competitor's new lower prices for the same product failed to move him. We will not sacrifice quality, he said. In the end, the customers will come back to us. Well, the entire executive committee was aghast at his decision. Privately, they called him an old fool, and for a couple of years, exactly what they predicted came to pass. The customers flocked to their competition.
The competition sales skyrocketed because of the new manufacturing breakthrough, while my friend's company's sales steadily declined. All this while, my friend's company continued to make the best product in the industry and to advertise this fact, and that it would not compromise with quality. Since the new method of manufacture did result in an inferior product, one that would not stand up to hard use in time, the buying public began to become disenchanted. People began to realize that what had seemed to be a big saving in money was actually resulting in greater costs because of needed service. Moreover, the product just didn't perform nearly as well as did that produced by my friend's company. Well, all over the country, the reputation of my friend's company and product climbed steadily, while the reputations of his big competitors just as steadily dropped in the minds of the buying public, and just as important, in the minds of the dealers and their salesmen. Soon the tide turned completely. Today, because of that decision to stick to uncompromising quality in the face of what appeared at the time to be sheer disaster, my friend's company is the largest of its kind in the world. The company's name and the products it manufactures are first in the minds of the buying public, and there's an important lesson here for each of us. I have a book by Barry Stevens titled, Don't Push the River. What she means by that is, let the river flow. Don't try to hurry it. Time will bring the best to the top. Now, change is important, but not change for the sake of change necessarily. If we can make it better, let's change it. If we can make it more attractive, more convenient, perhaps smaller or lighter or more functional, let's do it. But let's do it gradually and make sure we know what we're doing. Let's take the time to test our new changes until we know we won't be faced with a drop in our reputation and perhaps the recalling of thousands of products with the resulting loss in time, money, and customer loyalty. Do you remember when Robert N. Manry, a copy editor at the Cleveland Plain Dealer, sailed from the United States to England in a 13.5-foot sailboat? 3,200 miles across the North Atlantic in a boat so small you'd hesitate to take it out on Lake Michigan or Long Island Sound as small craft warnings were flying. For 78 days, Manry and his tiny 36-year-old sailboat battled one of the toughest stretches of salt water on Earth. Gales blew the boat on its side. Manry tried to nap during the day and sailed at night so that he could try to avoid being run down and chopped into kindling and hamburger by great ocean-going steamers. On several occasions, he was washed over the side in heavy seas, and each time he'd haul himself back aboard by a lifeline he kept tied about himself and to his boat. He suffered terrible hallucinations, the result of having to take so many pep pills to stay awake during the long nights. Why? What made him do it? It wasn't publicity. He went about the whole thing so quietly, practically no one even knew what he was up to. He thought no one would pay any attention to him, and that was fine with him. The reason was that he had dreamed of sailing the Atlantic ever since he'd been a small boy. He bought the dinky old boat for $250. He completely rebuilt it, taught himself navigation, and practiced long-distance sailing on Lake Erie. He told his wife the real reason for his embarking on so incredible a journey and so vulnerable a craft. He said to her, there's a time when one must decide either to risk everything to fulfill one's dreams or sit for the rest of one's life in the backyard. That's why Mr. Manry went sailing over the mountains of deep water in a boat only about twice the size of your bathtub. That's why he sat in his tiny open cockpit and weathered storms that caused the passengers to clear the weather decks of great ocean liners. He was fulfilling a dream he'd carried in his heart since he'd been a small boy. Well, offers for books and magazine articles poured in on him. Cleveland gave him a hero's welcome, as did the 20,000 people who wildly cheered the successful end of his voyage when he arrived in Falmouth, England. It's been proposed to Congress that Manry's boat, Tinkerbell, be placed in the Smithsonian Institution alongside Charles Lindbergh's plane, the Spirit of St. Louis. Courage. The courage to finally take one's life in one's own hands and go after the big dream has a way of making dreams come true. It seems to open hidden doorways from which good things begin to point the way. It's never easy, and the good results come only after we've made the journey in our own way. For Manry, at 47 years of age, it was sailing 3,000 miles to the North Atlantic. Each of us must make his own voyage to fulfillment in his own way. Or sit in the backyard. Now here's an opportunity to test your mental health. A study made by Drs. Charles Solly and Kenneth Mumdum at the Meninger Foundation came up with a prescription for good mental health. It consists of 5 parts. As I give them to you, ask yourself how you stand with regard to each. Mentally healthy people behave consistently in 5 important ways. 1, they have a wide variety of sources of gratification. This does not mean that they chase frenetically from one activity to another, but that they find pleasure in many different ways and for many things. If for any reason they lose some of their sources of gratification, they have others to turn to. For example, a person who loses a good friend by death may sorrow, but if he has other good friends, he draws psychological sustenance from them and recovers. But if a man loses his only good friend, well, he has little else to fall back on and continues to grieve in his loneliness. A person has the same problem if his only interest is his job or his immediate family or a single hobby. 2. Mentally healthy people are flexible under stress. This means simply that they can roll with the punches. When faced with problems, they can see alternative solutions. Flexibility under stress is closely related to having a wide variety of sources of gratification. With more supports to fall back on, a person is less threatened by situations that produce fear and anxiety. 3. They recognize and accept their limitations and their assets. Put another way, they have a reasonably accurate picture of themselves and they like what they see. That does not mean that they're complacent about themselves, but that they know they cannot be anyone else and that it's all right with them. 4. They treat other people as individuals. Now this is a subtle phenomenon and an important one. People who are preoccupied with themselves pay only superficial attention to others. They are so tied up in themselves that they can't observe the subtleties in another person's feelings, nor can they really listen. Mentally healthy people really care about what other people feel. And 5, mentally healthy people are active and productive. Mentally healthy people use their resources in their own behalf and in behalf of others. They do what they do because they like to do it and enjoy using their skills. They do not feel driven to produce to prove themselves. They're in charge of their activities. Their activities are not in charge of them. When they're chosen for leadership of one sort or another, it's because they have the skills to lead in a given situation, not because they have to exercise power over others. They seek achievement for what they can do, not for what they can be. For when one tries to be something or someone, he's never satisfied with himself, even if he achieves the desired goal. Well, there you are, a 5-part prescription for good mental health. How'd you do? How does one obtain this condition called mental health? Well, mental health is had in the working toward, as Dr. Rogers says, in the process of becoming, of pursuit. Life is short. It's to be lived. And he who has good mental health lives it to the fullest. And he who lives it enjoyably has good mental health. A few years ago, a team headed by Dr. Gerald Gurn of the University of Michigan interviewed thousands of men and women on the source of their joys and sorrows. When the results were in, they were a surprise to everyone concerned, but they have since been confirmed by sufficient studies to validate them. Here they are. 1, married men are the happiest people in our society. Next, and I think you might be in for a surprise here, come single women. Followed in the number 3 position by wives. Bachelors bring up the rear. They're the losers in the happiness sweepstakes. 2, people who worry are happier than those who don't. Now this is another surprising but well-documented discovery. Very old people who have given up don't worry. Neither do the hopelessly poor and the downtrodden. People who are actively involved with life do. They worry constructively about their marriages, children, finances, careers in the firm and happy belief that they can change things for the better. 3, money does bring happiness. I don't think anyone ever seriously doubted this view. Certainly being unable to pay the rent and meet medical bills or finance a child's education are unhappy states of affairs. People with high incomes report being happy just as often as those with modest but adequate incomes and means do. 4, the more education a person has, the happier he tends to be. Now that certainly explodes popular opinion. In fact, the more you study, the more you realize that popular opinion is practically always pure baloney. 5, where a person lives makes little difference one way or the other as far as being happy is concerned. Apparently there's nothing to those stories of blissful rural life versus the sheer hell of city living or the claims of rival regions. 6, men tend to get more enjoyment out of children than women do. This is because men are handed the pleasures of parenthood without most of the pains. This does not mean that women would be happier without children. 7, women who work outside the home seem to be no happier and no less happy than housewives. 8, the husband's occupation does affect the happiness of the marriage. The wives of clerical workers, salesmen, and professional men are highest in reporting happy marriages. Those of unskilled workers and farmers, the lowest. And how are you coming with your home library? Do you need some good ammunition on why it's important to read? The last time I checked the statistics, I think they indicated that only about 4% of the adults in this country have bought a book within the past year. That's dangerous. It's extremely important that we keep ourselves in the top 5 or 6%. In one of the monthly letters from the Royal Bank of Canada, and those letters are marvelous, it was pointed out that reading good books is not something to be indulged in as a luxury. It's a necessity for anyone who intends to give his life and work a touch of quality. The most real wealth is not what we put into our piggy banks, but what we develop in our heads. Books instruct us without anger, threats, and harsh discipline. They do not sneer at our ignorance or grumble at our mistakes. They ask only that we spend some time in the company of greatness so that we may absorb some of its attributes. You do not read a book for the book's sake, but for your own. You may read because in your high-pressure life, studded with problems and emergencies, you need periods of relief, and yet recognize that peace of mind does not mean numbness of mind. You may read because you never had an opportunity to go to college, and books give you a chance to get something you missed. You may read because your job is routine, and books give you a feeling of depth in life. You may read because you did go to college. You may read because you see social, economic, and philosophical problems which need solution, and you believe that the best thinking of all past ages may be useful in your age too. You may read because you're tired of the shallowness of contemporary life, bored by the current conversational commonplaces, and wearied of shop talk and gossip about people. Whatever your dominant personal reason, you will find that reading gives knowledge, creative power, satisfaction, and relaxation. It cultivates your mind by calling its faculties into exercise. Books are a source of pleasure, the purest and most lasting. They enhance your sensation of the interestingness of life. Reading them is not a violent pleasure like the gross enjoyment of an uncultivated mind, but a subtle delight. Reading dispels prejudices which hem our minds within narrow spaces. One of the things that will surprise you as you read good books from all over the world and from all times of man is that human nature is much the same today as it's been ever since writing began to tell us about it. Some people act as if it were demeaning to their manhood to wish to be well-read, but you can no more be a healthy person mentally without reading substantial books than you can be a vigorous person physically without eating solid food. Books should be chosen not for their freedom from evil, but for their possession of good. Dr. Johnson said, "Whilst you stand deliberating which book your son shall read first, another boy has read both." Emerson wrote, "Do that which is assigned you, and you cannot hope too much or dare too much." He wasn't talking about what we're assigned to do by people. He was talking about our natural assignment, that which has been built into our bones and fibers, the unseen set of our very being. 1,000 people may work for a living at the same trade, but each of them has abilities and talents uniquely his own. There are things he can do with ease because of his natural set that the other 999 people cannot do as well or with the same facility. 1,000 young women may marry and set about the business of having children and keeping houses, yet each of them is different from the other 999 in some respects. Each of them has had something assigned to her, and as Emerson said, in this area of her life, she cannot hope too much or dare too much. It's the same with every one of us, and it's through the development and fulfillment of this inborn facility that each of us can achieve a degree of greatness during his life. If we never find our strong characteristic, it's because not knowing we had it, we fail to look for it. In the Sermon on the Mount, we're told, "Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you." Finding our strong point is a good place to put this advice to work. Only in this way can we take the advice of Thoreau and suck the marrow from life, shave life close, and live fully extended. Many people find their real talent, but because of the advice of well-meaning friends and relatives or because of their own mistaken idea about security, remain at jobs they don't like and for which they have no real aptitude. Thus they often shackle themselves to a slow shuffle when, had they followed their real stars, they could have known so much more in the way of inner satisfaction and reward. Do that which is assigned you, and you cannot hope too much or dare too much. Games are won by people who make the fewest mistakes. A good friend of mine is a good ping-pong player, but he can't beat his son at the game. He's got all the fancy shots, but his boy just returns every one of them. He just gets the ball back across the net and waits for his father to make a mistake. I think the great Chris Everett plays tennis in much the same way. Who shoots the lowest score in golf? It's the person who makes the fewest mistakes. A golf course is so arranged and the ball and clubs are so constituted that the player is penalized for any mistake he makes, no matter how slight. In order to make it around the course in par figures, parring every hole, you must not make a single mistake. And it's the same with any game you can think of, including the game of life. As the philosophers tell us, it's all a matter of cause and effect.
If the cause is right, the effect will be right. But if the cause is wrong, nothing on God's green earth can make the effect come out right ever, except, very occasionally, by pure chance. Once in a while, a golfer will make a bad shot, as I did the other day. I'd pulled my drive to the left, and it was headed for water when it struck a tree, a very small tree, too, and bounded back into the fairway. We saw Lee Trevino win the British Open by chipping his ball into the cup from off the green. But over a period of time, these average out with bad bounces and bad breaks. And it's the same with this business of living. We're going to have lucky breaks from time to time, especially if we're headed in the right direction. And they're great when they come along. But over the long haul, our success or failure will depend on the number of mistakes we make or don't make. For every mistake we must pay. If it's a small mistake, maybe the cost is small, but it gets us off the track. It slows us down just as a slice or hook means coming back from the rough or a lost ball. For every big mistake, the cost is big. And the biggest mistake of all is to try to live in such a way that we avoid all risks. If we played golf with nothing but a putter, we would probably never get in a rough, a sand trap, or off the fairway. But we wouldn't score well either. So, it comes down to Dr. Rogers' comment that responsible personal choice is the most essential element in being a person. Sometimes this means using a 3-wood or an iron off the tee, but usually it means using the driver. For the good player plays with risk, but concentrates on making few mistakes. It is said that a great man is always willing to belittle. He has gained facts, learns his ignorance, is cured of the insanity of conceit. And in this way he plays the game well. He makes few mistakes. He wins. A long time ago, I clipped an item from the Saturday Evening Post written by an Englishman named Nigel Balchin. He wrote, "The child is the sacred calf of the modern world, and the high priests of the child cult are always bidding us bow down and worship the sacred calf, and reminding us of all the happiness it brings to us, how beautiful and fascinating it is, and how unworthy we are of the privilege of being parents. Any man who criticizes children automatically labels himself a monster. Well, I have 5 children," he writes, "varying in age from 30 to 3. So I've been rearing sacred calves for 30 years, and will almost certainly be doing so until I die. As a result of this not inconsiderable experience, I find that the whole business is, on the whole, an expensive and unrewarding bore, in which far more has to be invested, both materially and spiritually, than ever comes out in dividends. My father worked his head off to raise me and my brother and sister. I've worked mine off in order to bring up my children. I don't doubt that in 20 years' time, my young son will be working his head off to bring up his. This process can go on indefinitely, and it simply means that no generation can ever live its own life to the full because of the insistent demands of the next. More talent and creative ability have been lost to the world through the necessity to provide for children than from any other single cause. In the whole history of civilization, 90% of man's progress has been brought about by people who realized that there were more important things to do than just reproduce their species. Some of them have had children, but they never have allowed the existence of these children to deflect them from the proper use and exploitation of their own talents." He goes on to write, "Whether we like it or not, children are fundamentally antisocial. They are cruel, ruthless, cunning, and almost incredibly self-centered, and they can conceal these qualities beneath a veil of careful charm. Let us then," he goes on to write, "stop the woolly, sentimental worship of children as living dolls and get on with the serious business of educating and maturing them as potential adults. In order to do this, we have to get rid of the idea that the family group, father, mother, and children, has some peculiar, almost mystical value. I know of no evidence that this is true, and of plenty that the family group is a source of emotional disturbance. The family group with child-worshipping parents is about the worst way in the world to bring a child to grips with the facts of adult life." The title of Mr. Bakken's article was "Children Are a Waste of Time." I remember reading that Evelyn Waugh, the author, said, "No matter how busy I may be or important the work I may be doing, I manage to spend at least 5 minutes a day with my children." And it's been said that the main reason adults want their children to grow up, marry, and have children of their own is because it's the only way they have, Pyrrhic victory though it is, of getting even with them. But when you're coming home and see your child running to meet you with its little arms outstretched and a glow of pure happiness on its face, or crawl into your lap and put its arms around your neck, it's worth it, even if it's only for the moment. Besides, let's face it, children are here to stay. My old friend Dr. Harold Blake Walker of Evanston sent me something some time back that I enjoyed tremendously, and I think you will too. He wrote,
We live by faith, or we do not live at all. Either we venture, or we vegetate. If we venture, we do so by faith, simply because we cannot know the end of anything at its beginning. We risk marriage on faith, or we stay single. We prepare for a profession by faith, or we give up before we start. By faith, we move mountains or opposition, or we're stopped by molehills. Faith, however, is not often tranquil and steady. It ebbs and flows like the tides of the restless sea. Normally, like Browning's bishop, we are forever exchanging a life of doubt, diversified by faith, for one of faith, diversified by doubt. Yesterday we began the day with confident hope, with trust in its promise. Last night, perhaps after a trying and troublesome day, we were beset by doubt and anxiety. We grope and fumble in search of certainty, wishing we could escape the doubts that haunt us. The peril is that we shall cease groping on through our doubts and live only on our negations. What we need, you and I, is faith strong enough to bear the burden of our doubts. No man ever drilled an oil well without being troubled by misgivings as the drill chewed downward toward producing structures. But only a fool would cease drilling halfway to the hoped-for pool. It was William Morris, the painter, who wrote, "I tell you it's no joke to paint a portrait. Into the painting of every picture that's worth anything there comes a period of doubt and despair. The artist, however, goes on with his work beyond his doubt to creative achievement. Faith enough to carry our doubts. It's enough. Perhaps it's all we can manage when fears assail and doubts annoy. Maybe we can do no more than grope on through our uncertainties, pursuing the enterprises of our lives in the grim trust that the end will justify the struggle. If, despite our gnawing doubts, we can muster faith enough to take a single step on the road to where we're going, we are on the way to creative achievement. Every triumph of the human spirit begins with one step taken in faith. The single step is the small handle to great matters. No man or woman ever won a worthy triumph without faith to keep on, always able to last at least 5 minutes longer. There's one further thing to be said, namely that worthy triumphs cannot be won without faith enough to maintain our integrity. One of the ultimate tests of faith is our capacity to go on believing that somehow the right is the right, even when right is on the scaffold and wrong seems to be on the throne. All of the great ventures of our lives require faith enough to bear the burden of our doubts, so that we're able to take the first step in the direction in which we wish to go. Enough of faith to keep on going through struggle and strain, and to maintain integrity on the way. I like that. Yes, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen, and we need to exchange a life of doubt, diversified by faith, to a life of faith, diversified by doubt. Thank you.